Hey. Good. Good, such a evening. Hello. Hi. My chat's not scrolling up. I can't read chat. OMG, Tonko, hi. Lauren Cleric, hello. Let's talk about which Portalcraft waifus to make mothers. That will be a discussion in this tier list, yes. That's very important. Outrogue, hi. I too also are streaming at the same time, curious. Search Petanco and Maria V4 Mirai. I think she's still streaming right now. I haven't watched Maria in a while because we always stream at the exact same time slot. It just kind of ended up being that way, unfortunately. Galabi, such an evening to you. Harmless Fuzz, is Tonka rating every card in the game? No, that's stupid! I'm rating every Portalcraft card in the game. Hello, EDD. EDD, you man? It's gonna take a while. I hope it doesn't take too long, because I think it'd be funny and or cute to do other tier lists too. A couple of other important tier lists alongside the Portalcraft one. It's going to be really funny because the thumbnail and title on YouTube makes this look like a real video. This looks like a real video with a real point to it, like a normal stream. And then watch, halfway through the stream, I'm going to be ranking Zoo Archive characters, probably. Assuming it doesn't take too long. Hello, Ignidius. Hope you're having a wonderful day, chat. What about me? Hello, Igni. I hope your leg is having a wonderful day. Nebata, hi. The new Raccoon Zenless character. Apparently they're both physical. Apparently Alice is gonna be a new 5-star physical anomaly, so she's power creeping Jane probably. Apparently Alice is physical Miyabi. I was talking to my friend about the leaks right before the stream. Igis, good morning to you too. And hello, Zissio, good evening. That's almost as bad. There's actually not as many Portalcraft cards to go through. There's only 385, I checked. I think I got every Portalcraft card except for tokens. I'm pretty sure I got everyone except for tokens. At the very least, it was pretty easy for me to put together a tier list because I just went to SVGDB. 345, 385! That's what I said. I gotta open up SVG myself though again because I might not remember all of the effects. There we go. There's a couple of literal who's. So this is one of those ideas I've had this idea in my brain stem for quite a while now, but I've been very lazy to. I was waiting for right before Worlds Beyond to rank every single Portalcraft. I thought at first, like I was considering just doing Portalcraft waifus because that'd be easier and more based. But me being Portalcraft guy, the definitive Portalcraft guy, I think I'm the only one, not the only one, but I am a one. I am a guy that is qualified to rank every fucking card. Because I've used every single one of these. Except for Captain Mateo. On most of the artifacts tokens. No, there's like, you know, different type of puppets. There's like, there's the Shana ones. There's there's some really obscure ones. There are some obscure artifacts, for example, that would never reprinted, like Robomi, for example. Oh, hey, Tonko, it's a me. It's a you. Hello, Bidif. Oh, so I guess ranking tokens would be a bit more difficult because, some tokens just have better value in the history of Shadowverse just because they were printed or released more often. Like, if there was an easier way to make Prime Artifact, or an easy way to make Robomi Artifact, for example, a convenient way to make them, the way that there were convenient ways to make Radiant Artifact, then that would change things, but maybe Worlds Beyond. Maybe Worlds Beyond will make Prime Artifact actually good. Look at this shit, dude. Holy moly, wall of dog shit. And I recognize almost every one of these, I think. The only ones I'm kinda iffy on are the OG Crown Genesis ones. Because I started playing in Dawnbreak. I started playing at the end of Dawnbreak. So I wasn't opening these packs or playing with the OG ones back in the day. So I might have to look up what some of these guys did. And this is in release order. At first, I imported all these cards in order of cost, but this is in release order. Let me add a disclaimer here too that the ranking is going to be primarily based on the power level / usefulness of the card as it was printed in rotation. And if there are factors in, if it's relevant in Unlimited, then I'll factor that into. Like say for example, full cost at the time 6 cost Deus Ex Machina is a objectively bad card in current modern Shadowverse, obviously. Like they had to reprint her and make her cheaper to make her viable in modern format. But you know, she was literally her in OG Portalcraft, you know? Is it not the breedable tier list? Wait until after we finish this tier list. Hello Tonka, I'm going to tier your list. Mako, you actually made the waifu tier list a long time ago last year. Because I was thinking like, I know one of my chat members DM'd me a tier list. And you made a tier list for Resurgent, up to Resurgent last year. Like if we can just like update, not today, maybe not today, but like it probably wouldn't be too much to update that with Heroes of Shadowverse since it was mostly more Resurgent cards as well too. I might consider doing Mako's waifu tier list if we have time. This is a lot though, so maybe we don't have time, especially since I have things to say about almost every single card, so... First and foremost, Toy Soldier. Now, again, this is OG era Portalcraft, so I don't have all the context based on how strong it was on release. I'm pretty sure Toy Soldier though was like one of the better, if not one of the best Portal cards on release. Toy Soldier was pretty bad even back then. Alright, well. I've been convinced. Or rather, I think Toy Soldier, well, maybe I'm just assuming here. I think Toy Soldier was useful in Chrono Genesis just because there was no other options. There weren't that many. Actually, maybe I add a D tier actually. Because I have a... I have a lot of specifications, a lot of feelings about a lot of these cards. Because I think Toy Soldier is like a C, and there's like a D below that. No, I guess D rank would be Take Two of Breakthrough account. I know that, I do remember that Toy Soldier was at least a kinda hyped. By that, I mean, for some reason, there were people hoping Toy Soldier would win the leader poll. Like, I think Toy Soldier got second or third in the game with leader poll, the first leader poll. I don't know why. We need an unplayable tier. That'd be Breaks Your Account. I guess Toy Soldier is C. Obviously, Toy Soldier doesn't break your account because it's a basic. Breaks Your Account would be like actually offensively bad though, like Orb. So maybe I do add a D tier. Take Two doesn't necessarily mean bad in this case, because Take Two cards for Portalcraft are actually generally strong in the context of Take Two. It was third place. Obviously, those game with leader polls were, you know, fake anyway. But the fact that Toy Soldier was voted that much, I thought it was because he was like a decent card back then. His JPVA is/was a popular streamer. Ah, that explains it. I guess I'll do a D tier. This is gonna be this is gonna be a very complicated and detailed tier list, it seems like. I'll put Toy Soldier in D. If C becomes like, if D/C becomes less relevant, then, well, obviously Puppeteer is a D tier. Now, Puppeteer actually was used as a one-of in Puppet back in the Brigade format, I think. Because Puppeteer was really bad, but Puppeteer was used as an enhanced 4 to make a puppet. Like, at least back in Chrono Genesis, the only incentive to play pure Puppet was Noah. And Toy Soldier was one of the less terrible Puppet generators, I guess. Puppeteer actually saw a little bit, slightly play. It saw some kind of play for one deck exactly, for 1 month exactly. Can't wait to not use these cards in Worlds Beyond. This is for historical context. Now, this guy on the other hand, Automaton Knight was fine. 3/2 last word to make Puppet was actually okay, because he was actually one of your better targets for Silva. Silva being the guy that's like Excel to summon a 3-drop or lower. Give it Rush, and once per turn, ping. We'll go to Silva, we'll get to Silva herself eventually one of these days, but Automaton Knight was fine. Now, I don't remember using her in anything outside of Silva decks though. Silva or aggro decks, and I only really used him for like 1 or 2 decks or formats, so he's not Chad enough to get pushed to B or anything, but he's at least playable. He's one of the only actually playable basic cards. This guy? Now, I don't know. I think I did see Chrono Genesis cards that were playing this guy. I think I did see Chrono Genesis builds that were playing this guy. Iron Forge is a basic that mates the 2 Radiants. But like, I think he only played this because he had nothing else though. He gets slightly more points because he was used for something, unlike Black Rock Shooter. Black Iron Shooter 6 cost search for an artifact is really heavy even back then. Black Iron Soldier to like search for a basic ancient is kinda a bit much. Portal was so cope that they used the Automaton for the Radiant. Yeah, they had the Automaton for Radiant? You mean Iron Forge? There was nothing else back then. He was used for like a couple months, and then I guess Artifact did get some decent Artifact cards in the following set. Mechanized Servant is really fucking hot, but she's just a Bronze Vamia. Now Lion though, I don't like using Lion. But you had to use Lion. You had no choice but to use Lion. Lion's arguably S tier. I think he's A tier. Because I didn't like using him, but also I got really mad when I didn't see him. Lion to generate the most important artifact in the game, or it's the most important basic artifact, the analyzing. He was your best option, and like your only good option for a long time for the early game to make artifacts. Now, I'm not sure if I put him in A or B, because A is like really strong stuff, but also I did say this is in context with how they were presented, like how they were used in rotation, as they were in rotation. Okay, well, Lion is basic, he's always been there, but like in the early artifact. Warden analyzing S tier. Like, I'm gonna put him in B, because he was really important. He was set up, but he wasn't like a critical game-changing card. Like A and S tier for me is like big deal cards. I don't remember any builds using Dimension Cut. Like it's generic removal. This did get buffed, but nobody played it when it got buffed. I don't remember any decks actually using Dimension Cut. I only used it sometimes just because I had the alt art. I spent money for the structure deck, got the alt art, Rabomi alt art, and like didn't do anything with it. I just played it just because it was pretty. Actually, wait, did I get these confused? I think, was it Puppeteer that was used? Was it Puppeteer Enhance 4 that was used in Brigade Puppet sometimes? Or was it this guy? This guy is evolved to get Puppet. It only gains like 1 Evo stat, I'm pretty sure. I think it was Puppeteer. Both of these were cope filler options for puppets back then. They were both terrible, yeah, but I do remember at least one of these being used as a one-of. I'm pretty sure it was Puppeteer. Neither saw play. I know I saw Puppeteer in one winning deck list. You cannot gaslight me, chat. I am the Portalcraft expert. There was a use case for Puppeteer exactly one time. One single deck list, one time. That's way better than what I'm gonna say about all these other D tier cards. This one, I don't even remember what she did. I know this was the generic, like, base deck evolve effect. I think it was damage. You have to be in Rezo to do damage. Is it you have to be in Rezo to do damage, or was it, like, more damage if Rezo? Lone Winged Next? I'm looking it up right now. Deal 3 damage to an enemy follower if Rezo is active for you. Holy shit. You don't even get the damage if you're not in Rezo. Holy fuck, that's bad. The only reason why I'm not putting in Brickshire account tier is because she's basic. I guess playing Portalcraft in general is gonna break your account. Would smash though. She's pretty, yeah, sure. Puppeteer Strings, this guy? Oh man, dude. I'm debating about put this in. I don't know if I put this quad in B tier. Strings is actually, I think Strings saw more usage compared to. No, well, I think Strings had a bit more longevity before or after buffs because it's basic card. I'm considering both. I think Strings have a bit more longevity throughout Shadowverse's lifespan because it got the buff. It went from being 4 cost AoE 1, get 2 puppets to generating 3 after the buff. Both of them were pretty decent. Strings is also goated when you get it in Take 2. I think I put Strings a bit above Lion just because it had a bit of a better lifespan over time. Because the moment you were able to drop Lion, you fucking drop Lion like a rock. Who? I legit don't know who this card is. Like, I know who it is, but I legit don't know her effect. Mechanized Bowman? Mechanical Bowman? Maybe I should open up my Shadowverse game for this shit. Effects. Evolve. If there are any artifact cards in your hand, randomly discard 1 and deal 2 damage AoE. Hell no. Now, I could see this being slightly okay for Take 2. That's not true, actually. No, that's not true at all. I distinctly remember... it's coming back to me now. I remember drafting this in Take 2. And it would always be a brick, because I'd never have an artifact prepared in hand. Brickshire account. This is not basic, yeah. So I can start putting these in Brickshire account tier. Like, was never good and was never even used in Take 2. Like, you'd never want to see it in Take 2 either. Bear Puppeteer. So I had to look up these early Chrono Genesis ones because I straight up never played or remember most of these. Oh no, wait. Was this the one I was thinking of? Because Bear Puppeteer is the one that's in hands 4. Game +1/+1, get a pup into hand. Wait a minute. Did I get this confused with OG Puppeteer? Oh my god, I did. Puppeteer, this Puppeteer was evolve, put a puppet into hand, give a random puppet in your hand, Bane. Really bad? Not quite picture account tier, but holy shit. Yeah, I did guess it. I did misremember. Yeah, this bear was the one I was a one of in Brigade. But the basics were all dog shit, except for these two. These three, Automaton was fine. Okay, so, maybe my Portalcraft memory is not quite as infallible as I thought it would be. Pretty sure this one was bad, Instant Vial. Gravikinesis Warrior. Actually, wait. I can look it up by, expansions on SVGDB. Since I'm mostly just gonna be looking at Chrono Genesis cards here. Give me a second here. God, there's a lot of cards. There's a lot of stuff in Chrono Genesis. It's because this was like Portalcraft was introduced a year late into Shadowverse, so they made a lot of Portalcraft cards at the launch to make up for it. Randomly put 2 of the following into deck: Analyzing, Ancient, Mystic, or Radiant. Evolve, put a random from your deck into hand. It doesn't seem that bad, actually. Like, for an OG Chrono Genesis, it's not that bad. I can't say it's Take-Two tier because I wasn't there to play it in Take-Two. I feel it reads like a good Take-Two card though. Because you're generating an artifact on Fanfare and you can evolve it, it doesn't gain stat. I don't think it gains full Evo stats. It does. Wow, this card is golded. What the hell? This card's not bad. Kyuko should be at top. This is on top for now. Medic. Ooh. Mana Pistol Relic. If Rezo is active for you, deal 1 damage to all enemy followers. Like, maybe this could be a Take-Two card at the time. You'd rather see strings though, obviously, but... Cannoneer was fine though. Cannoneer, Cat Canyoneer, the OG Canyoneer, was used just as a low-cost analyzing generator. Mana Pistol is a smash. She's fine, yeah. Damn, still not Story Stream. This was another idea I've been planning to do for a long time, though. So, like, this tier list has been part of my bucket list. Oh, so hello, Reggie. Mana Pistol is meant to be used alongside Chasm. Yeah, but OG Chasm is bad too. Like, just because there's a reason for it. Oh wait, no, this one's OG Chasm, right? Because Rosa had a name, but Chasm was not Chasm until he became Chasm. I also don't like OG Chasm anyway, but... no! You can say that about a lot of cards. You can say a lot of bad cards are meant to be used with another bad card, or better to be used with another bad card. That doesn't put it high in the tier list though. Cat Cannoneer was the next thing after... Dude, when you curved Lion into Cat Cannoneer, you were fucking set, bro. Now, Cat Cannoneer didn't have as much of a good lifespan as Lion, but she was useful. C tier is like cards that were at least useful. Not amazing, but at least useful at the time. Who the fuck is this? I'm rearranging my windows on my other monitor here. That way I can look stuff up and still re-chat. Literally who? Steel Demolitionist. Fanfare, if there are any artifact cards in hand, random discard, deal 2 to random. If there are no enemy files in play, deal 2 to face. Oh my god, so OG Modesty. Pretty much all these cards that required you to discard an artifact in hand, all of these were dog shit. All of these were actually unplayable, not even good in Take 2. Iron Steel Mechanic, I think was a one-of. In like, I think it was used as a one-of similar to Puppeteer. Because this is the one that makes Mystic Artifacts. But Mystic Artifacts were a lot harder to throw down compared to Cat Cannoneer, making the Ancients. I think this is high tier. I'm pretty sure Iron Staff was used. Kind of. It was kinda used. But you weren't really happy to play him though. He's playable at least, but he wasn't really didn't really have much of a useful lifespan. This guy! Fucking Captain Mateo. For those who don't know Ancient Tonko lore, he was fine. For those who don't know Ancient Tonko lore, I have a vendetta against this guy. Because in one of my very first collabs with Igni, we did Shadowverse Jeopardy. And I didn't know anything about other classes at the time. I was still a Portalcraft only. I was still a Portalcraft only Andy. Oh yeah, actually, Iron Staff is good in Take 2. You're right. I think putting him in Take 2 as tier is fine. Also, Captain Mateo probably too, but because I didn't know that much about Shadowverse still, as a bit, Igni put in a whole Jeopardy tier list.
I forgot to use bits through derp.
Thank you for the 2 bits. UL Crosscraft, you should use. We're not factoring in Crosscraft. UL Crosscraft. We're not going down that rabbit hole. Thank you for the 2 cents. Yes, there's a lot of stuff you could do funny with your Spain hoots, but like I didn't ask. we can't get distracted by Crosscraft possibilities here. But yeah, Igni put in a whole Jeopardy tier of just Portalcraft trivia for me specifically, but I was kind of upset because most of the Portalcraft trivia was Chronogenesis, like obscure Chronogenesis shit that was too old for me, and one of them was about Captain Mateo. Fanfare, if Ezra is active for you, game +1 and ward. 6 cost, giant ass ward. That still sounds really bad. But it also sounds fine for Take 2. Just plopping a giant stat stick in that era of Take 2 was okay. I think it's bomb Take 2 though. I'll give Mateo a little bit of credit. I'll give him slightly some credits. Hamlin though, oh man dude, Hamlin's A tier. Hamlin was still seeing play in Yu for a long time. Hamlin's the guy that you just copy. You choose a 3-cost other guy in hand, make a copy of it. Hamlin was so good, man. Make copies of your artifacts. Make copies of Maisha if you want to go for a draw one. Hamlin was so good. He's almost S tier. He's almost S tier. Only reason why he's not is because my standard for S tier is a bit too high. Ham is the man. Like, Hamlin is top of A tiers, for sure. OG Chasm. OG Chasm? I'm pretty sure it was Chasm. Now, this one was random artifact generator. He randomly made 2. One of each, between 4 different artifacts. The OG 4. Anno, Ancient, Mystic, and Radiant. Now, I don't fucking like this guy. Back during the time, Mechwing was used as a one-of just to fill up space, be another artifact generator for Deus Ex and Altosphere format. Probably before that too, but I swear to God, every time I use this guy, like he would always make the wrong shit. He would always make the wrong artifacts that I'm not looking for, and he would just feel like a brick whenever I use it. But he is useful, so I do consider him to be in C tier. I'll put him below Cannoneer. Tonko Hamlin was the spiciest beam because he can make Cosmos copies. Didn't we try that and it didn't work? Because Cosmos has to be added from deck to hand for Cosmos to do thing. Unless if you had a way to recycle it back away with like Chasm and stuff, the good Chasm. Who the fuck is this? OG Airship Whale? I feel like... I feel like this was a Take-Two, Andy. Airship Whale, Fanfare, put a random artifact follower that costs 3 PP or less from deck into play. Repeat once if you're in Mezzo. Was this a Take-Two card? Because 8 costs to get 2 Mystics out would be good. But that would assuming you make an artifact though, and assuming you make the Mystics. Hello, Mr. Tonko. 8 more days. 8 more days for me to procrastinate the story stream. Because I don't think this is Brickster account tier. This feels like a D tier, but it doesn't seem that bad for Take-Two either. It's a Take-Two card, but you need to... Even just setting up a couple artifacts in Take-Two at the time was difficult. I'm gonna put him at... I'll put him at like bottom Take-Two next to Captain Mateo. Masked Puppets. Masked Puppets was the one that you add a puppet into hand and then you buff whenever an allied puppet is destroyed, gain +1/+1. Who asked? I was discussing shadow about waifus and husbandos with someone, and when the topic came up to Loxus, I thought, imagine Loxus spreading your legs like, open up, Daze. I wish Loxus would open up me, Daze.
Why did you do that?
This thing, Epitaph.
I remember, back when you still did viewer games with chat, I made you play a Portal deck that included Mechwing Swordsman against me, so I could crit ya and quintuple with Mirror of Truth and Decay glow into Mystery and Project. Bongo saw you.
I do remember trying out that meme, and like, it didn't take us like several games for it to fucking work. Like, I think it took us like 40 minutes to like try to get the meme to finally work or some shit. Epitaph is actually goated in Shadowverse Evolve. It was pretty good in Evolve, but what the fuck they're doing here? I think it's just a generic Bane. Fanfare, if there are any artifact cards in hand, randomly discard 1 and gain Rush and Bane. Curse Stone! Ward can't attack. On Evolve, if Rezo is active for you, remove all effects on his follower except change to his attack or defense, can't attack. I fucking love Curse Stone. I'm pretty sure he was unplayable though. Like, he didn't actually do anything in Take-Two or otherwise. Wait, I think I tried a meme with this once. He's a little Brickster account card. I think I tried playing him with Mounier. Did he gain extra stats on Evolve at least? Also, what was the thing that he said?
Just standing. So tired of just standing around.
So tired of just standing around. Nah, he was just a 5/5 on Evo. Like... He's not good. I just like this guy. Do I add a meme tier? Honorary meme tier. I think that's appropriate because there are some cards I just really, really like. That's not quite offensively bad the way a Brickster account is. I just like these guys. Whoops. Wrong thing. I had Take-Two as blue. There we go. Memorable meme. Hall of Fame meme. You just can't hate this guy. He had an iconic line in English. He's a funny emoji. He's a funny Issa other hand emoji. You can't hate this guy. Like this guy because of Malevolent Wall. Yeah, he's like a Malevolent Wall at home. This is a lot to use, guys. This is a bit too ambitious. Tranquil Cog was fine. I don't remember if Tranquil Cog was actually that good. I remember using Tranquil Cog in a lot of decks, in a lot of my bad decks, just because I was that desperate for draw power. I'm not sure if regular Cog... I don't know if regular standard decks were using Cog, but I liked Cog. So I think it's a low C tier. Now, the new Cog... Was it the new Cog? The Resurgent Amulet... Maybe it wasn't Cog, but the Resurgent Amulet is broken. But it's gonna take us like 5 hours to get to Resurgent cards. Ah, dude, Puppet Room. Puppet Room was A tier. Puppet Room was the best puppet generator for years, dude. It was so good. Even in Take 2, even in All-Stars, I don't know if I used this in UO. I think I did try using it in UO puppets back when you were still kind of able to play UO puppets. Puppet Room is such an iconic card that it does have a sequel in the Shadowverse sequel. We do have a Puppet Room equivalent in Worlds Beyond confirmed. Dude, I mean, you just know. You already know. Yeah. Accelerating was what made Artifact. Accelerating was what made Portalcraft, dude. You guys already know what's gonna be in this tier. Just, you know, you can expect most of the unlimited Artifact cards to be all the way up here. It made Artifact. It made Portalcraft. Hell, they even made all of Unlimited, dude. It was one of the most meta warping cards ever printed. Now, if you ask me, I don't think this card is worth banning. Just my opinion. I think Augmentation is way better. Is way more impactful. Accelerating is iconic and broken, but Accelerating isn't as crazy as Augmentation, because like Accelerating doesn't like plus you directly. It cheats out play points, but like you need to set up. You still need to set yourself up to make good use of Accelerating. But Accelerating's existence just opened up so many pathways. Double Accelerating could sneak so many OTK combo potential. Rosa! Abonayo! I think this Rosa is just a ward. I think she's just on Rezo get ward. Yeah, I don't know if I feel like Brickshire account is too harsh. But she also doesn't do anything. I just don't want to put her in Brickshire account because she's really cute. But she's literally useless. Flower Doll is a high B. I'm not sure if I put her quite on the same level as Puppet Room. Because Flower Doll was also the best 2-drop on curve for puppets. Puppet Room had a better lifespan compared to Flower Doll. I feel like A2 might be a bit too clogged if I put like Flower Doll or adjacent power level cards on there. So Flower Doll, I'd say is like high tier. She's like the puppet equivalent to Lion. Good curve. Sometimes you did get the bonus effect off.
Why
where
did you do that?
if you have
Burning Machine Soldier should be a Machina card. Rumad Slam.
I don't even know who that is. Flower Doll, is that the next card? Flower Doll, sometimes if you're playing an aggro deck and have a low hand, you would sometimes get the bonus effect where on last words, if you have like 3 of those cards in hand, you would also get a full copy of Flower Doll back to hand alongside the puppet. Flower Doll good. Icarus though, oh man. Yeah, Icarus was the most important, one of the most useful evolves in Portalcraft in general for a long time. Here's your best evo for Artifact, of course. It's another, puts 2 guys into deck. It generates the ancient artifacts, much like Cannoneer, but cheaper. And also evolve search artifact. Cheap cards that search for artifact were very uncommon back in the day, and she's also insanely fucking hot. Vivian is also similar. She's also a cheap artifact searcher. These two were the perfect duo. Okay, what about Construct? Construct was an instant vial. Fanfare, deal X damage to an enemy follower. X equals the number of remaining artifact cards in your deck. You didn't actually generate that many artifacts for that to be that impactful. But I think I use Construct as a beat stick in early Orb. I think I had Construct alongside Amethyst Giant in early Orb of Desecration. So, while I'm at it, I have a bias towards Amethyst. Amethyst is the one that's like, it gets double attack. On Fanfare, if there are any artifact cards in your hand randomly discarded, can't be targeted by enemy effects and can attack 2 times. I didn't even use this guy for the Fanfare. I just used him as a giant stat for early Orb of Desecration because he had no other options. Nothing ever used these guys. Maybe Colossal was okay in Take Tier, but again, it's a lot of setup. You didn't actually draft that many usable artifact generators in Take 2, I think, back then. I'm just making assumptions. Noah, though. Noah was a pretty big deal. Noah kind of died too soon, though. Noah was a big deal, but he got nerfed back when Puppet was actually good. Noah was the one that made Puppets good. Because it wasn't Orcus that was a big finisher for Puppets, it was Noah. Noah's the guy that gives all your Puppets in hand +1 attack and Storm. 9 cost is pretty high, but also, you know, turn 9 was usable back then. Because Noah was the win con, I think he is A tier. It's a shame though that when he got nerfed to 10 cost, that was enough to completely kill the deck. And he was always like too high cost to bring back Puppets and like take 2 Noah was kind of rough too. Holding Puppets for Take 2 with Noah was pretty difficult, so his use was limited. I'm starting to convince myself that he's high B tier because he did create the deck, but like his lifespan was pretty small though. The deck that he created was the best deck for a while. But even then, that was only one expansion though. It only lasted for so long, so... Noah after nerf was actually unplayable. Noah when it got unnerfed was too late. Gino? Who? Gino Samuel? Machine Artisan Gino? Fanfare? Discard, randomly discard artifacts. Subtract 3 from the next source of damage your leader takes. Wait, we had damage shields back then? I mean, it sucks ass, but like, we had a damage shield back then? I didn't even know that. I've never read this card before in my life. What the fuck? Subjects. I don't think we can count this for because there was that one newer modern day card that would... Oh wait, no, never mind. Like there was a newer card that would enhance summon these, but even then, enhance cultivate life wasn't like that big of a deal. It was nice to have just for stats, but like, you didn't actually go for enhance 8. Like, this guy's subject by himself, whenever an effect puts cards into your deck, gain +1, was never actually used. But I do remember using a meme build. I do remember cooking up a meme build that would try to get subject to really high stats. One of these guys. I'm not sure if there was another guy. Was there another guy that would gain stats whenever you put cards into deck? Because I do remember trying to play a meme deck that obviously didn't work, but I don't think I put into a memorable meme because I also don't remember that meme very well. Automaton Soldier. This is the one that gives Puppet Ward. Fanfare, put a puppet into hand, give it +1 and ward to all puppets in your hand. Oh god, I do think I remember trying to use this as a meme too. I don't think this was actually used. Maybe this was a take 2 card. It's not. This kind of reads as a pretty decent take 2 card, but I think I tried using this with the stupid ass, shitty ass 2-drop gold Rukina that would make it so that all your followers don't get destroyed. I think I tried making a shitty build that would use buffed puppets and Rukina to keep them on the field. So you make a bunch of shitty ass puppets and keep them on the field with Rukina. Shitty ass puppets with ward. Obviously that's like, you know, my personal meme experience isn't like useful for this discussion, but he kind of reads as a decent take 2 card. I'm only making assumptions because I didn't play take 2 back then, but I feel like you'd be okay with this in take 2. Ancient Amplifier. Who? What did OG Amplifier do? Countdown 3. At the end of your turn, randomly puts 2 of the following cards into the deck: Anno, Ancient, Mystic, or Radiant. It's a similar case as Chasm, where it's random artifacts between the 4 different ones. So you could get stuck with like a billion high cost artifacts, search them early and still can't use them. I don't even remember using this card at all. I don't remember entertaining the idea of using this guy at all. So I'm pretty sure it was I think it was an instant vial. Substitution! Substitution? Oh, maybe it is A tier. Substitution was one of the best removal spells. Easy access banish was so good. A banish that made a puppet was so fucking good. I don't think it's quite on the same level as Puppet Room though. I don't think it's quite as impactful as Puppet Room. Meta Production was pretty damn good. Meta Production was a card that was being used in Unlimited format for a while. It's just a 1-drop cycle. Put an Anno into deck, and at the end of turn draw 1. Meta was great, because it's just a cycle, but it was a early artifact generator. And you would sometimes use turn 1 Meta Production to then use I'm gonna have myself here, but you would use Miriam on turn 2 to add that Anno back to hand on the next turn. Meta Production is at least S. It's still really good in UL Rezo decks. I'm gonna be a lot more picky with S tier. S tier is a pretty high tier. Meta Production is probably high A tier in that case. Meta Production, I'm trying to think. Because I think the reason why I don't rate Meta Production as high is because it did fall off in rotation the moment Deus Ex Machina rotated out. The cycle and just artifacts in general were just useless at that point until it rotated out. But it still had a really good lifespan after that. Any spoilers for S tiers? Dishana. Saphira. Now, I love Saphira. But Saphira's kind of a fake win con though, to be honest. Saphira, before Maisha came out, would be your only option for a big storm. But like, whenever I played Saphira in my decks, I would never draw into her on time. Because she's like, and she'd also always be too expensive. And has 9 gain stats for each artifacts destroyed this match. Yeah, Saphira had one of the best moments in the anime by far, obviously, but I don't think Saphira was useful. It wasn't that good as a finisher even back then. The minor Saphira got robbed over time. Yeah, she was actually a really important character in Spinari's lore, and she never came back ever. We only got one version. She's one of Saphira's besties. She's literally one of Spinari. She's one of Spinari's best friends. She never even got a resurgent form, dude. Like, she better fucking come back in Worlds Beyond. She better be fucking booked in Worlds Beyond. In fact, I think Sophia was so fake, I almost want to put in D tier. But she was kind of useful. She wasn't as useless compared to the other D cards. Bampi's best D? Yeah, they were a trio. Spinaria, Bampi, and Sophia were the trio. Yeah, if we had a chance to play Sophia in Cuddy. Not even then, Cuddy would it'd still be dogshit in Cuddy, because you don't make that many artifacts in Cuddy, but yeah. She's also a rune card. I've been playing her, I've been taking it into so many rune decks in Evolve, and I've never actually drawn into her on time. I only use her as a one-of. I have the sexy promo art of her, but I never get a chance to use her. I don't like Hakrabi, but I gotta give her credit. She was good. I don't like using Hakrabi because she was pretty expensive, but she was she was the only card that could switch for 2 artifacts at the time. So for early artifact, Hakrabi was fine. Early Shadowverse, you could afford to waste your turn just plopping one singular guy on turn 5, and it was okay. Was Saphira like one of the best finisher in all of Shadow of Slave? She had the most hype scene, the hype finisher scene, yeah. I might be biased. I'm sure there are other crazy cool scenes, but like she's the one that sticks out obviously because, you know, I'm the Portalcraft guy. Who the fuck was this? I'm pretty sure Silver Cog was just heal, right? Silver Cog, when you proc Vezo, heal. Fanfare, heal 2. If Vezo's active for you, recover 1 play point. Arguable 3 drop to heal and 4/3. I guess she's slightly overstated if you do resolve her on as a 3 play point, but like who really cares? I don't remember anything using this. Oh, but this is OG Float. It's a guy that recovered play points on Fanfare. This inspired SVE's version of Float. Imperial Sword is pretty fucking goated. He's not. He wasn't that good, but he was used. Imperial Swordsman was burn damage at the end phase. At any return, deal 2 damage to enemy leader. If Vezo is active for you, deal 4. Wait a second, could I have used this guy in Orb of Desecration? In all my years of playing Orb of Desecration, I don't think I ever considered this guy. I think he misses timing though. I think I never considered him because he misses timing. Because Orb of Desecration resolves at the start of end phase. Swordsman comes out, and then it's already misses the window for end phase for him to activate. Swordsman was just like... I think I used him as like a one-of in aggro. Just as a guy to do a bit of burn damage if the opponent had wards. Not good, but he was useful for something, kind of. He was around. Morton steals guy, right? Evolve, banish an enemy follower that costs 2 play points or less, and then summon a copy of that follower as an allied follower. I'm pretty sure Morton was bad, but he doesn't read as that bad. He kind of reads as a decent take 2 card. Because here's a banish targets are more limited compared to sub. And usually the 2 drops back then weren't really useful to be amazing if you steal it. But at least he is a removal on legs to get another guy. He does not gain stats on Evo though. I distinctly remember that Morton specifically does not gain any stats on Evo. So that makes up for the fact that he yoinks a guy from the opponent. Not good, but useful, I guess, in take 2 probably. God Bullet Golem. Oh god. What did I use with this guy? I did meme with this. Can't attack enemy leader at the end of your turn. Randomly destroy an allied artifact follower. Deal damage to the enemy leader equal to that follower's cost. So your highest level target was Prime Artifact. And Prime Artifact Prime artifact would just come back the next turn. Granted though, first you would have to make a prime artifact. You'd have to make a prime artifact and then play God Bullet. That shit was ass, dude. But I might have tried playing God Bullet with New Order. It didn't work, but at least that's meme enough that I can put it into memorable meme tier. He's funny. Nilpotent. Nilpotent is pretty damn high tier. I think Nilpotent is an S tier. Nilpotent is so iconic that anything that reduces damage we call a Nilpotent, pretty much, right? Or is that just me? Nilpotent is still useful to survive against the most disgusting unlimited decks to this day. That's just me. Are there any other guys you can describe with the Nilpotent effect that's as iconic as Nilpotent though? It's not just me. Thank you, other chat member, for confirming my bias. I don't know. I don't know. Nilpotent is so iconic and useful that he probably is an All-Stars tier. But I almost don't want to put Nilpotent just because there are so many formats where it just wasn't useful. There were so many decks where it just wasn't enough to help you. Azazel, but yes, I call them Nilpotent effects. Yeah, Azazel is probably the next best one. Nilpotent is just slightly below All-Stars tier for me. Like, it's still one of the most important unlimited staples that you will still play to this day. Repose! Yes, that's actually a good point. Repose would be the next more iconic one. Fuck that guy. Nilpotent was a less disgusting repose, but very cheap, and you could extend its countdown. I didn't even... If there's for some reason any Zoomers that don't even know what the Nilpotent is, reduces damage your dealer takes into... They can't take more than 3 damage. So narrows down the amount of damage you take, will help you survive against big damage OTKs, was always there for you, was always useful to have, except when it wasn't, and those times where it wasn't useful really fucking pissed me off, so I just keep that as S tier. Not quite All-Stars. Otherworld Rift. This was hard. Banish, search for an artifact. I think it sits alongside Hakrabi, where it was pretty heavy, but it was still useful. It was tall removal, and also get a guy. Did you have to be in Rezo to get the search though? No, you didn't. Yeah, you just get the guy. Yeah, Otherworld Rift hard removal was uncommon at the time. Tall hard removal was uncommon. Hard removal that banish was uncommon, and also get an artifact out of it was pretty decent. Oh. Ooh. I think Biofab is All-Stars. Because, spoiler alert, obviously Augmentation is going to be up here, but Augmentation, Accelerating, Biofab was the iconic trio that enables so much shit. All-Star, this deck was part of the turn 2 kill deck. That is true, yeah. It was part of the combo with Kasim, turn 2. Not quite FTK, but STK, second turn win. I have some hesitance putting Biofab up there, only because Accelerating Augmentation was used in every single version of Artifact, including Rainbow Artifact. Biofab isn't quite at that level. No, Biofab deserves it. I think it probably does. Maybe my standard for All-Stars is too high. Well, that's kind of the whole point of All-Stars, is that it has the highest standards. But yeah, Biofab was at that level of being one of the most abusable cards, especially after they made Dog, obviously. I think the reason why I'm iffy is because, like, much like Nilpotent, I bricked off of Biofab in a lot of games too. But that's a skill issue at that point. Magna Legacy. Was he even take 2? Magna Legacy AoE. AoE to followers equal to the number of artifact cards destroyed during this match. I never, ever get good numbers with Legacy. Anytime I ever play it. Legacy, like, he reads as pretty decent during that era, but you don't realize how difficult it actually was to spawn any artifacts to get destroyed during early Portalcraft. I want to put him in D tier. I don't think he quite breaks your account because he's really pretty. He's not even good in All-Stars either. I think he was in the early Take-Two All-Stars pool, and he was still pretty bad. I just like this guy a lot. He looks so fucking cool. He's one of the more iconic boomer cards, but he's also really bad. It saw some use in Dawnbreak versus Arthur. That's just enough to put it in D tier for me. It had a use. It's not offensively bad to break your accounts. Not quite useful for Take 2. But it had a singular use against a real deck. Yeah, sure, good enough for me. Yeah. Artifact Mom. Iconic, not All-Stars tier. Not All-Stars tier because again, she doesn't support every single version of Artifact. But Deus Ex Machina is what made Artifact, she's the entire point of Artifact. Deus Ex and Accelerating were the entire point of Artifact that created the iconic playstyle of cheating play points and drawing cards. Deus Ex, unfortunately, just like, she doesn't have that lifespan in Unlimited because she's too fucking fat. Although she was, when she rotated out and got buffed to 5 costs in Unlimited, she did ruin Unlimited format for the first several expansions. Now we're moving on to Dawnbreak cards, which I'm still not fully familiar with a bunch of these. Like, who the fuck is this again? I started playing at the end of Dawnbreak, but I still didn't use that many of these cards. Oh, this is a Prime Artifact Generator! You put a Prime Artifact into your deck, and you evolve to add an artifact. I don't think this saw play, though. I think this would be a good Take-Two card. It's weird as a good Take-Two card, but like... I think I did use this as a Icarus at home, but then I'd keep searching the one Prime early in the game, and I'd get mad. But Prime Artifact was actually, like, fine in Take-Two. And just having artifact searches in general was good enough for Take-Two. So... she's not C tier. She's not bottom of C tier. She's not quite D tier. Yeah, I think I'm putting her in Take-Two. Even though I'd never even played her in Take-Two. Who? Cruel Puppet Master? Clash, put a puppet into your hand. No, I don't think so. You'd have to evolve him to get the Clash off, and even then, it's only one puppet, so who cares? Junk! Hell yeah, brother. Junk is sitting next to Sub at top of B tier, where it's one of the better puppet generators, just not quite as broken as Puppet Room. You know, I'm suddenly starting to think that Fervent is B tier. Because, like, I'm putting the best cards of each of these respective archetypes into A tier. And Fervent wasn't quite as broken compared to Icarus, so I'm changing my mind there. I'm adding my tier this year. But yes, Junku was also important. Junk was also usable with... she was usable as a 3-drop with Sova. You didn't get the Fanfare, but it still has Last Words. Fanfare and Last Words get Puppet, so... there weren't that many cards in this era that made multiple puppets, which is why Junk was so important. Rocket Knuckle! Deal 3 damage to the guy. If there are any artifact cards in hand. Randomly discard, deal 6. No. One of the better random discard artifact guys, but like... Eh. Just in general, all the cards that force you to ram discard artifact were pretty bad, except Nobodent. Nobodent was the exception. Miriam! We all love Miriam. Maybe it might be S tier. No, I'm gonna put her in A tier. Miriam, choice. If you're in Rezo, was it in Rezo? Am I a fake fan? If you're in Rezo, you play her as the nice Miriam to search artifact. And if you're not in Rezo, I think. Oh wait, no, just if you're in Rezo in general, you have choice to choose either one. So nice Miriam was search. Oh no. I am a fake fan. I keep getting them mixed up. So it was the Devil Miriam that added artifact into hand, and it was the Angel Miriam that would put Radiant and Prime into deck. Now, the Angel effect was fake as hell. Usually, if you're doing the Angel, it has to be either late game. Like, if you do Angel early game, you're just sabotaging your deck. Because both Prime and Radiant are way too heavy. And you're gonna search into them early on and get pissed off. But Miriam was one of the most accessible artifact searchers at the time. And was also still used in Unlimited Artifact for a while, in fact. Dirk! This is the guy that was a rush, puts a random. You search for a 3-drop or lower artifact. So like you could search for Mystic, but like, I think he was an okay Take 2 card though. Generally for Take 2, especially back in early Take 2, the guys that don't make you have to evolve were pretty good. So a rush to run into a guy and also add to hand an artifact was fine. Good old Crystal Cannon! This is the guy that, whenever you play an artifact, you deal damage, or rather, whenever an artifact that originally cost at least 3 play points comes into play, deal 3 damage to a random guy. If there are no enemy falls on the field, it deals 3 to face. Crystal Cannon? I've done so many goofy meme decks with Crystal Cannon. I don't know. I don't think Crystal Cannon was used in any real decks. But it was just really fun trying to spam out Mystics and Radiance with Crystal Cannon. 4 cost was pretty heavy to invest into. 4 cost pass was pretty bad. But if you can use, like, when you got your Mystics going, start hitting phase, control field, or whatever, it was cute. It was fine. And I have tried an unlimited meme deck playing Crystal Cannon with Paradigm Shift, and it was okay. Zwei! Zwei summons Victoria, and evolves, gives Victoria double attack. Zwei, I remember using Zwei a lot, but much like Noah, she kind of fell off real bad. She was only really decent for like one format. And even then, she was still kind of heavy. I think she was only used as a 1 of in puppets. I fucking love Zwei though. Zwei being the hotter sister between Orcus and Zwei. Zwei is a schizo one. She's a bad bitch one. Zwei is fine, but because of lack of options. Yeah, you played her, but you didn't really have a whole lot of other options. She was pretty heavy, and investing Evo on her in that time at turn 7 was kind of tough. Especially since she doesn't gain Evo stats either. She just gives the Victoria double attack, which did come up quite a bit, but yeah. Not quite. Now that I think about it, I think these 3 artifact cards will use more than Tranquil Cog, so I'll put Cog on the bottom. Devil of the Craps. I used her, but I don't remember if anyone else used her. Fanfare, you put Blade of Light or Blade of Dark into hand. OG Blade of Light was give a follower -1, give a follower -2 +2 and ward. And Blade of Dark was give a unit +2 attack and remove the effects. Because I remember using Devil of the Gaps on like aggro portal. I use it in aggro portal to use a 1-drop token spell to buff up a guy to hit face. And I think I used to jump scare opponents by playing a turn 3 Maisha, because OG Maisha can't hit face without Evo. I would do turn 3 Maisha, Maisha survives, and then Devil of the Caps negate Maisha's effects so that Maisha can do for the face. I don't think anybody else used this. I used her, but nobody else did, I'm pretty sure. But because I used her, I put her in D tier. Heartless Battle? Heartless Battle was pretty damn good. Yeah, I'll put Heartless Battle in B tier alongside these other puppet cards. Heartless Battle to generate Victoria to help you clear shit without committing evil is pretty good. Heartless Battle makes either Victoria or Lloyd and also adds a puppet to hand. But then you can in-hand 7 to give it extra defense. Give the token +3 defense and Bane. Lloyd, actually, the Lloyd came up quite a bit because Lloyd was a spell lord. I didn't mention, but Victoria was a 3 attack, 1 defense rush token that follow strike deal damage to the enemy follower equal to her attack. You could like evolve Victoria to deal 10 if you really had to, for example. But Lloyd was a ward that if the opponent targets something, they have to target Lloyd. So Lloyd was actually useful to dodge certain like spells, obviously, but also it would dodge OTKs. Like say Mysteria and Sorcery, they would have to target Lloyd. They have to kill Lloyd before and Sorcery could hit the face. Oh god. That which erases whenever an effect puts card into deck, banish a random enemy follower or amulet. This card was really funny with the 0-cost spells, Biofab and Mechanization. It was funny, but was it meme funny? It wasn't take 2 level. It kinda is a Brickshire account card. Because you never actually played this, but I think I'm willing to convince myself to put it into meme tier. Because much like God put it, I did have a shitty build that tried to spam out banishes with the 0-cost spells with that which erases. I do remember teching in that which erases. He's also one of those Portalcraft cards where you see this and you're like, what the fuck is this? He's one of those Eldritch abominations that just confuses you. Rhino! Rhino's also meme tier. OG Rhino, Rush Fanfare, gains stats. Gains attack equal to a number of remaining artifact cards in deck. And strike put 3 artifact rhinos into the deck. Do you count Resurgent? No, Resurgent is a whole separate card in this tier list. All the way down here. I think. He should be down here. Is he not down here? He should be down here. Oh, wait, give me a second. Eh. Sorry about that. Wait, did that kill the music? Or the music is too quiet now? Sorry, my mom called me asking if she wants to pick up Taco Bell. If I want her to pick up Taco Bell. Okay, Rhino is here. I was worried I missed something. Okay. Emergency P Taco. I do gotta do a P Taco sometime soon. So this Rhino was at least a notable meme because you could play New Order just to flex. New Order gives you a whole deck of artifacts. So you could do New Order into Rhino just to flex a 20 attack Rhino to do nothing with it. It's just instant dice removal. It didn't work, but it was at least it's at least a meme that's worth acknowledging. Jessica. Did I play this? I feel like I played this. Oh, also, Orcus is not here right now because I put in the leader art, and the leader art came out later. So I'll find Orcus. I'll find Orcus eventually and talk about her next. She came out in Alter Sphere. Oh god, where the fuck is she? Oh god. Oh dear. Why is she down here? Alright, well. Okay. So OG Orcus. OG Orcus, as iconic as she is, she's just fine. Because OG Orcus was kind of difficult to use. 8 cost Fanfare, generate 3 puppets, but then you can also use her choice to make the Resolute Orcus, or the... You can make either Nice Armpit Orcus or Angry Schizo Orcus. Angry Schizo Orcus was the finisher, but she was kind of tough. Because you would have to use... So OG Angry Orcus transforms puppets when they hit the field into the marionettes. You would summon Marionette Uno first, and then Marionette Du. You would summon the Storm Marionette after that. If you have 4 puppets on an empty board, it could be like a 9 Storm to face. But like, having space, having board space, and having the puppets in hand as fodder for Angry Orcus was actually pretty tough. The Resolute Orcus was you play 1 puppet. The first puppet you play becomes a Lloyd. Did it gain stats actually? I don't remember. I'm looking it up right now. You would heal 3 and summon Lloyd, but the Lloyd didn't gain extra stats or whatever, so... This Orcus was actually pretty mid. It was there, but it wasn't as impactful as of a card compared to Noah. Oh god, wait. Now that I think about it, I kind of think she's C tier. Oh, that almost seems too mean to do to my girl Orcus, but I mean, she gets better forms later on. She gets exactly 1 good form, I mean, but like... No, I think she is C tier. Because like, she was only good for the 1 deck. She was only good... She was only good when Noah made Puppet good. And Orcus was not good enough to keep Puppets good. So, I think she is top of C tier. You hate to see it, but you hate to C tier it, but she really wasn't that great, unfortunately. After trying to play her again in, I think I played an Omen throwback. She was okay in Omen throwback. Yeah, this is gonna be a really long stream, huh? It's been an hour and a half and we're only 3 expansions in. Jessica gives a unit +1 attack. If that follower can be targeted by enemy effects, your opponent can only target that follower. It turns a follower into a damage ward, into a spell ward. I think I did use this in aggro portal. She was not good, but I used her as a buff in aggro portal. Buff up the turn 2 guy and hit face with the turn 2 guy. When I say aggro portal, nobody else fucking played my version of aggro Portalcraft back then, but like, I consider that to be a use case to put it in D tier and not into Brickshire account tier. This is Brickshire account tier. Ancient War Machine, whenever an artifact follower comes into play, he gains ward. Who asks? 1 for ward? That's it? Whatever, who cares? Imagine you're doing a gold Lego tier list with every single gold Lego or with a waifu one. I would have a lot more to say about the waifus for sure. Enkidu? Ward Fanfare put Gilgamesh into hand if Vezo is active for you. Enkidu was pretty bad. Was it take 2 though? Because Gilgamesh wasn't that good either. Now, Enkidu did get summoned with a more modern card, I think. Am I thinking of the right thing? There's that one modern neutral that was summoned Enkidu and Gilgamesh together, right? But I think that's neutral, not Portalcraft, so... 2 mana, 1/4 stat line. Bro, if you want to play a 2 mana, 1/4 stat line, you play Vengeance Blood at the time with Spiderweb. Yeah, the new Gilgamesh summoned Enkidu, but we don't count modern cards summoning these cards as they kind of function more like tokens rather than standalone cards in that case. Gilgamesh was fine back in year 1, but that was before Portal. Gilgamesh himself is one thing, but Enkidu wasn't actually used in any proper Portalcraft decks. Maybe it was used in Take 2. I don't know, it seems like a bit much for Take 2 though. It doesn't seem as... Like, it's a card that makes a card for Take 2. That's useful, but nah. Ancient Apparatus. This is not the Resurgent form. The Resurgent form is broken. This one is the one that you could choose. So the basic effect is, at the end of your turn, randomly generates Mystic, Radiant, Prime. Those bitches are too heavy for you to bother to do that in normal decks. If Rezo is active, you have the choice of making either Squadron or Glow. Glow? You know what, actually? I'm pretty sure Artifact Glow was used as a tech in Unlimited for you to play unlimited artifacts to heal a bunch. That's a use case, not put it into bottom tier. And the Squadron was at the start of your turn, you search for a 3 cost or higher artifact guy. I think Glow is decent enough to put it at D tier, but it never saw play in rotation though. Was this a card that you teched to draw the Zuli? Wait, is that why people ban it? I use it for heal. Wait, that actually makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense actually. Yeah, because Azuli was a main deck 3 cost for the Squadron to search into. I'll bump it up to high D in that case. Next we have... Basilius? Basilius is pretty fucking based. He was on evolve AoE. Banish. 3 costs or lower. He was an AoE substitution. However, he didn't gain Evo stats. And saving Evo... Like, Evo points were a lot more valuable back then. So spending an Evo on Basilius was impactful, but... saving Evo for Basilius didn't really feel that good. But Basilius was... he didn't have the longevity the way that all these other cards did, I think. Because I think I only used Basilius in a couple of formats, maybe. So I think he's high T. I think he's high C. Oh man, Nikola. Nikola's also a complicated issue where Nicholas was nerfed, and he was never actually properly unnerfed until recently. Actually, is he even unnerfed? He was a 4-cost 4/3. Fanfare summoned the Robomi Amulet. The Robomi Amulet was Countdown 3. Last word summon Robomi, which was a 5/5 ward artifact. And Enhance 8 subtracts 3 from the countdown of all your Robomi Amulets. So what people would do is that you could actually slay multiple Nicolases in the mid-game and then crack open all the Robomis all together on Enhance 8. I never did that growing up. When I was a kid, I never had the chance to do that play because I didn't know that was an option. But I guess Nicholas was so good in Puppet. Because Puppet just played as a pretty good mid-range deck at the time. Nicholas was just so good value that nerfing Nicholas was a huge blow for Puppet at the time. But like, even if Nicholas got unnerfed while he was still in rotation, I don't think he would do much. Like, aside from that one format, I don't think unnerfed Nicholas would have mattered. Especially since after, like, Omen, for example. Enhance 8's Nicholas wouldn't do shit in Omen format. He was nerfed. Yup, it was Nicholas and Nikola. I always get them mixed up. Nikola's a whole different guy. I get them all three mixed up. He was nerfed into a 5-cost. And his Enhance 8, I think, it only cracked open one Mobomi. Yeah, it was Enhance 8 subtract 3 from that Amulet's countdown. So it only crack open the one Amulet that he spawned. He was a 5-cost? Oh no, like... Oh damn, I just found it. He was a 4-cost. Yeah, he became a 5-cost 5/4 after the nerf with the different Enhance 8. I guess he's unnerfed finally, but I think he was one of the last cards to get unnerfed, which was really weird. Next. Conductor? I fucking hate this card, man. Every time I saw Conductor in Take 2, it made me real mad. Because it's so awkward. Select 2 guys, deal X damage to the first follower, and Y damage to the second follower. X equals the attack of the second follower, and Y equals the attack of the first. So, like, when you use this correctly, it can remove 2 guys, which actually is good for Take 2. It is fine for Take 2, but it made me really mad, because I only got it in, like, the worst scenarios. That sounds good for a 2-play one. Yeah, if they made a card like this, if they made an effect like this with a cheaper cost, that'd be amazing. Ooh! Para. Not to be confused with Paracringe. Parasidicis so sus. This guy was a really good mid-range card. This is like Basilius, where I'm not sure if he uses after... Oh, my mom's calling again. BRB. Sorry. My mom was asking me what drink I wanted, and I had to explain Baja Blast to her. She walked in to talk about, and I had to explain which one was Baja Blast to her. Okay, so, where was I? Oh yeah, Parasies. Yeah, this guy was a really good mid-range card. Evolve to get either Guard Form Golem or Strike Form Golem. The Golems were pretty uncommon at the time. Guard Form was 3-3 Ward, Strike Form was 3-3 Rush, enhanced to get buff stats. Pretty good, one of your better evos at the time, but similar to cards like Basilius, it was inconvenient managing your evo effects in early Shadowverse, in early Portalcraft, and he didn't really see much play after that. I don't think I really used Parasitus after Altosphere, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember this. Oh, dude! Oh, dude. Oh, man. Kookaroo! Look at me go! So Kookaroo was the best target to use with Silva, who we're gonna go into in just a moment. Kookaroo was Father Strike, deal 2 damage to the enemy follower, and Enhance 5, you get the fucking Opie Lolly. You get Kami. And Kami was last words, deal 1 damage to random enemy 3 times. So I used to use Kookaroo and Kami for not just Silva in general, but just aggro. Even after puppets got nerfed, I used her in aggro portal. Cause Kookaroo can just RNG hit face a bunch of times. You big dummy face. I fucking love Kookaroo. I fucking love Kami. Sadly, she's only high C. Cause this is another case where she was only really good for like a month. And then the deck immediately died. She was really good for that month though. Her Enhance 5 was also pretty good value at the time too. Enhance 5 to get the Kami. Does your mom know that you're a VTuber? I don't think she knows what that is. Spark! This is the bad Spark. Transform an artifact card in your hand into an artifact Spark. Deal 4 damage to any leader. I don't think this was good in Take 2. This wasn't good in rotation. I don't think this was used in anything. I didn't even use this as a meme. I think I tried using this when I first got into Portalcraft, when I just assumed that most cards would be useful for something, and it's not useful. 5 cost to deal 4 direct to the face, even if you generate these multiple times, is just... Maybe use this like a similar case as fucking Imperial, where it's just burn damage you can do. You can plop out, ignoring wards, but like, no, nobody really played it. Not even me. Silva though, I fucking love Silva. Silva's one of my favorite cards. She can't go any higher because she's another card that only was good for like a month. But damn, she was so much fun in that month. Excel 3, put a follower that originally cost 3 play points or less from hand into play, give it rush. And leader effect, the first time you attack that turn, deal 1 damage to face. And it's stacked. Silva Float Portal. True, I did play her in Float Portal Unlimited for a bit. So like, this stacked, if you got multiple Silvas, you get multiple pings to face. And like I said with all these other guys, your good targets were Kookaroo, Automaton, and Junk was acceptable too. Silva is what made puppets actually scary. Because puppets weren't really useful. The core puppet cards were there the entire time. But puppets weren't actually scary until Silva came out to give them that extra damage. Give them that extra ping damage so that no one could actually close games. Sadly, the moment that puppets died, Silva just kind of fell off because they never really made any other cards or decks that worked alongside her. Silva is the one where people make those videos of girl characters getting pinged 9 times in a row. True, it's the one that has all those videos that makes all the leaders moan by taking 1 billion damage in a row. Ooh, speaking of moaning. Lokoko! Whoa. Lokoko Enhance 5 to transform an enemy into a teddy bear. Lokoko was pretty useful as a tall removal. But again, I keep saying this, but she was a case where she fell off after... Actually, no. Lokoko kind of had a bit more... a bit of a longer shelf life compared to these other puppet cards. Because that tall removal was actually still good in the Shana. Not amazing, but it was still around for the Shana. That was Fairy Barrage doing it 20 times. Oh no, it's not the same. A new puppet just for me? You know, I'm still mad that Ewell never got a proper puppet deck and that puppet in general sucked there. Yeah, like you could get away, in Ewell you could kind of get away with playing aggro, pile to some extent. Obviously not in the current day unlimited, but I had several times where I was able to play unlimited aggro using a bunch of puppet cards, including Silver, but it was always just whatever. Oh my god! Top of memorable meme tier. Funny eyeball, dude. Funny eyeball, Madachio. Whenever you proc Rezo +2/+2, on strike, deal 2 damage to all enemies if this follower has at least 10 attack. I've seen an entire Twitter account dedicated. There's a random JP Twitter account, either that or YouTube channel, that's entirely dedicated to Malachio memes, to eyeball memes. Because you could give this guy a billion stats with modern day unlimited artifact, and nowadays you could actually give this guy Storm with in-hand 6 guy. Like, this guy has a feasible meme OTK in unlimited. This is one of those cards that I experimented with just because it was funny. Even just getting a couple of Rezo procs still gave this guy a lot of attack, which was not like that big of a deal, but it was really funny. The problem is that he just didn't stick. He doesn't gain any defense on Evo, so he was really easy to remove. But he's funny, and therefore funny meme puts him in memorable meme tier. Hydra was fine. Hydra's at a similar level as Mecha Wing, where I'm not happy to use her, but she was useful as a artifact generator, meaning we didn't really have many other generators to use. She was used in Steel Rebellion era though, where there was really no point in even playing artifact though. In that case, I think I put her in D tier in that case. She's the one that makes either guard form or strike form, and if you have Rezo, you make both of them. Like, I've used this card quite a bit, but I wasn't really happy using her. Silver Automaton wasn't really good in rotation, but it's pretty damn good in Take 2. It's a giant-ass ward. Giant-ass ward that would, generate, I think, 2 puppets. Last words, 2 puppets. Yeah, last words, add 2 puppets. Just having a fat-ass ward to make puppets in Take 2 was pretty good. Didn't really see much play outside of that. Servants? I didn't really like using Servant. Servant destroy a guy. So in the Omen cards, by the way, if you haven't noticed. If you haven't realized. Destroy another allied Portalcraft follower or Amulet without countdown. And then deal 3 damage to a random guy. Yeah, he's fun in Take 2. I didn't like using him in rotation, but he was pretty decent in Take 2, just as removal that didn't force you to use Evo. Ah, dude, Wind Up was one of our better puppet generators for a long time. 2-drop, make a puppet. If you're in Rezo, make 2 puppets. I almost was put it at the same level as Puppet Room if the Rezo requirement was so fucking annoying. Like, the Rezo requirement is just inconvenient. It's what bounces the card, you know, but it was so inconvenient that you would only really be able to resolve Wind Up on certain curves. With Luciana, she's all the way down here, because a bunch of the alt arts are all down here on the bottom. I had to put the wedding arts in this tier list. Would you rather have 1 puppet or 2 puppets? Wind Up is goated. Wind Up is goated, but I think it's the restriction isn't quite enough to put it in A tier for me personally. And you get better overall puppet generators over time, and like, also Wind Up was after the Noah nerf. So Wind Up was only really used with Lishana, and Lishana, as much as we love Lishana was never actually top tier. Lishana was always there, but she never warped the meta. Inspector was... Inspired Inventor was pretty fine. Inspired Inventor was nice to fill out curves. Her tummy is hot, yes. One drop, you could choose to either make the one drop amulet that if your opponent's at 10 or less, if your opponent's in vengeance, basically, get rid of the amulet to deal 1 to face. Or you get the 2-drop amulet that if you're at 10 defense or less, you heal 3. Inspired was pretty good at keeping you alive. Again, she was only used in Lishana, and that Lishana wasn't actually that impactful, but it was nice. The amulet doesn't get destroyed, so it's really useful alongside Disciple. Now, Disciple was one of our best draw cards for a long time, because it was one of our only draw cards for a long time. Not quite A tier, but I'd say... over here in B tier. This is not a competitive tier list. Lishana was never competitive, that's the thing. She was around, but she was never like hyper competitive. Like during this time, Artifacts, Deus Ex Machina was still better, or at least more popular. And I did specify that this tier list is based off of usage in both rotation, mostly within rotation. There's some considerations for unlimited format, but Disciple was one of the better draw cards. 2 play point draw 2. You have to destroy a card to get the draw 2. So you could use Inspired's token amulet as a free destroy target. So these two were a nice package together for a kinda mid deck. But Disciple was the only card you could was the only saving grace to help you draw into the Shana. Mechanization. Oh man, is this S tier? No, it is S tier. Is it All Stars though? Mech is one of the best artifact generator cards. 0 cost spell, 0 cost broken. You can choose to put in 4 artifacts between a combination of 2 copies of 2 different artifacts, whether it be Ancient, Anno, Mystic, and Radiant. So you could use this to make the cheap artifacts, but it's also the most efficient way to generate Radiant artifacts too. Mech is still a staple of unlimited artifact, but Mech is one of... I'm gonna say that Mech is one of those cards that was only good for 2 formats, because Mech and that style of artifact just completely died the moment that Deus Ex Machina rotated out. So if I was just considering... If I was only considering unlimited format, then it's all the way up here, but not quite at that level in my opinion. You're just right below that level. I know the real her! Apostle was mid as hell. Apostle was mid as hell, but he was still useful. Like, you would still use Apostle. So Apostle was a 4 cost, destroy another one of your cards to put a copy of it into hand and reduce the cost of that card by 3. So Apostle was there as the backup plan. Like, you weren't happy to use him, but he was there to make copies of the Shana Amulet and Maisha. Because you could get a 0 cost Maisha. Sometimes if you're a really good player, you could play a Maisha early on, Apostle the next turn to pop it, put a 0 cost Maisha into hand, so you have access to Maisha Storm early into the game. That wasn't that big of a deal because you wouldn't have enough stats destroyed guys to give Maisha enough stats to lethal, but still. 4 play point 3/3 to do nothing most of the time. Yeah, he was like pretty bricky most of the time. But he's one of those cards that like it didn't feel good to use and it would clog in your hand. But the situations where he did come up were really useful. Kind of like some of his Vives. Vives was pretty heavy, but whenever she did come up, it was pretty useful. So I'd say like a mid to low C tier. Rukina, this card is... Rukina on paper reads so strong. Rukina 2-drop that gives all your cards, all your false effect that cannot be destroyed by card effects. That sounds really that sounds really good, but it's actually not that useful. Like, it would give you free destroy targets for Disciple, for example. It makes it so that your puppets don't have to be destroyed at the end of your turn, but it's just not, it just doesn't matter most of the time, because they still die to regular ass damage. It's not that much destroy removal that Lucina stops for her to be that impactful. And the puppet combos with her are just not that useful anyway. I've tried memes with her and the memes never work. Ooh, Destructive Refrain. Destructive Refrain is similar to Apostle. Way better than Apostle, but similar case as Apostle, where it felt pretty bricky, but when you got it in the late game. Refrain is 4-drop, destroy one of your cards. Deal AoE damage to opponent's field equal to the cost of that. So the Lishana amulets were 10 costs. So Refrain was useful for being a 10 cost AoE board wipe when you still didn't have Destruction in Black ready yet. But Refrain was only good for Lishana, not quite as generic or versatile compared to generic puppet or artifact cards. Within that archetype, it was really useful. What tier list is this? Every single Portalcraft card. We're not even halfway through. We're only like 3 or 4 expansions in, and I really gotta pee. So after I finish these, after I finish the Omen cards, I'm gonna go pee. Email. Email was pretty bad. I kind of forgot we had a Take 2 tier for a moment, actually. Was Email even that good for Take 2? So Email was on Evo, you summon an artifact from deck. You summon an artifact that costs 3 play points or less from deck. So you could get an Anno, get a draw for that, you can get another Ward with Mystic, whatever. Get Ancient. I used Email in my Altarsphere deck, and I liked him. I tried really hard to make him good. It's Bricker a meme. He wasn't really a meme card though. I think he's like a mid D tier card where he was useful. As in, I found use for him. I had a use for him. That use wasn't that good, and that use was only for like 1 month of one single deck, but like, he's not that bad of a card. He's not that bad. He's kinda bad. Also, I forgot to say that he's a ward that he has an invocation! I've never even seen his invocation. I did his invocation maybe once in my life. At the end of your turn, after these 10 allied artifact cards have been destroyed this match, invoke this card. Wow, it's a free ward you can invoke. Like I said though, you don't actually destroy that many artifacts back in the day. It's really hard to get actually high number of artifacts destroyed, much like Saphira. So he didn't actually come up. But the one time I did it was funny. New Order's meme. Like I said, New Order to make a whole deck of fat artifacts. Banish all cards in your deck. Put 10 Mystic artifacts, 10 Radiant artifacts, and 10 Prime artifacts into deck. You know it's bad but not even funny? He's not even meme worthy? Nah, dude, there was New Order alongside shit like Crystal Cannon and Rhino that made him funny. It never worked, but it's an interaction that's funny enough to put into meme tier. Also, honestly, he's actually a good Take 2 card. When I was playing last month, the Grand Prix was a shitty ass generic Take 2 format, and that shitty ass generic Take 2 format had New Order, and New Order actually, I lost the New Order pretty fucking badly. I'm putting him into a meme tier, but he's actually a genuinely valid Take 2 card. Ayatonko, hello Celia. Name one meme combo with him. I just said 2. That might be an old comment. You might have been that might have been delayed that you didn't hear the memes, but I listed at exactly 2 combos: Crystal Cannon Burn, because they're all heavy artifacts, and Rhino. Oh, and when you do a new order to make mystic artifacts, ooh, you're innovating your email. Evo is live because you can summon mystic artifacts. Okay, I'm gonna go piss. BRB. I'm back. Chat, we're 2 hours in already. Actually going to be a 2,000-hour stream. I don't think we're gonna have time to do the blue archive stream, chat. The blue archive tier list. That's the most important tier list. Also, as expected, I instructed my mother to get Mountain Dew Baja Blast. She got regular Mountain Dew. This one, the regular Mountain Dew is more piss colored than it is green colored. Scam. It's actually crazy how much of a downgrade OG Mountain Dew is compared to Baja Blast. OG Mountain Dew literally tastes like dishwater if you let it go warm, if it gets lukewarm. 5-hour stream at worst. No, I have a lot more to yap about for other cards probably. Because most of these cards were cards I barely played. I actually played almost all of these cards. So Marinette is a crazy take-through card. Insane when we get the enhance that goes with them. Well, we're not factoring Draco Marinette as the modern enhanced card that makes 2 copies of it. As an actual standalone card by itself. It's actually fun in take-two. It's the one that's on Fanfare make 2 puppets, and whenever a puppet comes into play, deal 1 to face. He's a fat body with burn damage. He's basically a take 2 win con, yeah. Zealot is this was a stinky destruction card. Fanfare, destroy another allied Portalcraft follower or guy, whatever. Summon analyzing artifact. Zealot is pretty bad, but like he's also okay in take 2. I don't know if I want to put him in take 2 tier, but I was forced to play this guy in take 2 in the last Grand Prix, and he's okay, but not okay enough for me to put him in. Actually, no, I will. Reason being that I am factoring in like the take 2 usage within that rotation. And I hate to admit it, but Zealot just being a draw card in take 2, in boomer ass take 2, because there was a Rebirth of Glory take 2 last month for Grand Prix, and I was forced to play this shit, and it was okay. Viola didn't do shit. Viola, whenever an allied puppet comes into play, give it +2 defense, and on evolve you get a puppet into hand. So I used to try out a combo using Viola with the buffed up puppets alongside Rukina, so the puppets become 0, 1, 3 little shitters that could rush, survive, and don't destroy an alternative Rukina. It didn't do shit though. I tried doing that meme. Why isn't Epitaph in take 2? The reason why is that I think all of these guys that have to discard, to get the effects for take 2, it's really difficult to get artifacts in hand in old ass take 2 as cost for this shit. So Epitaph being a Bane card is useful for take 2, but like the condition is very inconvenient to set up. Okay, just for you Alt Force, I'm gonna put Epitaph at the top of Picture Account. Joy! Joy is pretty good. Is Joy B tier? I think I put it at the same level as Inspired. Joy Destruction is the 1 cost destroy guy to deal 4 damage to guy. Joy was a really convenient, cheap removal spell, and you actually were able to use this in Artifact to some extent in early Modesty. Because in early Modesty, you could pop like you're analyzing this shit before your opponent has a chance to banish them. Early Modesty was really, really bad, but at least there was another use case with Joy, at least, outside of just Lishana. Lad. That's a take 2 card. Lad is enhance 5 for a free Evo. And with Evo, it has last words get a puppet. Nothing too crazy, but free Evos typically are good value for take 2. If you were really desperate for puppets in Ishana, yeah. He's a free Evo crash into another puppet with Ishana. Angle of Iron Steed. Did I even use this in Altosphere Portal? 3/3 that generates a Anno and a Ancient, put them in the deck. It's the it's like a in-between between Icarus and Lion. Did I use it in Altosphere? I feel like I did. This is also, Altosphere is also when they first started making these actual full statted 3-drops. 3-drop, 3/3 with effect. That's crazy. Back in my day, before I started playing this game, back in my day, you had to be vanilla to be 3/3 at 3 costs. There are no better 3-drops for Portal. You literally have Fervent right there. In between Inventor and Lion. But like Icarus. Icarus was the most iconic Ancient. Well, I mean, she didn't like make... This one can't search for artifact. By the time that Angel came out, artifact was already rotating out. I guess you did make space for Angel, but she was only useful for the one single format. And even then, I'm struggling to remember if I even made space for her. I think I took her out of my build, actually. I'll put her down here next to Saphira, where she was useful, but not for very long. Onslaught! This fucking card. I have a personal vendetta against this card, because this is one of the only Portal Bronze or Silvers that I still don't have an animated copy of. Outside of the really, really old Crown Genesis ones. For Playable and Banned Search. Now, that's really good value. Balancing and Searching was really good. But again, I don't think I played this in rotation that much. Much like the Angel, I'm not sure if I made space for this in my Alter Sphere Deus Ex Machina. Because it's kind of heavy and inconvenient. It's a take 2 card. At worst, it's a take 2 card. It's like a really broken take 2 card. I just don't think I played it in Standard very often. I didn't want to play in Standard because I didn't have any shiny copies of it. The name was pretty cool. The name was pretty cool in a deck that didn't matter. I like Liam. I'm gonna put him in low C because he wasn't actually played that much. I like Liam a lot though. You know what? Actually, he's a take 2 card. Because he wasn't really used in Standard, but he's a really good take 2 card. So, Fanfare, put a puppet into hand. And on Evolve, you make Zwei! Tonko loves Zwei! Subtract the cost of Zwei by 1. So it gives you a 6 cost Zwei. It's a puppet generator. Decent Evo that gets you a card to play on your turn 6 for take 2. Yeah. Liam is prime take 2. He's in the good pool too. I did use Liam in rotation, but in like a Coke kind of way. The way that I did with all these D tier cards. Unlike these other D tier cards, I actually like it's actually for real good in take 2. Tyler? Tyler was good for her Excel. Excel to banish a guy with 2 defense or less. Put guard form and strike form into deck. And on Fanfare, you put different artifact files into deck into play until your area is full. You never use a Fanfare though. Yeah, it's Arthur at home. You never use a Fanfare. She's a 9 cost that has like her base stats are dog shit. And the artifacts you were making, randomly put different artifacts from deck into play. So unlike Duplicator, which came out later on, you have to have the artifacts still in the deck at turn 9. It's a lot of setup for a very mid board. She was okay for her Excel. But also, again, I didn't actually use her Excel that much in Deus Ex. And she wasn't useful from... Artifact wasn't useful from Steel Red onward, so she's a take 2. She's a take 2 card. An Excel banish removal for take 2. Oh yeah. You guys already know. Maisha's way up there. She's not... I don't think she's quite at the golden level because, you know... Because she's heavy. She's a turn 10 finisher. You had to save Evil for. But, like, Maisha became such a huge threat that anytime Portalcraft saved Evo, you were expecting them to kill you with Maisha. Maisha, a Fanfare draw card. Her base one can't attack immediately, her Evo can. Evolve, add time Purgation Blade. Purgatory Blade was the 7 cost token spell that you give a follower +4, but if you choose Maisha, she gets Storm and power equal to the number of cards destroyed. Maisha became the better Destruction win con compared to Dishana, because Maisha was more generic compared to Dishana. You use Maisha in both Destruction, Puppet, and also Artifact. And yeah, she was also the win con for Unlimited for a while, because you had ways to cheat out play points on Unlimited to use her on turn 7. 5 cost Deus Ex Machina with augmentation Acceleratium into Maisha was what destroyed the entire balance of Unlimited format. It irreparably changed the entire landscape for Unlimited moving forward. My voice is dying. Only 3 hours in, and my voice is dying, and my lips are chapped. I think the Mountain Dew is making my voice worse. Dine! I don't even think Dine was useful as a meme. I tried memeing with him. He's a Take-Two card. But like, he's a rush, fanfare, deal 1 damage AoE to all enemies including face. If the total cost of allied artifact cards destroyed during the match is at least 20, he deals 5 instead. I don't think I put him in meme tier because even I didn't get that meme off. Like, it's one of those things where you just would play him in regular artifact and you just win normally with regular artifact. But being an AoE with Rush in Take-Two is actually really good, so I'm gonna place him into Take-Two tier. UO Portal didn't even put him in. Yeah, you can get the condition off with UO Portal. Like, he's still too heavy, and like 5 AoE at that point just doesn't really matter. Yeah, Portal killed Unlimited mid-range. Mid-range is still playable before stupid better than that. Everything changed in Unlimited when Augmentation dropped. Because we are doing a tier list stream, I ended up playing Nightbane with Caden and his friend. He bought a 3rd wheel. His friend is no joke named Kale. Kale and Kaelin. You can't make this up. You can't like this shit. Can't make this shit up. 5 play point deal 1 AoE is good. It's more so just being a rush body. Being a decent rush body that can there's like being a rush body that can hit other guys. In Take-Two, 1 AoE is whatever, but you can still pick off bodies with puppets in Take-Two, so it's fine. It's okay for Take-Two. Tonko, you could be playing Nightbane right now. Bro, no, like actually, Kaden and Igni invited me to Nightbane and before the stream. And I told them there wouldn't be enough time for me to play before my stream. Sylvia! Like, I did use Sylvia. I wasn't happy using her though. Sylvia was Excel. Excel 3, deal 3 damage to a guy. You could also spend an Evo to deal 3 damage AoE. And as a body, she's a ward, fanfare, deal 4 to her face. Deal 4 to an enemy, it can hit face and can be targeted. Like, sometimes you could plop Sylvia, much like Imperial. You could just plop Sylvia down if you just need a little bit of extra damage late in the game to close game, but like, I don't remember using Excel that much. The spend Evo to AoE can be useful, but you have to be really careful because it's mandatory. Like, you can use her in the early game without worrying about the EP spam, but like, if you excel with Sylvia, it's gonna use that EP. You have to be really careful with it. But having access to AoE is fine for Take-Two. You have to be really careful with it, but it was okay for Take-Two. Yeah, no, I don't think I think I tried using her in several different builds. Even my meme decks, and she didn't really do much in my meme decks either. Doc, have you been the Night Lords? No, I've been playing really slow. I haven't had a chance to play that much, and I still have like 3 Night Lords I haven't touched yet. Oh god! Everybody knows how I feel about this card. This is my favorite meme card of all time. This shit is such ass, dude. But this is like iconic ass, man. This is my favorite kind of ass, dude. Holy shit. The funny kidney stone, Orb of Desecration is my favorite meme card. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad, but it's like, it's the perfect meme card. It's so comically bad, and the payoff is not even that good. But it's you can't help but root for it. You can't help but cheer it on, you know? It's very endearing. Orb of Desecration. Countdown 25. You can also enhance 5 to subtract 15 from its cost. Whenever an ally follower is destroyed, subtract 1 from the countdown. And whenever a follower is evolved, whenever ally follower is evolved, you can subtract 2. Last words, summon Avatar of Desecration. Avatar of Desecration. End phase, it's a 4/4 Bane. At the end phase, randomly put 2 different Portalcraft followers from deck into play. So, it was, even with a whole bunch of puppets and free evos, it still took a long time to get the orb cracked. And even if it did, there weren't that many good followers for you to summon. That's why I used to play Construct and Amethyst Giant when Orb first came out, just because they were giant stat sticks. Draco would be fine too. I'm too stupid and stinky to have actually considered Draco. I'm actually really fucking stupid. Oh my god, did I not play Draco? I have an OG Ancient Orb of Desecration build when it first came out. I'm not sure if I had Draco mentioned on there. I mean, I wasn't really sure if I even played Constructs, so maybe Constructs was supposed to be Draco instead, but anyway. Yeah, no, this card is such ass because the condition is so inconvenient, and because the summon targets are completely random Portalcraft followers from deck, you can't afford to play normal Portalcraft followers. Like, say if you play Maisha, you could just end phase summon Maisha and she's just like, she doesn't do anything. She's a low stat, doesn't do anything. So you were forced to build this deck with mostly just neutrals and or spells or whatever. And your only Portalcraft followers had to be your summon targets. And they never did anything with this. It's such a cute concept, but they never did anything real with this card except maybe like Bell from it or something next set, but that's it. I've tried so many memes with this deck. All of them were bad, but all of them were so funny. Mia's really cute, but I don't even remember if I used Mia in the Shana. Mia's at least a take 2 Andy. I know Mia's good in take 2, but like, I don't remember using Mia in the Shana in rotation. So now we're in Sea Rebellion, and Sea Rebellion Artifact just rotated out. So Artifact is complete ass at this stage. Artifact is literally unplayable. The Shannon was the only real deck at that time, and the Shannon wasn't even that good. Mia is during your turn, whenever another ally follower evolves, put a puppet into hand and end hand 7. Gain +3/+3 and add 2 puppets into hand. She's not the strongest of these like evolve effect in hand 7 clones that were coming out in Steel Rebellion. She's okay. She's alright, I guess, but yeah, Resurgent Form is actually good. Slime! I actually did use Slime Girl as a meme. I've used Slime Girl as a shitty ass ambush at home. Slime is go to take 2. Slime is not even like Slime was not even that good in take 2. It's a in-hand 6 for free evolve. Like if the opponent, it has Intimidate, so they can't attack it. They can't attack it. If I used to use it as a shitty ass ambush at home, just give it a bunch of buffs. 4/4 can't attack is really hard to out. I'm speaking off of fresh experience because I'm one of the only people that actually played Rebirth of Glory Grand Prix Take 2 last month just because I wanted immediate armpits. I'm one of the only people that actually played that Grand Prix. Slime is okay in Take 2, but I want to acknowledge it more as a meme because I this again, it's just a me thing. I'm the only person that actually did this shit. But I used to I played slime, just stack a whole bunch of buffs on it and hope the opponent didn't have good removal, and it worked once. It's also meme energy because she goes from this slime pilot of slime, evolves into a pot of slime that has like tits. That has 2 bobs sticking out. Prototype warrior, bifurcating. Tonko loves bifurcating. Sadly though, as much as I love bifurcating, oh, I gotta go to bed, it's too late for me. Have a good tier list and make Lishana a mother. Thank you. I will, Lauren. Thank you. Wait, speaking of, we didn't do Lishana. Hold on. Lauren, you have to hear me talk about mothering Lishana. Sorry, she's all the way down here because the altars are clogged up down there. OG Lishana. OG Lishana. One of the most iconic characters in all the Portalcraft. Sadly, she's not, in my opinion, she's not actually that good. At least within rotation. Like, Lishana technically was carrying the whole craft, but that's mostly just because Portalcraft had nothing else to work with. Because during Omen and Altar Sphere, Artifact was the better deck. And after that, she was always just fine. She was always just alright. Lishana was the introduction of Destruction Portal. 1/4 Bane, she cannot be destroyed by effects. On Evolve, you add to hand the white statue. The what's the actual name again? I gotta be accurate. I gotta get the name correct. You get Destruction in Whites. Destruction in Whites was 10 cost amulet that on fanfare you get Destruction in Black. Both of them were 10 cost amulets that would get their cost reduced whenever you destroy a follower, whenever your follower is destroyed. Destruction in Whites, at the start of your turn, you'd heal 2 to your leader, and Destruction in Black was the win con that would deal 10 AoE to all enemies. So typically, once you drop Destruction in Black, it's really hard for your opponent to recover. Unless if they have Banish, or they just kill you before you kill them, which actually happened quite a bit. Lishana was never actually for real meta. She was always around though, and a lot of people still played answers to Lishana. Because even in Omen Throwback, Lishana wasn't a top tier deck, but a lot of people were still playing Banish removal just to deal with Lishana. The problem with Lishana though is that one, you don't have enough puppets, especially after Puppet Room rotated out. You didn't have enough puppets to really super duper turbo Lishana. And main issue, the main problem with Lishana is that you wouldn't fucking draw into her. Your only draw card was Disciple, so trying to draw into Lishana on curve was a fucking nightmare, dude. Like, if you did get her on time, it was nice and all, but like, there was enough stuff working against her that she's not quite S tier the way that these other cards were. It's more like Lishana was the backup plan alongside Maisha. Maisha was the real win con, difficult to tutor her. There is no tutor. There were no tutors for Lishana. She has no searchers. You would just have to like raw draw into her and hope for the best. I remember topping SVO back in the day with Lishana. Like, she still had results. Gabe used to be the Lishana enjoyer. Everybody enjoys Lishana. Lishana is the most iconic whore in all of Portalcraft. She has the most, in all Shadowverse maybe. She has the most fan art. She has the most loots. Everybody fucking loves Lishana. But OG Lishana was not actually the best thing ever. Pretty good. Pretty good. She was a backbone, but only because there was no other options. Anyway, Sorry for ignoring you for a while, Dishana. I was like 2 expansions late to mention her, but there she is. Wait, by that logic, hold up. Let's get 2 Ys out of the way, because I also missed Spinalia. Spin to win. My wife. Can we be friends? Spiffy. The sad, depresso, schizo. Spinalia was pretty fucking mid. Spin is D. Spin is not quite D, and I'm not saying that just because I want her to look good. Spin was used. Spin was used just because you had space for just generic things in early Portalcraft. Spin was used even in the actual good Portalcraft deck, not just Artifact, but she was actually used in Puppets. She was actually used in Puppets just because you had space to use her for mid-game. On Fanfare, you summon a Spinalia friend. Spinalia's artifact. 1/1. Last words can draw a card if it's opponent's turn, or search for an artifact if it's your turn. Now, Spinalia's friend obviously became a huge deal later on, but during this time, it was just a glorified last words draw 1. And with Spinalia, whenever an artifact hits the field, Spinalia gives the effect that during end phase, you random ping a follower at the end phase. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it was just enough in Boomer Shadowverse. Having a body, 2/5 body, summon the guy with a last words draw, a little bit of ping. It's really not much, but it kind of works, sort of. It's just so funny that Spin was automatically used a lot more in Puppets. Yeah, like, I struggle to even remember why she was using Puppets. I'm pretty sure she was just used because you didn't really have that many good mid-game options, but she was around, but barely, which is why she's lower C tier. Spinalia is extremely fucking mid. Oh, wait, actually, Spinalia, the reason why Spinalia is also fine, because you use Spinalia alongside Periculus. Because Peri actually made an artifact that you could use in Puppet as well. So you could do turn 7 Golem with Spinalia. It's not much, but it was still something. Again, she was only actually used in one single deck. I'm not sure if she was even used in Deus Ex Machina before Puppet, like in the first 2 expansions, but she had a use, which is why she's at least not in D tier. Did I miss any other guys? Any other boon cards? This guy shouldn't be here. I didn't want to put in collab cards. I have altars, but I want to put in collab cards. This guy gotta go. I'll take this guy out later on. Pull the strings! I don't know. Is there too narcissist for me to put it in memorable meme just because of my meme video? Nobody else did anything with this card except for me. But the meme with this card is really funny. My meme with this card is really funny. So put the strings, 4 cost. You banish a guy that costs... Was it 3 or 2? I think it's 2. You banish an enemy file that costs 2 play points or less. Summon it onto your field. And if Vezo is active on... if you have Vezo, you add a puppet into hand. So this was actually a useful meme / tech anti-meta for exactly 2 weeks against Rebirth of Glory Alana. Rebirth of Glory Alana was the 2nd best deck in format. She was a 2-drop before she got nerfed, right? And by nerf I mean buff, because she now dodged pull the strings. You would steal Alana, and then you would heal using Licht, your own 2-drop that would heal whenever you play puppets. So you would steal their Alana, ignore the stats of Alana. It doesn't matter if the Alana had 10 stats, you would just yoink it and use the Alana Amulet for yourself. Like, it was only useful against exactly one matchup that got nerfed anyway, but it was so funny. It was an auto win if you did pull it off. Yeah, all the way up here. Mech is one of the... Mech is the best artifact searcher. She might be an all-star tier. Mech has always been good. I could use the argument that she wasn't that good in rotation artifacts because rotation artifact was dead. But she's one of the most impactful cards. I guess... No, I use that same argument with Mech, which is why I put Mech in S tier instead of all-stars. But Mechagun is one of the most important artifact cards ever printed. Just one drop search artifact, just that easy. If you had to, you can enhance 8 to search for 2 artifacts and recover PP. That part didn't come up that often, but it was still there. Enhance 8 recover back to 7, but like just enabling early combos with unlimited artifact didn't really matter in rotation, which is why it's not quite all-stars tier, but she's one of the most important cards printed in Portalcraft history. Oh man. Chat loves the Spacer Bot. We all love the Spacer Bot. The Spacer was actually broken in Take 2. But the Displacer was nerfed actually. No, buffed. The Displacer was buffed actually. So he's a guy that Fanfare put Acceleratium into hand. So this was after Acceleratium got rotated out. Add Acceleratium. The triple S tier card, Acceleratium. After Acceleratium got rotated out, we got another card that made it anyway. Oh, that means it has to be S tier. And also put a random artifact into hand as well too. He actually got buffed. He used to be 5 cost, 4/5. Do you guys remember that shit? Displacer's peak cope. Displacer's not even that bad of a card. It was just, you know, again, printed in a format where artifact didn't matter. I think some people did play Displacer again in Unlimited after Accelerating got banned, but yeah, that's still pretty cool. That buff made Maisha good in Glory. Oh, wait. Oh god, wait. Artifact was good in Glory, right? But like, I don't believe that shit. Artifact got results in Glory, but I could never do anything with Rebirth of Glory Artifact though. That's a skill issue. That's one of those cases where people said Artifact was high tier, but it never fucking worked at all for me. What happened to my music? Oh, there it is. That's like a hole here in my logic for this era where, like I say, I downgraded some cards. I downgraded some cards because I didn't believe in Artifact in this era. Maybe Prototype was S tier because Rebirth Artifact was good. Alpha Core. Alpha Core actually did enable some memes. No, yeah, I think the reason why Rebirth Artifact was fine was because you used Alpha Core to cheat play points to use Maisha Eva early on. I think, right? I think because it was used as an actual standard rotation build, that was pretty good. I gotta put Alpha Core somewhere here in C tier. I don't like Alpha Core that much. So, Alpha Core, during your turn, when an allied follower evolves, you crack the core, put 2 Annals, 2 Ancients, 2 Bifurcating to your favorite one, Tonko. Recover 2 play points and bounce the amulet. And in hand 7, you can recover 1 EP. There was like no EP recover in that era. If you were really desperate, you could in hand 7 the core to recover EP for Maisha later on. But because core recovers 2 play points, you could actually use Maisha on like turn, 8? You can use Maisha on, no. Am I mathing correctly? You can use Maisha a turn or 2 early instead of waiting until turn 10. Have Maisha evolve, crack open the core, recover PP back. Yeah, this is turn 8. Recover PP back and then spend 7 to give Maisha the stats in Storm. You have to get really lucky though. I didn't like this era of artifact because you had to get really lucky setting up. You had so much shit to set up. You had to set up Acceleratium, Augmentation, get all the artifacts in deck. It was even more common pieces to handle compared to Deus Ex Machina artifact. Yeah, that's true. That's true. With Acceleratium, you could cheat it out on turn 7. Yeah. Shin. I don't know. Shin meme. Shin was actually for real used. Not on release, but Shin was fine. Shin was a 2/2 that on evolve, you made a 4-drop spell. That 4-drop spell would give an allied follower +4/+4. Transform Shin into Big Shin. Chaotic Shin was the one that at the end of your turn, you randomly do effects. Yeah, at the end of your turn, you randomly do an effect. You can either destroy a random enemy follower, deal 4 damage to enemy leader and heal 2, and subtract 1 from the cost of all cards in hand. You would use Shin as a potential finisher with Ragna. Am I missing something? I thought it guaranteed effects. Did I just make that up? I thought it guaranteed effects on turn 10. No, yeah, it does. Yeah, it is. If it's your 10th turn or later, activate all the effects instead. So he became a Cope OTK with Control Ragna OTK in Ultimate Coliseum format. Because what you would do is that you would use Ragna to set the opponent's defense all the way down to 2, and then Shin would resolve after that. Because the Ragna effect is lead effect, it procs first. Ragna sets their defense down to 2, and then Shin would use the turn 10 effect to guarantee ping to face. So even then, Shin was like acceptable as just a 2-drop to fill out early game curve. And most importantly, I used the token spell, the 4-drop spell, to buff up the Creeping Slime! Oh god. Yeah, we cannot deny the Troop Master. Troop Master, Fanfare, add a puppet to hand, evolve, put 30 puppets into deck. Give your leader the following effect. At the end of your turn, draw a card. You would clog 30 puppets into your deck. You'd have a fucking 60 card deck, but you effectively draw 2 each turn. Like, yes, this is one of those cards where I've attempted many memes. Is this no Gundam's favorite card? It could be used. You could use it as a puppet engine for the Shana. It wasn't a good engine, but you could use it to get a whole bunch of puppets for the Shana. And the draw effect is actually... It has an application where you could actually use the extra draw to make sure you stay in resonance. Because you draw 2 each turn, you actually stay in reso, or out of reso, depends. So wind up is still fully active. There wasn't really a payoff to keep reso active the entire time. There wasn't really a good payoff for Troop Master outside the Shana, and it was way too picky for the Shana. Bro, I can barely draw the Shana as is. What do you mean I have to wade through 30 puppets to finally draw my Shana? But just seeing a billion guys in your deck was really funny. Yeah, also that too. He eats EP for Maisha though. Honestly, if we didn't spend EP, it would have been funny. Like if EP was easier to manage, because you'd have to you use EP on the Shana and Maisha. If you weren't so EP starved, having a huge puppet engine like that for Maisha and Shana could be funny. It just wasn't worth it though. but very memeable though at least. And of course, obviously, augmentation. Kind of overrated, to be honest. Nah. Augmentation is the most infamous card in all of Portalcraft. Whenever you play an artifact, draw 1, recover 1. It stacks. You can play multiple augmentations to recover 2, draw 2. You can play accelerating to cheat even more play points. Augmentation has enabled so many fucking combos and war crimes. Actually banned now, right? Augmentation is actually like for real banned now in Unlimited, right? Boomer APM. Augmentation is the card that forced you to play a billion cards to finish your Portalcraft combos. Augmentation is why artifact players are terrified of the time limit. The only restriction is turn timer. Yeah, exactly. Like you actually literally have unlimited plays if you have a gaudy augmentation setup. Your only weakness is the turn timer. This is the card. These 3 cards, and alongside like some other guys, eventually enabled you to do turn 2 OTK with Chasm. Turn 2 Chasm, play proc Rezo 20 times. That was possible for a time. Yeah, and it also became searchable near the end of the game too as well. Like this was at 1, and even at 1, because it was searchable, it was still broken. These 3 are the most influential artifact cards ever printed. Now, granted, augmentation was just okay on release. Augmentation, like I said, artifact was super bait. Artifact was struggling when this first got printed. They had to make a custom card like augmentation just to give artifact a chance after Desert Machina rotated out. But augmentation alongside Desert Machina, like I said, completely erased mid-range as a concept in Unlimited format. Gulias! I don't know, take 2? We love Gulias, but like... Artifact? I mean, Machina. Machina wasn't like a real deck at this time. And even when Machina became a real deck with the next... the fusion Balfo, you only use him as like fusion fodder. Rush, Fanfare put Gulian Aura and Gulian Howl into hand. Whenever this fodder takes damage, if this fodder is not destroyed, summon an Assembly Droid. So you would, so Gulian Aura was a 3-drop, give +2/+2 to all of your Machina followers, and Howl was ping 1 to one of your followers to deal 2 to an enemy follower. So with Gulias on release, you would rush to get a body, Howl, ping yourself to get another body, have 3 guys. Wow. Didn't see play? Nope. Not at all. This Gulias never saw real play rotation at all. If he did see play, again, it was only there just because there was a Machina for Baphomet. That's literally it. In Take 2 though, like I said, just having removal and rush in Take 2 is really good. So Gulias had use in Unlimited in Take 2. And Gulian Howl, if you have a Machina board that can stick, Gulian Howl to buff up the board is really strong if you still have a board. This is not XL. This is the original Gulias. That's why. This is the OG Gulias. The new Gulias is insane. This one is just fusion fodder. That's it. This was before Machina was a real concept. Oh boy, Shion. Shion? On release, Shion was completely useless, right? Shion used to be Excel 5 to buff up the board, but then she got a huge buff to become Excel 3. And that puts her way high up here. Either low S tier or top of A tier. Because, like, you don't see shield buff as much in Unlimited, but, like, everybody remembers how scary shield buff was. Actually, no, shield buff in rotation was still good in Modesty. Because you would augmentation displacer bot. Not displacer. You would augmentation duplicator. Summon a board, recover a bunch, and then play shield after that. Like, the shield buff is +2 to all your artifacts, and +1 to non-artifacts. So, back in the day, you would resolve like an augmentation or accelerating play to make a, like, in Unlimited format, I mean. In Unlimited format, after the buff, after her Excel got buffed to 3, you would make a wide board early on, and then just buff the entire board, have like a whole bunch of 4 attack, 5 attack guys on turn 3 with unlimited artifact back in the day. So yeah. Like I almost want to put her a bit lower because again, she was only really good in rotation for like one format. Maybe not though. Like if I give Rebirth artifact more credit, then I guess Shion was also strong then too. This guy. Now this Belfo. This is the Oji-san Belfo. This is the ugly bastard Belfo. This is not the fusion Belfo. This one was a meme. This meme I use alongside Orbit Desecration for a bit. So this Belfo. This is the one that replaces your deck. Fanfare, banish all Machina cards from deck. You put a random amount of Tisiphonies, Electos, and Megaras into deck. And you evolve them to randomly put a Machina artifact in. You search for a Machina card on Evo. You replace all your bad cards to put a bunch of heavy costs, slightly less bad cards into deck. Nice deck. What if they all XYZ? It just randomly splits. So like you'll have cases where you'll have like 1 Tisiphony, 2 Megaras, and like 15 Electos. Tisiphony was the red sister, the red furry, where she has double attack, and follow strike deal X damage to any follower. X equals her attack. Megara was deal 5 to random enemy follower and deal 6 to face. And Electo was at the end of your turn, summon 2 droids, and whenever another allied Machina follower comes into play, +3/+3. So like, Tisiphony and Megara were the ones that actually kind of did stuff. Tisiphony wiped boards, Megara was a fat ass. Oh yeah, Megara was also Bane. Megara was a fat 11 defense that would just deal burn damage. Electo is just a pass turn. Electo is infamous on this channel because every time we played Rebellion, which would randomly add to hand one of the furries, it would always be Electo every time, and she is the least useful one. Electo had to get buffed. Electo never got buffed. If Electo was like on Fanfare, summon it to you guys and give them rush, Electo actually would be fine. Electo actually would be kind of gas. Now we are on... Oh god, we're on Rebirth now. So like I said, my experience with Rebirth, I guess, is biased because I didn't like Artifact at all in this era. I played Ishana. This was actually my first Grandmaster. My very first Grandmaster was Ishana. Not... Oh, I guess it technically was after nerf. But I climbed most of the ladder in tier 0 Vengeance Hell with Ishana, not Artifact. Cat Gunya! Cat Gunya is pretty high up here. Cat Gunya was one of the better Artifact generators. Is she that high on A tier, or is she top of B? Cat Gunya was 2-drop, 2/1, rush, and Fanfare, you put 2 Ancients into deck. Low defense, so she never survived any trades, but like, she was a cheap, low cost, early artifact generator during an era where we didn't actually have that many of those at that point. She's the Icarus of that time. Again, I think that Artifact was a fake deck in this time, so I'm not giving them as much credit. If Cat Gunya was still used in like Modesty era, then I give her a bit more credit, but she was there as the least shitty artifact generator of her time, which, in my opinion, is not saying much. But she's nice, she's cute. Hamlin! So this is the fat Hamlin. This is the one that on Fanfare it's Hamlin, copy thing. Select the guy that costs 3 or less in hand, put the copy in hand. And on Evolve it does the same thing again. This Hamlin didn't see real play, but it was a really good take 2 card. Mammoth? Fanfare, if Vessel is active for you, gain rush. Fanfare, in has 9 +3/+3. Was it even a decent take 2 card at that time? It's not a brick your account card. Because Mammoth was good as fusion fodder. So I'll put it here in D tier, I guess. You never really use it for the effect. Tonka, why are you so full of gas, but your decks aren't? I'm drinking regular ass Mountain Dew right now. Actually, I have both Mountain Dew and coffee in front of me. That's a very not ideal combination. I like Puppet Shock. Puppet Shock was really good. Puppet Shock was deal 4. Get a puppet. Solid. Nice. Like I said, I was a Lishana believer. So I played the fuck out of puppets and Lishana during this era. But I also don't remember ever using Puppet Shock again after Rebirth, so I'm not going to put it too high. I'll leave it in C tier. Licked! This guy? Oh man. The cogs have turned. This is one of the more iconic puppet cards. Yeah, this is an A tier puppet card. Fanfare, make a puppet. Evolve, make another puppet. Whenever you play puppets, heal. This guy was so good, man. There wasn't that much heals to work with during this time. And having a guy that would make 2 puppets at once was really, really good. Like I said, when you had the Ilana matchup, if you can pull the string, steal Ilana, this was your heal engine. Steal Ilana, evolve Ilana, play Licked to play a bunch of puppets and like buff off your whole board. This Icarus, technically this one did see play. Like I said, I've been saying, I don't trust this era of Artifact. But this Icarus did see play with this version of Artifact, right? She didn't last very long, but she was around. This Icarus was the Augmentation Searcher. You put a random non-artifact card that costs 1 play point or less from deck into hand, and on evolve, you summon a 1 cost artifact onto the field. It was your turn 4 evolve because you had no other options. Augmentation Searcher before the Zuli Power Crafter. Well, I mean, the Zuli came out like 4 years later, but Icarus is one of those kind of cards where she was only really good for 1 format, right? She was useful for that 1 format, but that's about it. Because Artifact fell off pretty hard again, and Artifact didn't come back until Modesty with P-Shift was the thing. Icarus wasn't using that. Meta Division? Meta Division was meta production at home, but instead of making Analyzing, it made Radiance. And Radiant obviously was a lot less versatile compared to Analyzing, because having a 5-cost Storm was a lot less convenient than having a little guy withdraw. I don't remember using this. I don't think this era of Artifacts Rebirth artifact use this card, did they? I don't even know if it was a Take-Two card. I think you only use it in Take-Two just because it was a generic cycle. Like, it's not quite like D tier bad. It's like a really weird in between C and D. I use an unlimited reso somewhat. I could use this as another reso activator, yeah. But you're never happy about it though. It's just meta production at home. I guess I'll leave it in Take-Two, because like it has its uses. It's just its uses are like awkward. You'd rather just be playing meta production, but you don't have meta production. Also, Radiant, I'd say Radiant is more usable in Take-Two anyway. Aside from being a reso proc, Radiant is having a main deck Radiant at this stage was only really okay in Take-Two at that point. Displacer, Duplicator, I mean. I keep getting it mixed up because D words. Duplicator was the payoff for artifacts in yeah. Not Rebirth of Glory. Was he actually? I guess technically you could do Duplicator in Glory format. I just don't know shit about Rebirth of Glory artifact to really say correctly, but this was the big payoff, the big explosive payoff in Modesty back in World Uprooted. Now, I don't know if he was really that useful in other formats, which is why he's a mid B tier. He's mid B tier for me. But it was explosive. Fanfare summoned 4 different cost artifacts. Where's it cost? Different name artifacts. Randomly summon 4 different name artifacts. If you combine that with augmentation, you recover a bunch, draw a bunch, and you can use those extra play points to play Shion, buff up the board. Yeah, it's Arthur for artifact. And Craft. Craft was fine. Craft became fine when we got the Fusion Belfo. I think he's high C. Because like Shin, he's an enabler for a combo, but the combo is not even that good. The combo's not that good, but it was important for enabling a combo that was used. Craft was on strike. Subtract 1 from the cost of all marking cards in hand, and in hand 7, you gain +1/+1 and Storm. You use this to make Fusion Belfo cheaper. Technically, you could have used this to turn this fat Belfo into a turn 5. Even I don't remember doing that, but like on release, you could play this on curve the following turn. Who cares? Who asks? But the main thing is that later on, when we got the Fusion Belfo, it was a way to play Fusion Belfo sooner. Vier. So Vier is really hot. She's really mentally ill and really hot, but like, did I use her? So Vier is Bane, and whenever an allied puppet comes into play, if you have these 2 play points, you spend 2 to make a Doll Slayer. Doll Slayer is a token version of Vier, which is another 1/2 Bane. And last words transform a random allied Doll Slayer into another Vier. So if you really wanted to, you can make another Doll Summoner next turn, but like who cares? Hot garbage. She's really fucking hot. She's really garbage. I wanna say she's a decent Take-Two card, because having sticky Banes is annoying for Take-Two. Yeah, she didn't have the play point condition to be broken. It'd be actually good, but no, I don't even think this was that good in Take-Two either. Because like I said, I played Rebirth Take-Two. It wasn't even that good. I'm not gonna say she bricks your account because she's too hot for that shit. Like, I do remember playing with her, and she was slightly useful. I don't know. Maybe I'm giving her too much credit because she's so hot. I just can't bring myself to vibe her. She's just too fucking hot. I'm just gonna leave it at that and move on. Magna Giant! Ah, dude, this guy... I think he might be... Yeah, he is A tier. Yeah, he's Wait, is he... He's either high A... Or he might be low S. Because Magna Giant was AoE. He's a ward, Fanfare. AoE equals the amount Machina destroyed this game. But the main thing was that he was a 1 playpoint searcher. 1 playpoint search for Machina. So you would use Giant alongside Mechagun for a long time in Unlimited. 1 playpoint search for Mechagun. And yeah, you also use it in upgraded format to get Artisan. I don't know when we dropped Giant from Unlimited Artifact, but this guy was in Unlimited decks for a long time. And obviously he's also good for like actual Machina. Actual regular Machina. When Fusion Buffalo came out. And yeah, he's voiced by the funny YouTuber guy. Did that fashion girl that recover playpoint and add 2 temporary copies of herself in hand over the labeled? Who? Fashion girl that covers playpoint, add 2 temp copies of herself in hand. Isn't that a Portalcraft card? Neutra? So Magnum was really good in both rotation and Unlimited. Wait, Tongo, you voiced Magnum Giant? You wish. It's voiced by ProZD, the guy, the YouTuber voice actor that partially ruined the voice acting industry by insisting that voice actors should be the same race as the characters that they voice. There was a time where he was making that complaint, and then like a year later, he was complaining that he was only getting casted for Asian roles. Weird. Weird how that turned out. Zwei! I like this Zwei a lot, dude. She's so cute and she's pretty good. I just don't know how good she stayed. Like, I don't think she had much staying power. She was really good for a time. So she could excel to summon 2 puppets. And on Fanfare, you add 2 puppets to hand. And evolve to make Victoria. I love this Vi so much. But she wasn't that good in rotation, was she? Like I said, Lishana, I played Lishana a lot. But Lishana wasn't that good. Lishana wasn't that good. Wasn't taken out of context. I don't know the full details of that whole drama, but it's just a funny outcome that happened with ProZD. Like, yeah, she was a legendary wind-up. Not as versatile as wind-up because it summons the puppets, not keep them in hand. So I love this Vi so fucking much. I think she's a take 2 though. She's like the best take 2 card. She's really good in take 2 also, especially even, but she wasn't actually used in rotation that much. I don't even remember using the accelerate that much outside of Lishana. But she's insane in take 2. Because generating puppets and having 2 bodies that can trade in take 2 is actually broken, so I still hate how we didn't get another Zwei during Roar. Yeah, like, we never got another retrain of her. Orca's got like 4 forms, but Zwei only has 2. Which is annoying because she's like... She's almost as important as Orcus. But she's Orcus at home. She doesn't get as much attention because she's not the perfect puppet the way that Orcus is. That's her character. She's seething. She's so jealous. Orcus! This Orcus kind of mid. I love this Orcus at first. So this Orcus was originally 7 cost. It had to be buffed to become 6 cost. Even with the buff, it didn't do anything. Fanfare, you can choose to either summon a Lloyd or summon. You can either summon a Lloyd and give it +2/+2, or you summon a Marionette Uno. If you have Marionette Uno on the field, whenever. Wait, what? No, sorry. You either summon Lloyd or you summon Uno and Due. So you can use a Marionette for Storm, or you can use Lloyd as a tanky ass 6 defense ward. And on Evolve, you can transform a puppet in hand into Marionette Tray. Marionette Tray being the 6-drop 3/3 Storm that, I guess it had the last words? Did it? Last words, summon back Uno and Due. Uno is an ambush, and Due is a storm that, if you have, at the start of your turn, if you somehow still have Uno and Due on the field, you would combine them into Tray. That shit never resolved, but like, this was a pretty decent mid-range card at 6 play point. This was not the card that was able to bring back Puppet in Rebirth of Glory. I think this was more of a Take 2 card. This card is pretty decent at Take 2. The Tray Storm becomes a win con in Take 2. Yeah, like this shit would work if your opponent was a bad player. If your opponent was a bad player and couldn't destroy the marionettes, then yeah, sure, you could get Tray and double attack win. I had a meme. No, I can't even call it a meme. I actually believe this shit. I actually unironically coped on this shit when it first came out. I had the idea that you would use Orcus and summon out Tray later on, buff up Tray. I had a combo where you would get lethal with Tray or some shit like that with a buffed Tray double attack. You could evolve Tray into a 5 attack double attack with 10 storm. Wow. But this card's actually pretty good in Take 2 All-Stars. This Orcus, if you do if you do turn 6 Orcus, summon Lloyd, that's a lot of stats. Having this Orcus hide behind a spell of War Lloyd is actually pretty fucking annoying. And if this Orcus survives, you can summon out a second Orcus. And the bonus effect, the +2/+2 works whenever a Lloyd hits the field. So if you somehow have one Orcus survive and summon out a second Orcus, that Lloyd becomes +4. Which never happens, but it's feasible in Take 2. 14 damage at Evo and Coliseum, Big Cope. Yeah, like Marionette Coliseum buff was an idea I had too. Dazzling Archer was a 7 cost deal 4 to a guy. And Crystallize mentioned. It's the first Crystallize we had. Crystallize countdown 2. At the end of the turn, you put an Anno and an Ancient into your deck. Dazzling was fine. Like I've been saying, I don't like this era of artifact, but it was fine. I think it's like high C maybe. It was a artifact generator in a time where your artifact generators were mostly pretty bad. You just plop this down turn 1 and it just makes 4 guys like that. Problem is, you had to open this. If you had to go into Dazzling later on in the game, it was really annoying. It was really inconvenient. I'll put a mid C. It's solid play, I guess. Good thing Calby is here to gaslight me, because I would have put Dazzling into D tier if it weren't for the Calby. Doll Meister? In hand 6, put a puppet into hand and give it Bane. This is a literal Who card, but this technically is an okay Take 2 card. In hand 6, you treat this as an in hand 6 to hard move 1, which is acceptable in Take 2. It's not actually completely worthless the way that these other cards were down here. Actually, we haven't put a brick card down here in a while. Hedgehog! Fanfare, put a not great tree into hand. If Rezo is active for you, gain mush. We love Hedgehog around these parts, but like, the Troll Portal didn't do anything. Like, I don't remember doing anything with this guy except for coping on that portal. That portal just being a means to get Gorilla. Was this even a good Take 2 card? Like, having a free Russian general for Take 2 was fine. It's just a glorified version of, what's her name? Of the sexy ass mechanized scout servant, I mean. Like, trees were okay cycle for Take 2, so I guess I'll put them in Take 2 tier. I don't have the guts to vial him, so. But that tree is a brick your account kind of archetype. Doll operation. I almost want to put this in meme tier. Doll operation was you buff a puppet in hand, give it +4 attack. Doll operation was like, doll operation became a card you could generate in like fucking enhance portal, but I'm not gonna count that. I'm not gonna count that usage in this case as an actual standalone card. I use this to buff up like. I use this in my shitty ass strats to buff up puppets like with Dollbish and Viola and have them stick on field with Rukina. That bit that I never ever used. The meme strat that never actually did anything. Was this good in Unlimited? Doll Operation and Maisha spell. Did you know? Did Maisha doesn't give Storm. Maisha spell only gives Storm to Maisha herself, doesn't it? Do I have to double check this? Am I getting gaslit? It did give Storm to any guy. Oh yeah, I did use Doll Operation with Puppet. I did, not Doll Operation maybe, but I have used Maisha's spell on Puppet before. If I had to early evolve. If I had to early evolve Maisha just to clear a guy, I have used Purgation Blade on just some random jobber just to get damage to face like that. Doll Operation got better way late with the new Orcus Analytics. Yeah, but that's like way later. When it became a like effectively a token spell that you could generate with some other guy. I'm not exactly counting that usage. In terms of rotation unlimited, just as a standalone card, I don't remember this card being that useful. I'd say it's an acceptable take 2 card, because you use Enhance 7 to get 2 puppets, and those get buffed, so you can use those to help you clear shit, I think. Doll up with that guy that hits face when you play puppets. Again, that's like way later when we generated Doll Operation as a token. If I were to include that type of consideration, then cards like this guy here, not that guy, but cards like Draco would be way higher outside of Take 2 tier if I included the Enhance 8 to summon 2 Dracos in Enhance Portal. I'm not exactly including that type of application. I'm mostly considering them as standalone cards here, but yeah. I remember someone used it with like this enabled modern combos. This enabled modern interactions, buffed up with modern cards. I'm gonna factor that when we go over the actual modern card. But doll operation itself, by itself, I'm just gonna put in Take Two tier. Enhanced 7 for Take Two was fine. But it didn't see play in regular rotation by itself. Who? Enhanced Tiger? Rush, Strike. If there are no allied nat great trees in play, summon a great tree. If you have a great tree, +1/+1. Vial that shit. I'm not even gonna coat myself into saying it's a Take Two card. It technically has the same logic as Drill Hedgehog for Take Two, where it's just a rush and you can cycle with trees. But Hedgehog is cute, this guy is not. Enos! OG Enos was alright. I think OG Enos is a high C. Now, if this was the Resurgent Enos, it'd be S tier. But this Enos is like... was fine. This is the Enos that had Intimidate, and whenever you proc Rezo, you deal 1 damage, including face. This was Chasm at home. This was OG Chasm. OG Chasm was not that abusable. You did see this Enos sometimes in UL Artifact. Like, it was pretty decent in UL Artifact. Just kind of inconvenient because 3 cost was a little bit heavy. But this did see play. Did see play in rotation? I don't know, actually. I don't remember using this, like, unironically in rotation. I did throw her into a couple builds. Like, I used her alongside the Creeping Slime for Ambush Portalcraft. But otherwise, she was only really effective in Unlimited for a time. Ether... oh. Tech... I think, actually... I put Ether in meme tier. Why? Ether was the key combo piece in fucking Marduk OTK. I can't include Marduk in this tier list because he's neutral, but Marduk OTK was a funny ass unlimited combo that we ran into one day out of nowhere. Marduk instant S. Marduk was the shitty ass neutral guy, 7 cost guy I think he was, where it was kind of like item shop at home. Where you can't, once you play him, you can't play other files, I think. Whenever you played amulets, you would deal to the face. And when you play a spell, you would draw or something like that. The meme was you played Loki to give the next follower you play double fanfare. Marduk gives you leader effect. So when you play Loki, it doubled leader effect, so it was effectively 4 damage every time you play an amulet. So you would cheat play points. You would recover play points using fucking oh, I'm getting ahead of myself here, but you use that one guy to recover play points on Fanfare and Marduk. Loki would double that Fanfare too. So it was just a really shitty way to get like a burn OTK with a bunch of really, really bad cards. It was just a really shitty version of Item Shop. It was really funny though. Speaking of S tier memes. Grab. Okay, but no, automatically, like, Crab is either a meme card or a Take Two card. Crab was, at the end of your turn, if Rezo is active for you, or if you have a tree on the field, you summon another crab! Change its stats to equal, like, half of the first crab. So you would summon a smaller crab in end phase. And that shit was actually fine in Take Two. You could, like, evolve the crab, crash into a guy, and summon another crab. No one has seen him summon a third body. Actually, yeah, I don't think I've ever actually made the third body with him too. But he just made a bunch of annoying guys in Take Two. Because I do remember I have actually won a game or two. Actually, didn't I do it recently? I feel like I recently played a Take Two. Was it a Take Two All-Stars? I played this shit and it actually fucking worked. Just like having annoying stats in Take Two is fine. Oh shit, Mounier? Dude. Mounier's a fucking custom card. Mounier was a huge deal for such a long time. I think Mounier is an S tier. Mounier is so fucking cracked, dude. Like, Portalcraft was so bad during this time that they just made a custom card. Mounier, Fanfare, remove all effects on all other followers except for stats, and evolve, banish an enemy amulet. So it was a skill drain. It was a Dark Ruler no more. You negated all other monsters. Like, this show is really important for just killing words or last words. And she was really useful for clearing amulets like Ilana, for example. This is also really useful against in Unlimited in certain formats as well too. This is one of the most cracked 2-drops ever printed. You have to be careful though, because it also silences your own followers too. But even then, negating your own followers actually still enabled some cute memes and interactions. Like I said, you know how I said the thing about Rukina? Say a bunch of puppets, have them knock and destroy Rukina? Mounier was a more like versatile version of that. We could just say puppets, negate them so that they can't get destroyed during end phase. They're just tempo puppets. And yeah, I was just about to say too, you could negate Zararodo, hard evil Zararodo, to just be like a 5 cost with 10/10 stats. I don't think I ever actually won doing that play, but it was an interaction that you could just do that sometimes and it was funny. Call was pretty good. Artifact Call didn't age as well as other artifact searchers, but it was really good for its time. I think I do put an A tier. Call saw play during Unlimited for a long time as well too. You add to hand a artifact card, and if Rezo is active for you, you add 2. Call was also broken because this was the one that had the Haruhi Suzumiya alt art. This man. Funny monkey. This is the guy that's just straight up Storm. Fanfare if Rezo is active for you, or if you have a tree on the field, get Storm. Nobody expects the monkey man. Now, you never use him as an actual win con by himself. You kind of use him as just like a jump scare. Smork, who needs tree. Now, obviously, Nat Portal was never a real deck, obviously. And it was kind of tricky to... It was trying to tricky to set up your Rezos in rotation this time. That's what they were trying to do. They were trying to use the Nurturer trees as a Rezo package, and it didn't do shit. But like, I actually did use this as a cheeky one-of in Fusion Belfo. I think I put him into meme tier because he has a cheeky tech, and also he's like an iconic funny card the way that Curse Stone is. I use them as a surprise extra Storm because he does still get reduced with Nam as well too. Modesty. Modesty created a whole ass archetype. Modesty was the thing that revived Artifact as a concept after Deus Ex Machina rotated out. Modesty gives you the leader effect that during the end phase, you deal X damage to guy, X equals the number of different named artifacts destroyed this match. If they got no guys, it hits enemy face. Modesty created a concept of Rainbow Artifact. And Rainbow Artifact using different name artifacts is a concept that never went away. Easy S. Also, always a win con in Take-Two as well too. Enhance, in addition to Enhance 7, give herself free evo and subtract 1 from the cost of all artifact cards in hand. So you would use this, like, you would have 1 cost artifacts in hand, turn them into 0, and like, just having a free evolve is useful. You have to evolve to get the leader effect. So the fact that you don't have to save EP was really convenient. I think my show is rotated out at this point, but just saving EP in general was really convenient for Marcy. Ragnar also created an OTK. Ragnar did create a deck. I don't think Ragnar's quite S tier though. Because Ragnar OTK was around. It was never really meta, but it was actually like fine for a bit. Ragnar is a meme that worked. Ragnar was the meme that actually was, sadly, unfortunately, one of the only playable decks for Portal for a time. Similar to Ishana, like, the deck was never actually meta, but like, it kind of was just all we had to work with in Ultimate Coliseum. Ragnar was Enhanced 9. You add to hand one of the Ragnar bitches. Also, 2 play point as a generic random 3 damage. This actually was used. It actually was useful against Ambush Sword. So even if you weren't going for the funny OTK, this was still just a nice removal spell to have, a nice generic removal spell. Enhance 9, you could choose between 3 different horrors. Vesha was the one that had the OTK. All these token followers were 0 attack. I mean, they were 0 stats. Yeah. You choose between one of the token followers. They all had 0 cost. Vesha was Fanfare. Discard your hand. Give your leader the effect. At the end of this turn, you change the enemy leader's maximum defense to 2. So that's what I was talking about when I was talking about shit like Shin. You had an actual OTK to guarantee lethal on turn 10 or so. Because Vesha would drop their defense down all the way to 2, and then you'd use additional burn damage with something like Shin as well. I think this was an okay control deck in Unlimited, kind of. You were kind of able to get away with this in Unlimited sometimes, maybe as well too. The other ones were Izalure. Izalure was the 0. It was a 0 cost 10/10. Actually, all of them are 0 cost 10/10. Izalure banish the entire board. Banish all cards on the field. But, like, it banished Followers and Amulet, so it's useful against Adana. But, you would banish all cards in your deck until you had only 3 cards remaining. So it's like doing Baja Blast on yourself. It was like an emergency button to wipe out entire boards, but like, you had to be careful to not deck out at that point. And then the last one was Jotet. Jotet was the most mean one. Jotet was Aegis. Jotet was Rush. Reduce damages follower to 0, unaffected by other card effects, but unaffected by other card effects except for changes of stats. But you would lose 8 play points. You would drop your ass down all the way to like 1 or 2 play points. So you would have a fat ass giant Aegis on the field, but you would have like no play points to use for the rest of the game. You'd have to slowly build up your play point count again over time. Jotet did see meme play, and because of low cost, you were able to use Hamlin Unlimited for the meme. Like, it doesn't work obviously, but you could like theoretically Hamlin copy Jotet and just play multiple Aegises. I say this was usable in Unlimited. I think it was only a meme in Unlimited, obviously, but the meme interactions were really fun. This would be meme tier if the OTK wasn't like a real deck for a while. Not real, but like a viable deck. Sure, Side Lancer was okay for like one format. Sure, Side Lancer was only good in exactly one format with Colosseum because there were a lot of buff files in that time. Sure Side is a little one cost guy that instantly kills a follower that has buff stats, that has chain stats. This was useful against Ilana and like I guess decks that used Colosseum. But there weren't really any good decks that used Colosseum, so I don't think it's Take Two. I think I'll put him at like high D. I used him in Control Float for a time, but I dropped his ass pretty fast the moment that Ilana stopped seeing play. Grappler! Oh, dude, now we're talking about Float. Float's tricky. Float's kind of tricky to rate. I love Float as an archetype, but Float in rotation was so mid. Float was so mid, but when it popped off, it felt so fucking good. When I say Float, I'm talking about these effects where during the end phase, you get Thing, depending on how many play points how many play points you have left over. You get bonuses if you have unused play points. At the end of your turn, for this guy, if you have at least 1 play point, you summon Analyzing. If you have at least 3 play points, you summon Mystic. So, Bro got banned in Take Two. Wait, was this guy banned? I know Float was really good in Take Two, but was this guy banned? Like, I used Float as a control deck in Unlimited. That was actually, like, fine. I say I created, but I like ran into the deck randomly on Ladder and copy pasted it and cleaned it as myself. But Float control was actually fine for like a format or two. In terms of rotation, Float wasn't that big of a deal, but you still played Float as just an engine in like Ragnar OTK. At worst, you would use like turn 4 Grappler to have a second guy. Grappler to get a Anno, 2 guys and a drama is fine. The main thing is that Grappler was also an early way to get different names with early Mozzie. Like, it was one of your cards that actually gave you different name artifacts for Modesty, because it was the only viable way to get Mystic at the time. I don't think I can actually put this in B tier, because there was never like... No, I guess I will put him in B tier because like he was so he's okay. He's decent in rotation and actually broken in Take Two. He is notable enough in rotation that he's not quite Take Two tier, but he's so broken in Take Two. Like if they didn't have an answer to turn 3 Grappler and Take Two, and there weren't that many convenient control tools to use, yeah. Grappler was an instant win if he did stick. Mole! I also put Mole in meme tier. Like I said, I attempted to make quote unquote ambush portal. This guy, Begoggled Mole, if Vezo is active or if you have a tree, ambush until end of opponent's turn. You would play the Mole, ambush mentioned, put buffs on him to do like 4 damage. That's crazy. Or just look at him, he's a funny little guy. Focus! Dude, I think Focus is S. Focus was always good, man. Like, at worst, Focus was a draw 1, it was a glorified insight. Focus is 0 cost. 0 cost spells are, you know, funny. At the end of your turn, if you float 1, draw 1. If you float 3, draw 2 and heal 2. Dude, this, like, Focus is such a good guy. Such a good card. At worst, it's like a draw 1. Yeah, sure. But if you do actually use this for the float 3, a draw 2 and heal was actually really useful. Focus was also good in Unlimited even, just as a generic draw card. And like one thing that's kind of understated, but being a 0 cost you can spend, was actually useful for certain strats. Just to make space in hand. You could like have a full hand and just throw down Focus with no spare play points just to make space in hand. Or I use this as a generic card in Belfo just to get a non-Machina out of hand. Like, Focus had so many uses. We're gonna be here forever. That's the plan. I have work in the morning. I have like 3 more hours before I start stressing, so... I've got like 3 more hours before I start panicking about time. We got time. We got a lot of cards left, but we got time. For those of you that can't survive until the end of the stream, just check the VOD. I'm not expecting people to actually stay for the entire thing, because I knew this was going to be really fucking long. I was kind of hoping it wouldn't be that long, because I wanted to do a Blue Archive tier list, but maybe that's for the best. All cards with sexy anime girls are in 3 times S. Good night, Tonko. Igni and I have been listening for the last few hours. I was your podcast while you guys were playing Night Rain. Thought you would speed on it. Bro, I'm the Portal guy. I got shit to talk about with every single guy. With every single card. That's why I say this is the definitive. This is the definitive Portalcraft tier list. I yap about every single card. Barrage was okay. No, it wasn't. Barrage was take 2 okay. Barrage was like the weakest of the float cards, probably. One of the weaker float cards. 1 drop. If you float 1, deal 1. If you float 3, deal 2. So it deals 1 to a random any follower. And float 3 to deal 2 to a rando and deal 1 to face. So it's like a really shitty damage. You only really use this if you have other float cards in combination with it. The damage isn't strong enough to kill ambush followers like the Odd. And you could use this as a shitty way to OTK with Ragna, but you'd have to have 2 copies of this. You'd have to have 2 Brawlers float 3 to deal 2 after Vesher goes through. Pretty bad in rotation, but like, it's an easy damage in take 2, I guess. Like if you commit this in the early game and opponent doesn't clear it, it might kill some shit for you. Please be patient, bro's a professional Portal yapper. It's literally my entire personality. Boost Kicker! Now, Boost Kicker, similar to Grappler, fucking broken in take 2. Really good float card, but float as an archetype just wasn't that useful in rotation. But it was nice when it was there. Boost Kicker was the one that, at the end phase, deal X damage to all enemy followers, then remove this effect. X equals your remaining play points. So it's an AoE. Play this on turn 5 as a 2-drop AoE. Play this at like turn 8 for a 5 AoE. It's an easy, accessible AoE. You can also like evolve it first, crash against a guy that has too much defense, and then AoE from there. Good control tool in Unlimited at the time. Just generic control tool with Ragnar OTK. He is alright, but again, these soap cards didn't really have much staying power in rotation, but was better outside of rotation. So in general, it's actually like good to decent in every format except for rotation. Ooh. Lococo's Box of Puppets. This is like Rococo at home, more usable than Rococo. I think I put this in A tier actually. Box of Puppets is actually pretty damn versatile. Box of Puppets is a countdown 1. Fanfare transform an enemy follower or amulet into Rococo's teddy bear. I forgot to mention last time when I talked about Rococo, but like the thing that transforms shit into, like Rococo's Enhance 5 transform a thing into the bear. The teddy bear is a teddy bear is at the start of your turn. You put a puppet into your opponent's hand, so you transform an enemy's card into the teddy bear to give you puppets. The teddy bear has 1-3 stats, so the 3 defense is like inconvenient. It's inconvenient for opponents to just like crash and get off their own field. So it can passively give you a bunch of puppets. Because it hits amulets as well too, it's really useful to hit like Ilana. I don't know if Ilana was around during this time, but still. It can hit more threats than just followers. It's like a tall removal both against like tall followers and amulets. And you actually still sometimes see this in, maybe not right now, but this was seeing play in Unlimited as well too. Because it could give us some major threats in Unlimited format, at least for a time. It's probably one of the best puppet cards printed. Not like, it's kind of weird to say because like, it's not super impactful in rotation, but like, it's been really good. It's helped me out a lot over the years. Transform Portal is really, really rare, so having it be modular is really good for a deck. Yeah, it's a cheap cost transform. Transform is a really powerful type of removal. It gets rid of last words. Even the guys that don't have last words, that like just do something when it leaves field, like Lapis for example, like Seraph. Not that Seraph was good, but Seraph for example, if you just transform her into a teddy bear, they don't get the amulet at all. Phantom Blade Wielder. Phantom Blade was fine. Phantom Blade was more so used as just a generic puppet generator. If you float 1, you get a puppet. If you float 3, you buff that puppet up by 4. So it's like a puppet doll operation where it's a way to give you a puff. It's a way to give you a buffed puppet. On Evolve, you recover 1. So with Evolve, you guarantee you at least have 1 float to get the puppet. Puppet generators at this time were not that great, so Phantom Blade Wielder was fine to support both puppets and floats. I don't remember this doing that much though. Like, I played Phantom Blade, but I don't feel like she was too impactful. The float 3 to get the fat ass puppet, the giant stat puppet, was still useful to clear certain threats. But I don't think I was really happy playing Phantom Blade Wielder. She was just kind of around because there was not much else to play. Fearsome Fortress. I have done some. I do use this guy. I did use this guy in like control builds just as a giant ward to protect my float guys. Pretty sure he's an actually good take 2 card. Ward, Fanfare, if Rezo is active for you, gain +3/+3. He's just a fat ass ward. That's it. Just 4 costs become a huge ass ward. 4 costs to get that level of stats can be pretty fucking annoying in take 2. And having a giant ass ward sometimes helped to keep shit like Grappler alive sometimes. Can you rate Marduk real quick as an honorary portal card? We already talked about Marduk when we were talking about the Ether. Marduk would be put into meme tier, obviously, because Marduk was a really, really stupid ass, shitty ass combo, but the fact that the combo even existed is worth remembering. Ether is in place of Marduk, I guess. And back, what did I miss? I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know when he left. Amith! Oh, dude, I fucking love Amith. Amith Uo, pre-Cunny mentioned. Amith was just nice. I think I do put in A tier. Because I use her in a lot of decks. Amith was fanfare, give another allied father reward. Then, if it's an evolved father, give it +1/+1, you draw, and recover 1. So, buffing up an Evo follower and getting extra rewards was pretty useful. It was useful to get additional reward. It was useful to buff up guys for aggro. Like if the opponent if the opponent has a low tempo turn, you go into turn for Evo. You can Evo one of your shitty ass followers, one of your followers that don't even do anything. Have Amith buff it just to get more face damage in. Bigger than London, she's always been good in pretty much every format. She's always been like fine. She's not like as insane as the S tier cards, but she's just such a solid card all around. Even in decks that don't have a whole lot of space for her, I remember I was using at least like 1 copy in so many builds. Ah, dude. Oh man. I fucking love Kurula, guys. The Giga Chad. Oops. The world is not mistaken. You are. Ah, dude, I'm so biased towards Kurula. Because this guy didn't do shit in rotation. But like, again, control float was like fine. And he became a lot more useful in he became a lot more usable after buff. Kurula is he's at the end phase, if you float 1, you buff him +1/+1. And if you float 3, you destroy a random enemy follower. You can enhance to give him free evo, but they buffed him to make his enhance and his evolve way better. So his original form was enhance 7, gain +2/+2, and can evolve for free. And on evo, you recover 2 play points. He became way better after the buff, where after the buff it became enhance 6 for just +1/+1 free evo, which is less stat but obviously cheaper. And on evolve, you recover 3 play points. So with evolve, you just instantly recover all the PP you need to activate Kurula's effect. Question is, I need you to spoon feed me here. When the fuck did they get buffed? Because I feel like he didn't have the buff in rotation. I feel like they did the buff like after he rotated out as like a cheeky. Was it the very next expansion? I didn't use this guy in rotation, that's why. I don't remember using this guy at all in rotation, that's why. Because I do remember using this guy in Unlimited. Yeah, they buffed him after. Like, I remember using him in Unlimited with like some invoke strats. He would be a guy to evolve, leave yourself with all your play points. Because I do remember I used fucking Gate. I used Heaven's Gate with Kurula in Unlimited Fusion Belfo. Because you would play him, recover all your play points, float, get to destroy, have Heaven's Gate, and Heaven's Gate would like reduce cost of shit. We'll talk more about Heaven's Gate Belfo later on, but I remember getting like 4 cards in take 2 or something and just overwhelm the enemy with value and get 5 wins. Yeah, he's a broken take 2 card. He's one of the best take 2 cards ever made. No, I already talked about with the original there. I'm talking about when did he get buffed. Does anybody actually remember exactly when he got buffed? Because I don't remember using the buffed version in rotation that much, if at all. He probably should be at the top of take 2 tier. I'm leaving him up in the regular tier because I just like this guy. And then also he had a use. He had a valid use in rotation. He really should be low A tier though. Because he only really became scary after buff, and it was later on. He honestly should be B tier, to be honest. I'm having a bias moment. I want him to be higher. I want him to be higher because I'm biased towards him. I don't think he's versatile enough in rotation during his time to be A tier. But I think he's sexy enough and good enough in other formats that he should be able to stay in A tier. Yeah, I'll leave him at low A tier. Kaiser! Kaiser is really, really good. Kaiser is really versatile. I think I put Kaiser in high A tier. Because Kaiser was used in Unlimited, but more so just for Excel. So Kaiser was Excel 1. You select a card in hand, banish the rest, draw a card for each card you banished, and if it's your first turn you're doing this, you draw an additional card. Kuroda in A tier is a bit high ammo. Yeah, but I'm also considering that he was also like broken in Take 2. And after the buff, he was usable in Unlimited. Granted though, yeah, it might be a meme build in Unlimited, but it's my list. Nah. Yeah, it's like a mulligan. It's a mulligan. And if you happen to use her fanfare deals 7, heals 7. Well, it deals 7 to random enemy follower, heals 7 to leader, and deals 7 to enemy face, gain ambush. So you would use her as like a burn finisher she's not finishing. The heal 7 can be enough to help you survive long enough that if you evolve her, if you happen to somehow for some reason still have an EP, you can evolve her and she becomes 14/14 for no reason. I've never won. I think I have won. I've only won with Evo Kaiser maybe once in my life. It does not come up. But her being an ambush follower with those stats, like, it doesn't happen. But it's a threat that the opponent would have to consider. But because it's turn 10, you know, it only really happened in really, really grindy games. But Kaiser was still versatile, mostly for the Excel. The Excel 1 mulligan was really useful in Unlimited format too. Fat shaming? I'm fat praising, bro. Lore accurate Kaiser. Honestly, I really should put Kuroda in B tier. I'm getting gaslit. I'm getting influenced by influencer Igni. But if I'm being realistic though, to be honest, like Kuroda was only really impactful in Take 2. Like his use case in the other regular formats was still pretty limited. My heart wants him to be an A tier, but I do think that objectively speaking, his use was limited enough that he's top of B tier, sadly. And that's why I changed my mind again later on. Come on, Tonka, Kuroda is so aura farming. True, you're so right. Vortex Colony! Yeah, the Vortex Colony was really good. Vortex Colony actually salvaged Modesty. Modesty was really struggling before World Up booted, but artifacts became kind of playable before World Up booted when Vortex Colony came out. Vortex Colony was Crystallize 2, Countdown 2. At the end of your turn, randomly put a guard form or strike form golem. Each card can only be added to your hand once by this effect. So it got you different names for Modesty. And there was a win con, it was a finisher alongside Modesty. As a 9 cost, it's a ward that's fanfare, deal AoE damage, hit all enemies equal to the number of different artifact names destroyed this match. So you would wipe out the board of the whole board of Vortex and then do additional face damage with Modesty because they have an empty board. So you would like AoE 6, wipe out the board is empty, and then do another 6 with Mossy at the end phase. I love how Karilla looks too, but his sexiness outpaces his performance. It's true, but... No, I'm committing. I'm committing to the bit. Artisan. Artisan was one of the first P-shift generators, and P-shift is like the strongest, one of the strongest tokens in all of Portalcraft. P-shift is up there. P-shift is up there alongside like analyzing and Spinaria's artifact as the most important tokens in all of Portalcraft. I think I do put Artisan in A tier because she was such an easy, accessible card. She's one of the easiest cards to generate P-shift. And she was also searchable with Magnetron as well too. I think sometimes you would see Artisan in Unlimited sometimes, but like you always use Artisan. After they pin Artisan, you would always use her in artifact moving forward until she rotated out. Gunsmith. Now this is an era where they started, instead of putting artifacts in deck, this is when they started having guys that just instant summon artifacts. Gunsmith, you either summon Anno to the field or Ancient. So Ancient for an instant rush or Anno for a draw. Pretty good. I'm putting him in mid B. There's a lot of really good artifact cards printed during this era, but he's more so in the middle. Mostly, I guess this is less in the middle. Mostly because the other Ancient is kind of redundant. Ancient Artifact is the most accessible artifact name in this era because you had Rebel and you had the gold 4-drop. So you weren't really starved to generate Ancient, and you would mostly try to use this guy to generate Analyzing, but that was only really good in the early game when you are not threatened by any followers. So he was good, but using was slightly awkward. Armadillo! Armadillo, mostly its guys are gonna be mid-tier because most of these Machinas are just there for the Machina Fusion Fodder. This guy though was last words to generate Fusion Fodder. He's a ward. Last words, you get a robot. You get the what are they called again? You get the repair mode, and you get an assembly droid into hand, and that's giving you more cards to fuse with Baphomet. He's in the higher end of these Machina Fusion Fathers. Baphomet was not a good deck though. It was not a good deck. It was a pretty mid deck, but it was really funny. It was similar to Ragnar. I probably should just rank Belfort already since I'm going to be talking about him the entire time. Similar to Ragnar, Belfort did create an archetype of Portalcraft that was fine. It was not quite meta, but it was always viable. Like, it's one of those meme decks that actually worked. It's a tier lower than Ragnar though. This Belfort is a tier lower than Ragnar because he's not as versatile as Ragnar, because he's a lot more like, you go all in on Belfort. This is the Belfort that was, he's a rush body. You fuse Machina cards into him, and Fanfare, you randomly activate one of the following effects. Do this X times, X equals the number of cards fused into this card. You can summon Armored Tentacle, which was untargetable ward that had last words heal 4. 2/4 ward, untargetable, last words heal 4. You can summon Assault Tentacles, which were Storm. 4/2 storms with last words deal 2 to a random enemy follower, and they had Spell Ward. You had to target Tentacle. You can't target other guys, you'd had to target Tentacle. Or you could like give 3 +3 +3 and draw 3. up to 3 times. So you could have, what you would do is, the idea is that you fuse your entire hand, play down the Belfo, summon a bunch of tentacles and or draw a bunch of cards, or summon no tentacles, draw only cards, or summon only like you summon either you could have like summon no cards, draw no cards. It's an RNG card. Oftentimes the RNG would sabotage you. Oh wait, the draw had a limit, but I think the +3/+3. I think the +3/+3 could still proc multiple times. So yeah, the RNG, you could just like not get the shit that you want. You could just not get a new hand that have no fault to find turn. But if they can't wipe the board, if they can't kill the buffed up Belfo, sometimes you just win like that. Sometimes you summon just enough storms to kill them. Sometimes you heal so much with the ward tentacles that keeps you in the game. And the way you use this Belfo is that it's 8 cost, it's pretty heavy. But you would reduce cost with aerial craft and or the neutral amulet, Heaven's Gate. Heaven's Gate, invoke. You float 5 to invoke it, and each player at the beginning of your turn would a random card in hand gets reduced by 3. So what you do is that you fuse your entire hand, invoke, Belfo is your only card in hand, so it gets reduced and you can play Belfo on turn 6. And just hope that the Heaven's Gate reduction doesn't also help the opponent. It would take up the amulet takes up the space on board though, so you'd have to be careful with that. But yeah, it was funny, it was cute. Like I said, viable. Oh wait, actually wasn't viable in Unlimited. I didn't play this Belfo in Unlimited. I played the other Fusion Belfo alongside Karula in Unlimited format. Sint! Is Sint final tier level? Sint is also one of the most important artifact cards ever printed. Sint gives you a choice of adding to hand, analyzing, or paradigm shift, or radiant artifact, or the best artifact, bifurcating. Yeah. No. High S. I think Sint is at the very top of S. All Stars is too much. Yeah. Sint is at the very tippy top of S because it's the one that gives you the most options. But like, it's not quite at the game-breaking level as these 3. These 3 are the ones that enable all of the degenerate combos. Yeah, Dog is going to be up there, but yeah. Sint also being one of the most accessible P-shift options as well too. Really put in work, it's also the easiest way to get bifurcating, and bifurcating is Tonka's favorite artifact. Vibe check. Like, I did play Vibe check sometimes. I wasn't happy playing Vibe check though. Accelerate 3, deal 3 damage on any follower, put a P-shift into hand. And if you have to use a fanfare, you summon the radiant artifact of Prime. This is a take 2 card. Like, I did play this sometimes in rotation as an Excel 3 as another P-shift generator, but Vibe check is actually broken in take 2. Vibe check is actually really powerful in take 2. Because Excel 3 removal is nice to have, but the main thing is that just summoning a prime artifact in take 2 just kind of works. Like, take 2 is so enough that you can just spend this on turn 8, get prime artifact, and just grind out from there. Technomancer. Technomancer is pretty damn good. Literally, the only flaw of Technomancer, the only problem with this guy, is that he takes up space on board. He's a 1-drop. You choose an artifact on your field, put a copy of that guy into hand. So, copy Ancients, copy Analyzing. He's really good for setting up combos. but he's kind of awkward because you can't like... He takes up space on board, so you have to be careful not to clog up your field too much. Technomancer has been pretty damn useful throughout his entire run. He's not, like, think about Technomancer, it's not like a 3-0. He becomes too brick as a 3-0, but he does help you set up so much stuff that I think he is mid A tier. He was also being used in Unlimited for quite a while. Back when Unlimited Artifact was still focusing on the Shion buffs. Am I going to be ranking all Portalcraft cards in Shadowverse 2? When Shadowverse 2 goes end of service, then I'll also be ranking every single Portalcraft card in Shadowverse 2 as well. Puppet Bomb! Puppet Bomb, summon a puppet, then destroy X random enemy followers. X equals the number of allied puppets in play. That is a take 2 card. I have tried using this in control decks too, and it was whatever. But it's really easy removal in take 2. Well, it's beyond a 30-year game, bro. What do you mean? Yeah, it's gonna be a 30-year tier list. What do you mean? When will you rank every sword card? When after I install Arcanines. Archaeologist Iron Sting. Iron Sting was fine. He's not a P-shift trainer. He makes ancient artifacts. And he makes ancient artifact on evolve. So he would help you clear 2 buys on evolve. Gets P-shift. Thing is, though, he's just kind of cloggy. He's A. He's not A. The reason why he's not A, he's fucking cloggy, bro. Like, you want to have him. His evolve is pretty good. But, like, your Machina searches would keep getting this cocksucker instead of Artisan. He just gets in the way. You want to use him a couple times, but, like, you keep seeing him, you run out of EP, and like, what the fuck am I gonna do? What am I gonna do with this guy? You're happy to have him when you need him, but when you don't need him, you really don't want to see him. Yeah, shit, card if it gives you accelerating and it's better. Yeah, he's just a worse displacer. Laser Shell is an enabler. Laser Shell is an enabler for a mid deck. Laser Shell, you choose a Machina in hand, summon it. Oh, you can summon a Nat follower. You can summon Gorilla. You summon. Oh, but Fanfare doesn't go off, does it? You put a Machina or Nat follower into play, give it Lush, and at the end of your turn, bounce it back to hand. So what you would do is that you could use this on area craft, so you can have it Lush without spending an evolve. Or you summon out the Bear Minator. Bear is pretty fucking sick. Bear Minator, Rush, whenever an allied Machina or Natura follower attacks, recover 1 play point. At the end of your turn, if you have at least 1 play point, deal 5. So if you float 1, deal 5 to a random enemy follower. If you float 3, deal 3 damage AoE. So typically you would focus on, you know, your Belfo combos, but if you just happen to have Nam, if you play Natura Al Machina, you don't have Belfo, or you ran out of Belfos. Doing a Nam reduced Belminator just to have easy AoE was pretty good. It's pretty fun. You can summon out a Belminator early on with Tortoise and bounce it back to hand to use it again next turn. If you have this reduced, you could actually, you know, play multiple bears. Whenever you would have multiple bears, and whenever a Machina attacks, both of them would proc. I had one stream. I remember I had one stream a while ago, like, well, years ago, obviously, where I played actual Natura. I played actual Natura using Bear and Gorilla. And I had one game where I had multiple Gorillas and multiple bears just doing a billion play point recovers with a lot of damage. And like, that never happened ever again. I revealed this show. It's true, Igni revealed this show. That's why it's the best card. Rebel's pretty good. Rebel's pretty solid. You summon for you choose to either so it's one of those pro tag cards where you have 2 different token spells you can choose to go into. You would always go into Yuan's one. If you have Ezo active, you get both effects though. With Yuan, you summon Ancient and Mystic Artifacts, and with Belfo, you add to hand Electo. Well, you have to have one of the Furies, but you always get Electo because that's just how it works. I think this is A tier. Yeah, I think this is lower A tier because Rebel did help you get the names, and because it summons 2 artifacts at once, it was actually really good at augmentation. Augmentation during this era in rotation, augmentation wasn't really abusable in rotation, but augmentation alongside Rebel just gives you the extra draws to, like, you draw 2, recover 2. It's not too crazy for augmentation. Still pretty good. The only problem is that, like, if you get the Electo, you kind of run out of space in hand. You overdraw really easily if you have the Electo in hand. So you're actually better off using this outside of Ezo most of the time. But also, if you do get Magarena alongside Modesty active could be extra burn damage as well too. Ramia! Think about Ramia. The thing about Ramia is that she kind of was just glorified fusion fodder for Belfo for most of her lifespan in rotation. But then she got buffed. And the only reason why she's not S tier is because she got buffed too late. She got buffed in World Uprooted. Not World Uprooted. She got buffed in Velsar right before she rotated out. Because this Ramia was the one that, like, she's just a legendary 2-1 rush. But, like, yeah, I'll put the 2 GS right next to each other. Oh, I fucked up! This is supposed to be the leader art. Do I have the leader art down here? Oh, no, I fucked up my tier list. No! Here it is. Unfucked. There we go. I have to take out the regular art later on. It is down the bottom here, I guess. So anyway, Ramia was just a glorified 2-1 rush. Machina, fusion fodder. But in Artifact, like, you know, she had... When you played an Artifact, she could evolve for free. And when she evolves, if you have spare play points, if you have the 6 play points, you spend 6 to give her Storm and stats equal to the number of named artifact names destroyed. So you would get the fat ass giant 9 attack Storm in Ramia with Ramia, but that was only useful after buff because the buff in Velsar is what turned Ramia into an artifact. She used to just simply be a Machina. So she wasn't as searchable compared to all of the other artifact cards. But when she did get buffed, she was the very first main deck artifact ever printed. It added into the first main deck artifact. So Mechagun was able to just instantly search her, for example. Magnadron was also able to search her, whatever. But she only became abusable at the end with Velsar and Paradigm Shifts. Like, P-Shift Velsar with Ramia was one of the best versions of Artifact ever printed. And it was only really that powerful until the next set. It was only really that powerful for like one expansion, that's it. Before then, Ramia was really mid. You didn't even use Ramia in Modesty. But when she did get buffed, she became one of the most important cards ever. Okay, we're in Fortune. We're in Fortune's hand. I really have to do another P. I have to really do another P. I'm gonna put this duplicate ramen all the way down here. I gotta do another P, Tonko. Is this a halfway mark? 385 cards total? We're like halfway the amount. I'm gonna BRB again. Be back in a moment.
Where have you been? Been searching all along. Was facing twilight all alone. Without a clue, without a sign, without grasping it. The only question that I have is where I've been. I'm a shapeshifter at Post Masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter, what else should I be? Please don't take off my mask, revealing dark. Moments of calm, with nothing to be found. A mirror right in front of me is where I found
Oh boy.
an empty glass
What are we, 4 hours in?
reflecting a sad truth.
4 hours in and we're like halfway through. Yippee. Okay, where were we? Fortune's Hand now. Everybody loves Fortune Hand. Reminder that in a couple weeks, just after Worlds Beyond release, Fortune's Hand comes out in Shadowverse Evolve. Experts. Marionette Expert was fine. Last words get puppet. Marionette Expert was only decent just because we didn't have other we literally didn't have any other options. We just straight up didn't have any useful puppet generators during this era. Expert was okay, but like only because process of elimination. You know what, the stream could use like 3 bottles of soju, and like triple the amount of peas I'd have to do. I don't have any sojus on me right now anyway too. Engineer was pretty good. Engineer was also a cheap P-shift generator. Problem is these last words. So the opponent could play around them pretty easily. And like you wouldn't be able to like get P-shift the same turn as when you play him, unless if you Evo crash him. But it's a more accessible P-shift compared to Iron Sting at least. Yeah, they put Marinette in the Fortune Hand PV. It made it look like a big deal. And she's just the most basic puppet generator ever printed. Tiger? 1/5 rush that gain extra stats depending on the different names destroyed. I don't even think this guy was a Take-Two Randy. Now, in early Take-Two, we used a bunch of shitty ass rushes just because there were not any options in early Shadowverse. But at this stage, we had better cards to use, like Pop Goes a Puppet. Like, at this point in Shadowverse Take-Two, having just a basic rush wasn't enough anymore, so brick your account, sure. Pop Goes the... Wait, I said this card's good in Take-Two. What does this actually do again? Pop Goes a Puppet. Destroy an enemy follower, then deal X damage to a random enemy follower. X equals destroyed follower's attack. So this is a much easier version of Conductor. A much more accessible, convenient way than... A more convenient double removal than Conductor. 5 whole PP. 5 PP to hard remove was still okay at this time. Cat-Tunia! I like Cat Tuner, but she never did anything. At the end of your turn, put a copy of a random allied follower destroyed this match that costs X play points into your hand. X equals your remaining play points. So like, you could manipulate how much you float to recycle certain cards. That just wasn't useful. It was never really useful for anything except you can float 0, have 0 play points remaining to recycle puppets. That's it. Some people use it when value was good. You could recycle Ilganau. I don't remember doing that myself actually. I don't think it's quite a Take-Two card. She's kind of a bit too awkward for Take-Two. She has usage to not exactly be a vial card, but like, she's really awkward. She's really cute, but she's really awkward. Okay, I'm finally home and at my desk, which means you know how late it is. It's getting pretty fucking late. I'm gonna start panicking about the time in like 2 hours, because I do have work in the morning. Powerlifting Puppeteer. Get 2 puppets into hand. Buff all the puppets in hand. This was used, like, well, not used, but I used it in the buff puppet playstyle I mentioned with Rukina or Mounier to keep buffed puppets on the field. I think there was an acceptable puppet unlimited build, kind of. Because you could use this to buff up the Lyoth puppet, right? Similar to how you can doll operation the Lyoth puppet, you could use this to give extra stats to the Lyoth Storm puppet. So he kind of did have a use. But an extremely, extremely niche use though. Scan! Scan! Scan so broken they had to nerf it and never brought it back. Scan is in the upper echelon of artifact cards. Randomly add to hand 2 different named artifacts destroyed this match. Then if you have at least 6 different names destroyed, makes the cost of those 2 artifacts 0. Why was this even 0? They nerfed this card. This used to be a 0 cost spell. The reason why it was 0 cost before was because Artifact was falling off. I guess. I think Monster was losing power because they lost augmentation at that point. So Scan to get easy access to artifacts was supposed to be the bandage to fill in the gap that augmentation had in rotation artifact. But 0 cost artifact scan was a fucking crime. You didn't even use this for the 6 names at that point. You use this just to spam out the 1 cost artifacts. Just recycle analyzings and ancients over and over and over again to make the shield boards a lot more easy. Splitter. Fanfare, recover X play points. X equals the number of allied followers in play. At the end of your turn, if you have at least 1 PP, if you float 1, draw a card. If you float 3, distract. If you float 3, subtract 2 from its cost. Mind Splitter was not that good, but it was kind of okay in Rally Portal. You would spam out a whole bunch of puppets and recover PP and float with Rally Portal. Even then, he was kind of just okay in Rally Portal though. Even then, he was still just mid as hell in Rally. So, usable, but like, just barely. Lazuli! OG Lazuli was a 2/2 ward. You can evolve her to give yourself a damage shield. Reduce the damage to 0 once to your face. Actually, you selected any follower. You could choose any ally. And reduce the next damage it takes by 0. Into 0, I mean. So you can use the evolve to survive against OTKs like Dank Mage. You can use it as a shield against Dank Mage at the time, for example. And Intense 9. You summon the highest cost follower in your deck and activate its fanfare. So you usually use this as another way to go into the Vertex Colony AoE. But you could also use this Enhance 9 to go into Kaiser 1 turn early. She was mostly just here as filler though. Like, she's pretty good. But I'd say like low A tier good. Also, Mim should be way higher actually. This really is low A tier good because she's kind of like filler, but she's just nice. A generic ward that can give you face protection, that can give you value trades if you give the bubble to a different follower like an ancient artifact. And helps you go into your high cost fillers. High cost finishers, I mean. I said filler because I was reading Alt Force. Your filler. Man. Was manipulation even a meme card? You put a puppet into hand, you give the dealer effect that whenever you play a puppet, deal 2 to random any follower. If no followers, deal 2 to face. It's AoE. Like, you could use this to help clear boards. But I never, like, I tried using this as an actual finisher in puppets, and it never worked. It's okay to clear boards, to clear guys in Take 2. But it's like, just okay in Take 2. Oh man. Okay, Slouch is a meme card. Slouch is a playable enough meme card to not quite be in the meme tier. This guy's annoying for both players. Exactly, yeah. So Slouch is fanfare if Rezo is active for you. You summon Wheel of Misfortune, the amulet, onto the opponent's field. If you're not in Rezo, at the start of your opponent's phase, if Rezo becomes active for you, and he's on the field as like an actual follower, you can gain +1/+1 and destroy random enemy followers. So he's kind of like a Kuda at home in that case. But the amulet though, you mostly use it for just the amulet. The amulet was a countdown 3 that clogged up the opponent's board. At the start of your turn, randomly activate one of these. So at the start of the opponent's turn, you randomly activate one of the effects. add 1 to the cost of all the cards in hand until the end of the turn. -2 stats to all the followers, or you can summon allying to the opponent's field, to my field. So this is actually used to disrupt certain strategies. Obviously, AoE clear is good against aggro. The allying can give you like an extra draw, who cares? But like the extra cost to hand can fuck up the opponent's curve. And the main thing is that this took up space on board. There were certain strategies where they really wanted to have, the full board to do certain things. So this was a specific counter against some strats. Problem is the RNG. Like, if you don't get the exact effect you're looking for at the exact turn you want it to activate, it will, whiff and not matter. But when Slouch hits though, it's really fucking funny. Slouch has RNG, but like, his RNG is just good enough that he did see unironic play. I'd say he's like a mid-B kind of card, where I like funny RNG effects, but like his RNG backfired against me quite a bit. Seeing Kuda higher than Slash is actually kind of funny. If you can choose a first effect, it would be really good. Yeah, if you had a way, if the game was programmed to let you choose effects, it'd be actually broken. But Slouch was there to like, say for example, it would like fuck up like Loxus. I think no, like no, Loxus could like backfire because they just like bounce their own amulets, the Slouch amulet, to count as a Loxus proc. But like, I love Hamlin copy Slouch. Yeah, dude, unlimited Slouch works. Not even in tournaments. Even in tournaments, people still play this. They didn't like it, but it was still like, it still gave people a fighting chance against certain oppressive decks or strategies. Duplicator's meme. Duplicator is what enabled a bunch of the. It's like, this is like a normal card. This was used in Ragnar OTK, unironically. But this is a key card in the famous Marduk OTK, where you give Dominator on Fanfare, you choose a follower in your hand to give that follower Fanfare. When it hits the field, you recover 2 play points, and you can evolve Dominator that once on each of your turns when you play a follower, recover 1 play point. So it gives you more play point cheating. It's designed to help you play float. Like Dominator on Karuda, recover 2 evolve, that cheats up 5 play points. Yeah, sure, that's cool and all, but if you use this in Marduk ODK, if you target Marduk and have Loki double the Fanfare's activated Marduk, it was a recover 4 play points whenever you play an amulet, deal 4 damage to face. Actually, wait. It was like recover 5 play points with the lead effect too. Recover a bunch of play points, play a bunch of amulets, just win. Marduk, best deck. Dim Dom enabled a bunch of cute interactions. As a real ass card, it was kind of mid. In normal gameplay, it was kind of whatever. But in meme combos, he enabled a bunch of stuff. Yo-Yo is... I don't even know if she's a take 2 card. Yo-Yo was like, you choose the card. You subtract 1 from the cost of an artifact card or paradigm shift in your hand. It was just a 1 singular reduce on 1 single P shift or artifact. She is cute, but she also doesn't do anything. She was never even used in any deck at all, the way that these D tier cards could have been. Reminder that I only have these basic cards in D tier and not brick your account because your account comes with your account comes with the basic cards. I feel that's gonna be a weird. That's like a weird condition if you look at this deck. If you look at this tier list out of context. She's pretty fucking bad. She was never used for anything at all. String Master, however, oh dude. Oh man. Okie dokie winky winky. The stinky winky dolly dolls. String Master is one of the best puppet cards ever printed. I think he is S tier. All Stars. I don't think I put him in All Stars level just because puppets are never at that level of artifact. They're not at that class identifying, class warping level the way that these artifact cards are. But like, String Master is a guy that once per turn when you play a puppet, he puts 2 more puppets into hand. And they can in-hand 6 him to give him +4/+4 and gets 2 puppets into hand with his fanfare on in-hand 6. This guy spammed so many fucking puppets. This guy got your rally count so fucking high. We're at Storms of Rivale, by the way, so we're at Rally Portal now. This guy got so many fucking puppets, gave you so many bodies for destruction. I don't think destruction is in this format, but so many bodies for rally. What are you gonna do when Worlds Beyond makes Portal a puppet class and deletes all artifacts because they are not new player friendly? I wait and wait and wait for them to eventually print artifact someday when the game becomes more advanced, and if that day never comes, I'll just keep waiting. I'll just keep playing, waiting, and hoping. The fact that he's self-sufficient with just 1 puppet, yeah, like he would, like if he survives, you would just keep making puppets. Like you play this on turn 1, it fucking scares a shit out of the opponent. Like they have to kill this. String Master is the first thing that people kill because if he stays alive, he just snowballs. I think it's actually higher. I actually think he's actually higher here. Yeah. He is literally the best puppet card ever pinned, I think. Retro was only there as a token to get summoned Elganel. I guess he was acceptable as a take 2. Just as a generic rush 4/3 that made a bike that gets you another rush. He's not insulting enough to put into Brickshire account here. Did I use him main deck for anything? I don't think I did a meme with main deck Wretch, did I? Artifact is bound to return in Worlds Beyond. Just look at the list. What list? We have no fucking reveals for Worlds Beyond except for puppets. For Aggro Portal? Yeah, but Aggro Portal is just Rally Portal at this point though. Mechanical Designs is just there as a generic draw 1 insight. Just simply for Vezo. The bonus effect was like if you float 3, you get another copy of it into hand, but like it's just, I meant this tier list, yeah, but the idea is that like the concern is that they might not bring back artifact because the mechanic might be too complicated for Worlds Beyond. I don't think that's good. I think they'll bring back artifact to just make it simple, like maybe like Marcy era artifact where you just like summon artifacts normally. It's just a regular draw 1. That's it. Nothing too special. It only saw play in like, it was only really fitter in some decks outside of Vezo maybe. And if you were playing fitter, you'd rather just play focus instead. Capsule was the OTK enabler. Now, Capsule was only good for one combo, but was the card that made the combo way more viable. Capsule, if you float 1, you heal 2, and if you float 3, you deal 2 damage to face. So she's the easiest burn finisher to use alongside the Ragnar OTK. Otherwise, she was just like nice heal. If you had a control stall strat outside of Ragnar, which I don't think there were, but she was just a really easy float 1 to heal 2. Coyotes. I don't think Coyote was even used in Take 2. Once it usually returns when this follows attack or defense is increased by an effect, recover 1 play point. At the end of your turn, if you float 1, you summon a dutiful steed. Steed is a vehicle that's like, oh yeah, if you summon a guy, you use a steed to get +1/+1. I think people tried using this in Rally Portal just because it's playpoint efficient, but like, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think you use Coyote for anything. Scavenge. I don't think you use Scavenge for anything either. I don't think Scavenge is even a useful Take 2 card. Scavenge, 2-drop spell, put 1 random copy each of allied fathers destroyed this match that costs 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. So you could recycle like Icy, you could recycle Ergonaut, you could recycle like a lot of useful 3-drops. But like, spending 2 play points on this was just like too heavy. And even in Take 2, spending 2 play points to recycle the thing, you're not even guaranteed to get useful 1-cost 3-drops or whatever in Take 2. So using Scavenge to recycle certain things, there were some powerful cards that you could recycle. It's just so inconvenient that I don't think he uses for anything. Kirby likes this card. Kirby's gonna be sad when he sees this in Picture Account here, but I never liked Scavenge. Even for the meme saves that it enables, that could theoretically enable by recycling, but it just never really works out and do anything. Cornelia though. Cornelia, Fanfare, Summon, Guard from Golem. If you have 6 different artifact names destroyed, you can evolve her for free for 0 EP. And on evolve, you summon Strike Form. 2 artifact names, and I don't know if he kept this in Rally Portal, but she is Rally 3 for Rally Portal. She's like a high B. Probably top of B. She's really, really nice if you're going first. Turn 4, just plop down. Just plop down the coin. Because she's being guarded by a ward, she might survive, and you can Evo Face! Evo Face, get 1 extra stat, summon Strike Form from there. This stream is literally my podcast while I procrastinate by playing Night Rain. Are you playing solo? Are you surviving solo? She's better than Karuda. Oh my god, you're right. If I'm keeping Karuda in A, Cornelia was more useful longer. Cornelia is not useful in Unlimited and not as useful as Kuda was in Unlimited. And by that, I mean Kuda was only usable in Unlimited with 1 meme deck. But Kuda's so hot. Okay, I'm being influenced again. I am putting Kuda down to A tier. Down to B tier. Damn. Cornelia, technically speaking, Cornelia was usable in multiple archetypes. Cornelia is 5 times more meta than Belfo. Well, obviously, that's why she's above Belfo. I'm trying to look up Uma Horse Girls to see what ones would interest you because every other horoscope I want to play are after 1 year. I only know the horse girls from the Shadowverse Evolve deck and the Shadowverse Classic collab. Am I being too harsh on Cornelia? Because I remember dropping her. I remember her, like, I remember being disappointed by Cornelia at some point and then dropping her. Chat, I'm getting too tired. Were we still playing Marcy at this point? I think Marcy might have been rotating out at this stage. So Cornelia, no wait, we haven't reached Velsar. Velsar is when she rotates out. And we did still play Cornelia in Velsar. But then we stopped playing Cornelia after that. I think I'm keeping Coin at high B. Because she's not as impactful of engine card the way that some of these other guys are in A tier. I remember Cornelia from when facing Evil Blood was Despair and you had to reach 6 for scan. Oh yeah, you do use the names to get scan active. Low B. Bring up the puppy room there. Low A, there we go. I've been convinced. Cornelia's one of those cards where like I get annoyed playing her because she's kind of heavy, but like no, she does add a lot to the table. Conductor, was this guy even take 2? I don't know. Accelerate 3 summon bullet bike, put a puppet into hand. And on fanfare as a fucking 8 cost, he's a 3/7 ward, recover 7 play points. The idea of this guy was that he was a heavy cost follower that you would use as a maneuver alongside Icy, who I have to drag from the bottom here. That's the resurgent one. But like, I don't remember using Conductor. I never use Conductor for anything, and I don't think he's even that good of a take 2 card. Like, oh wow, you can buff up the puppet for 3 play points to kill a guy for 3 play points. Wow, who cares? I'll get to Icy last. Brink! Oh, dude, I fucking loved Brink. Brink, more like Stink. Brink is also, in my opinion, a low A tier. Just a nice, convenient removal spell. At the end phase, you float 1 to give -2/-2 to a random enemy follower. Then, if you float 3, you can give +2/+2. I've had some pretty aggressive curves where I use this to maintain tempo, kill some opponents' weak ass motherfuckers, and sometimes even buff up my guys too. Brink is another 0 cost spell, so when you're overdrawing off of augmentation, you can just get it out of hand and keep going, just like how you can use with focus. Brink, I believe, was fine in Unlimited, kind of, too. I remember using Brink in one of my bad Unlimited decks, just like how I remember using Karuda in one of my bad Unlimited decks, too. On the other hand, actually, I don't remember using Brink for that long. I like this card. I like Brink a lot, but I don't actually remember using it in rotation for very long, so... I technically did use Cornelia more than I used Brink, so... Ilgano defined an entire archetype. Ilgano, I guess, was so fucking broken that they wrongfully nerfed her from a 1-drop 1/1 to a 2-cost 2/1. Ilgano is what created Valley Portal as a playstyle, as an archetype. Fanfare, so she's last words. You put another copy of Ilgano to hand, give it +X defense, X equals this follows defense before being destroyed. So you kill her once, she comes back as a 1-2. You kill her twice, she comes out as a 1-3. Fanfare, if this follower has at least 4 defense, you put Wretched Trist into hand and banish this follower. Trist was the finisher. Trist was a spell that summons 3 wretches, gives them Storm if you've destroyed at least 20 followers this match. And also on Evolve, Elgana would gain 1 stat, -1/-1 to all enemy followers. So she was like a low AoE. Give her 1 more stat to help her reach 4 for her fanfare the next time you play her. Got nerfed too quickly. In my opinion, Rally Portal did nothing wrong. I've always been a staunch defender for Elgano. That Rally Portal is strong, but the only reason why Rally Portal is strong was because it had like fucking Goblin Queen. Really high tempo guys that would help out your rally count. Like, Elgano, I guess Elgano would have been more broken with future support at the time without the buff, but like, no. Elgano's buff was too harsh. Elgano at 2 cost would have been fine if they didn't also nerf Wretched Trist. Because Wretched Trist originally was 4 cost, but then it became 5 cost. And at the time, 4 cost Trist was good because you could turn 10, like... You could turn 10, well, the main thing is that, like, you would use, like, Icy, play a thing, wipe out the board, then hit face. But with Trist at 4, you had the option to play Zawarudo, Fanfare, 6 playpoint Zawarudo, and then play Trist. Wait, chat. Wait. Did they ever unnerf Trist, actually? Surely they did. I guess that the change history on SVGDB doesn't quite list the unnerf date, so... They did eventually unnerf Elgano, but as good as she is, she also isn't strong enough to keep up with Unlimited format. But she was so impactful at the time that they had to immediately, like, I remember bitches complaining about how broken Elgano was, not just because of Rally Portal, but because you also were able to tech her into Artifact Portal. Like, she was so generically good that you were able to use her in pretty much every build. And that got people mad for some reason. Like, a legendary card being strong enough to be put in every archetype of that class made people mad, I guess. I do remember a couple people on Reddit complaining about that specifically, and I've never forgiven them for that, apparently. Icy was the other half of the rally/destroy payoff, where Icy, when he gets put into field, he summons Funny Train. He's well, first and foremost, he himself is a 7/7 ward. On Fanfare, you put Dead to Rights into hand. Dead to Rights was the 1-drop spell that would randomly banish a enemy amulet, give -10 power to a random enemy follower, and the enemy leader next turn, the opponent, at the start of their next turn, they lose 1 play point, so they go to turn 10, but they get put to 9. It doesn't take out like the full play point; they just can't use it. So I was able that was useful for moving pesty amulets and screwing up certain curves with the play point disruption. And when he gets put onto the field, Funny Train was Maneuver. Funny Train was a 5/9 giant ass ward with Maneuver. Actually, no, Icy was one ward. Maneuver. If you maneuver at 5 cost, Train eats the 5 cost and would banish the entire field. Banish all other followers. So you would use Icy Invoke after you've destroyed 20 followers. Icy would invoke at the start of your turn. Summon Funny Train. Maneuver Wipeout board. And then play Storms with Ilgano. Oh yeah, another reason why Trist nerf kind of sucked is that... Wait, no, never mind. I was gonna say you could play double Trist, but... Trist was kind of awkward because the last words of the wretches would leave bikes, so you'd have some problems with board space. Icy was pretty damn good. I kind of am struggling to remember if he was still good after Ilgano got nerfed. Like, we're starting to reach more modern Shadowverse times, and ironically, the newer Shadowverse becomes, the harder it is for me to remember. Because I don't remember Icy being relevant in regular ass Portalcraft decks after Ilgano died. Because you could still play artifacts to destroy a whole bunch of bodies to activate Icy like that. But I don't remember if that was a rotation thing or an unlimited thing. It's worth noting too that you can use Paradigm Shift. You can use Paradigm Shift as a 5-cost follower, a cheap 5-cost follower to activate the Funny Train. Icy was pretty versatile, but him being an invoke puts him at C tier. Bottom of C tier because he's a stupid, stinky fucking invoke, which means you're always gonna fucking draw into him. He's like a low to mid A tier, I'd say. He was really, really impactful when he hit the field. Even when he did fanfare into him, his stats was so fucking huge that it was kind of fine a lot of the time. And also, of course, he's extremely strong in Take 2. Sylvia was okay. Sylvia was good in Evo Portal, and Evo Portal was just fine. She was one of the better cards in Evo Portal. So Sylvia's the one that is a 4-drop, 4/4 ward. She would evolve herself for free if you're in Resonance and recover 2 play points. Doesn't gain stats on Evo. Sylvia was nice, obviously, for a free Evo for Evo Portal. She was also good value, recover 2, to then play another 2-drop. Usually, ideally, it would be like Metatron to evolve, hard evolve Metatron or something. Not Metatron, but Razio? Ramio? You would hard evolve the neutral ramp and have 2 evolves and ramp on turn 4. B tier. Pretty good card for a mid archetype. Ramiel, yeah. Evolve Portal was playable. It's on a similar level as Machina. As this Belfo, where it was a decent, okay deck that never actually did anything notable. Maybe it won like 1 tournament or 2, but it wasn't anything too special. Soldier is the... Soldier is broken in Enhanced Portal, but otherwise Soldier was the Take 2 Andy. Soldier was the Enhance... What was it? Enhance 8, was it? It has a bunch of enhancers. Enhance 4, summon another soldier. Enhance 6 to summon 2 soldiers. Enhance 8 to summon 3. And give them all evolve for 0 EP. On evolve, give +1/+1 to all other allied mechanized soldiers. Was this guy in rotation with Enhanced Portal? Or was there like a token that generated him? No, yeah, he's too old for Enhanced Portal. How the fuck did we get this guy? Am I misremembering? I feel like this guy was used in Enhanced Portal. Or maybe that's just Take-Two All-Stars. But yeah, banger Take-Two card. Spooter! Spooter was a P-shift generator. It was an annoying P-shift generator, but it was one of your weaker P-shift generators. He's a D-tier P-shift generator. Spooter was pretty annoying. He's also really cute. He's not even actually a spider. He's more like a scorpion. I just always say Spooter because it's a cute word to say. Actually no, he doesn't have a scorpion tail, but he has a long body. He's more like a centipede actually. Surveillance system. Once on each of your opponent's turns, when they play a card, put P-shift into hand. This card was pretty annoying because like, if the opponent doesn't instantly kill it, then yeah, you get a free P-shift. It's kind of awkward though. He was kind of awkward with the timing and a little bit higher cost compared to other paradigm shift generators, so he wasn't really that crazy good. He was like a tech at best in Artifact. Actually, maybe he's actually a good Take-Two card. I feel like he'd be more annoying in Take-Two because it does like to have convenient removal. And P-shift is pretty good to have in Take-Two, even if you don't reduce the P-shift very much. Dude, I can't believe Coney is graduating. Literally who? Toy Mender is a Take-Two card. Toy Mender. Fanfare. Get Barrier. Barrier Artifact is a name that was inconvenient. Could you rather generate drains? Like, you'd rather generate Keen Edges or Airstrike with Paradigm Shift in the regular Artifact deck, but you didn't care about Barrier. You weren't that desperate to get Barrier. Whatever, I'm talking too much about a stupid ass Take-Two card. Courageous was another Evo support. Not a great Evo support, but it did see play as an Evolve card. Fanfare, put a puppet into hand, and Evolve, give a random puppet in hand. Fanfare, Evolve. It was another extra Evolve for a Portalcraft archetype that at the time didn't do a whole lot. Oh god, the bathtub lady. Catherine and her bathwater. Ambush. Oh my god, ambush portal! Fanfare, choose one of the following. You add some fucking loot cards for some reason. You can add Goblet, which was the heal 2, Gilded Boots, which was the give rush, and Necklace, which was the buff 1. +1/+1. I don't know, did you use this in Take-Two? Because having boots to give anything rush is useful in Take-Two. I think it's one of those cards where you use in Take-Two just because you have nothing else to pick. Did I use a +1/+1 for anything useful at the time? I don't think so. If it's taking me this long to remember a use for this card, it probably isn't used at all. I want to be slightly more fair to this just because she's a funny bathtub lady, but I literally can't think of a use for Catherine ever. Spina! Spina was a free Evo. Enhance 4, Evolve himself. Strike if Vessel is active for you. Gain the ability to double attack. Enhance 4 for free Evo was kind of heavy for rotation, but you still played him kind of. You still kind of played him? I feel like I should rearrange the order of these because some of these cards were more useful in their respective format, obviously. I guess I'll worry about that later on, but Spinner was a mid free Evo for a mid archetype. Oh, dude, Kitty Cat. Kitty Cat was fucking gas when it went through. Kitty Cat Arsenal. Deal 3 to an enemy follower, deal 2 to another random enemy follower. And if you have more evo points than your opponent, summon 2 ancient artifacts. Kitty Cat was gas. The problem is that Kitty Cat was like too awkward. It was too conditional to abuse. Because it's best used if you're going second, of course, obviously. But also you still have to have a target for the spell. You can't just use this to get tempo ancient artifacts. And there were cases where it's like, so this was in factory format. There are cases where if you use Kitty Cat to get the ancients, and you can like kill too many guys. You can't really abuse Kitty Cat too much with factory because you'll kill too many followers, and you gotta use those followers to crash into to make space. Kitty Cat is a strong ass card, but with a lot of inconveniences. Like, I think its limitations are harsh enough that I gotta put in B tier and not A tier. It's just too inconvenient. It's insane when it does go off, but the problem is that it's just not gonna go off in most games. Lunalu, last, like, evolve to get last words, put a facsimile into your hand, and if you if at least 10 followers have been destroyed, you get to evolve this follower for free. Lunalu never did shit. I remember people coping for this card. I coped in this card because facsimile is an interesting token. Facsimile is a 1-cost, put a copy of a random allied follower played this turn, excluding Lunalu, into your hand. So you could use her to recycle certain cards. You could use her to recycle like an Ilgano, for example. You can use her to recycle, like, I guess puppets maybe. Like there are things you could do. There's potential with facsimile. It's just that she's just so mid by herself. She's a free evo in an evolved deck that doesn't have the means to fulfill her condition. Because Evo Portal didn't destroy enough to get you the 10 allied files destroyed free evo consistently or fast enough. I don't even think she was awkward in Take 2 as well too. Like, I like Lunalu because she's cute and funny, but she's about as unplayable as Conductor was. Factory! Oh god. This was the backbone of Artifact for a while. Literally augmentation and accelerating at home. We had to use Factory for a while as the engine for Artifact. But man, oh man, when Factory hit and you don't get punished, oh dude. Factory crystallize 5 during your turn whenever an allied artifact product comes into play. Give it Rush, recover 1, and draw a card. So it's literally augmentation combined with Acceleratium. And if you were stuck with the Fanfare, 10 cost Fanfare, give +X and Storm to another random allied follower. X equals a number of different names destroyed this match. I have sometimes used Factory on 0-cost Keen Edge to get a giant Storm Keen Edge hit phase drain. But anyway, Factory was the artifact engine for a while. All the way up to Velosaur. I don't think it was still around after Velosaur. Problem with this guy is that he's a huge commitment. Giant tempo loss. Factory was extremely easy to punish if you weren't careful, because a lot of decks did have Amulet removal. There were enough evolved decks floating around that just simply use Rebel. Was it Rebel? They use that neutral spell for cost to just pop your Factory. He even had the evolve 3-drop bitch that could banish. There are a lot of ways to punish Factory if you weren't careful. Smart artifact players would save 0 cost or cheap costs like P shifts for not turn 5, but like turn 6 or 7 maybe. Play Factory alongside additional artifacts, so even if they do have removal, you'd still get some advantage off of it. Probably my favorite version of Artifact is Velisar Artifact, which I liked in spite of Factory. Factory, when it goes off, is gas, but it's gas that can get extinguished really easily. Oh, dude, I love Marinette. I love Mountus Marinette, the Giga Chad. Fanfare, summon 3 puppets, last words, puts 2 puppets into hand. And Accelerate, you can evolve an unevolved allied puppet, draw a card. So this was a lot of value. This was a whole lot of value. 4 bodies on turn 5, get even more puppets. Not quite versatile enough to reach A tier, but it was one of the more fun puppet cards. The Excel 1 free Evo puppet did help out with your Evo portal setup. And you actually sometimes I did get Tempo puppet Evo to face when we get to that one Threadmaster, this one here. Threadmaster, have a puppet, puppet's effects are negated. Sometimes I would have a puppet still on the field, do Marinette, draw 1, evolve, hit face. How many cards are left? Enough. Enough cards are left. Now Tien and Flower. These were the win cons, the payoffs for Evolve Portal at the time. Tien was a fanfare draw card. Now, you have to be careful because at the end of your turn, if you're unable to evolve, bounce it back to hand. Both these guys have that condition, so if you're playing these in the early game, they just leave. They have extra stats. They have overstated stats for being a 3-drop and 2-drop because they don't stay on field in the early game. But Tien draw 1 on Skybound art, which was, you know, like we didn't get that mechanic, but it was the pre-corner mechanic. So it's Skybound art 10 gets reduced every time you evolve. Game +2 and Storm, and that Super Skybound art starting at 15 gets reduced when they evolve. Give Storm to all followers in hand. And Flower on Skybound was deal 4 damage to a random A follower, do this 3 times, and Super Skybound, all allied followers. Fanfare, give all allied followers the ability to attack 2 times per turn. I have to drink water, I'm fucking dying. Five hours in and I'm starting to reach my limitations here. Also, Flower Fanfare was give a unit -4 attack until the end of opponent's turn. So these two, the idea was to give your entire hand Storm and to give all your guys that you summon double attack. Which was, you know, really funny when it went off, but Evolve Portal wasn't exactly the best Evolve skeleton to make this good. Because obviously the Evolve Portal cards weren't as good or versatile or flexible or good as Evolve Swordcraft, for example. They weren't as convenient as Evo Sword or other Evo archetypes. I don't even know if there even were other good Evo archetypes. This is one of the only decent Super Skybound art decks, but that's not really saying much. That's not saying much because all the Super Skybound decks were bad, or specific, or restricted, or take 2 only. Tian and Fiao was a really funny win con. Just kinda held back because they didn't really get any good evolves except for Colossus, which is why I'm putting these two. These two are kind of mid-tier. However, there were too many cards. Oh my god, I had to drag these up so far. Yeah, it was kind of a mid-tier win con, much like Belfo, but Fiawer, I would still say Fiawer is B. At the top of B though, because Fiawer's Skybound became useful with Tolerance. Fiawer is a pretty good Tolerance enabler later on. Colossus though, Colossus was fucking... Oh, I love this guy. I love this dude. Crystallize 3. Deal 3 to a guy, was it? Crystallize 3, deal 3 to a follower. If Vezo is active, deal 5. And when a Crystallize countdown cracks, countdown 3, when it cracks, you summon Colossus and evolve it. On evolve, he's a big guy that can't attack. At the end of your turn, deal 3 damage to a random enemy follower, and then deal 3 damage to any leader. Change this guy's defense to 1. If you play him as a Fanfare, he's a 8/7 ward that on Fanfare deal 5 to a random enemy follower and deal 5 to face. So he's a lot of burn damage. That was good support for Evo Portal and became even better with Tolerance. Because when you summon him, when he gets summoned with the Evolve active, it's like 6 damage to Tolerance. So good face, Tolerance enabler, Evolve enabler. Just like this guy, like we were all clowning on this guy at first. He looked like just a stupid ass, shitty ass meme at first, but like he actually was really good value. I actually do consider this guy to be high A tier because he was pretty versatile for a while, and he was broken in Take 2, of course. Energy supplier supplies energy. Energy supply was just a Rezo proc for a meme deck. I mean, this Rezo Portal was never actually good. Like top of D or bottom of C? How dog shit is Supplier? So Supplier was end phase, you heal 1 and put an analyzing into deck. And this is when we had Magna Zero, so you want to get as many Rezos as possible. This Rezo was a meme deck, so I think I do put in D tier. Like she was a enabler. Well, then again, I put fucking designs in C tier. Why is it top of C tier? No, I think D tier is the cards that have like barrier use. C, like low C, Supplier did still support a valid Portalcraft deck. That Portalcraft deck was a meme, but she's not terrible within that meme deck. Mecha Arm. Fanfare, you get an Anno and a Ancient and a P-Shift. In has 9, you do that twice. You get 2 Annos, 2 Ancients, 2 P-Shifts. Really solid P-Shift card, just kind of heavy. He's not abusable because he was heavy. In fact, he actually would kind of +2 hard. You would usually use him as a bridge before, like a bridge to get more artifacts and another P-Shift to better set up before playing Factory. This is your mid game before playing Factory. When you play Mechanic after factory, you super duper overdraw. Which is why, like, you use him, but you don't want to see him very often. Notably, you can use him as a body to get soaked by the maneuver. Tonka, you can't stop stream until you're finished, but I'm gonna go for a small snooze for 6+ hours. 6+ hours snooze is like a super long nap for me. A super long, really real sleep. I never get to sleep that long. Oh god, micro assault bot. Yes, micro assault bot was Rezo support, but like bad Rezo support. I think this one I'm hitting. No. I was gonna put him in D tier for Rezo, but he's actually a good take 2 card. He's actually a fine take 2 card. In the context of regular Rezo, it's awkward as hell. This little guy was Rush, Fanfare, Enhance 3 to draw a card, and when Rezo becomes active, you gain Bane. He's a easy hard remove that's only really, the hard move is only really good in take 2. And Enhance 3 for a draw in Rezo is pretty heavy, so he's a card that you saved in Rezo just because he had nothing else to use. Now, Miscalc on the other hand. Miscalc was an actual Rezo enabler, and also an insane take 2 card. Mid C tier? Miscalc was a draw card. At the start of your next 2 turns, draw another card. So it helps you get you a Rezo procs. Kinda can end up overdrawing in a lot of cases, but just kinda heavy. 3 cards is kinda heavy, it's kind of a tempo loss, but it did help enable meme and was really valuable in take 2. Duelist is another Rezo. Well, yeah, it has Rezo mentioned, but Duelist is another Evolve card, but using Duelist for Evo Portal always felt bad. Fanfare, if Rezo's active for you, it gives himself +2 and Rush. If no Rezo mention, you summon the puppet and evolve it. But like, it's real awkward for Evo Portal. You're already using Sylvia. Sylvia's already concerned about Rezo as is. Having 2 guys concerned about Rezo is just awkward in the same build. But it's okay in take 2. Having a early 3/3 rush in take 2 is okay, I guess. The Gizmo was the Fanfare, discard, draw, and Evo summon ancient artifact. You did use Gizmo. I was not happy playing Gizmo. Gizmo's here because Artifact at the time didn't have that many useful Evos. Gizmo at the time was used because it's one of the only cards that actually minuses your hand, so you can play Gizmo and not overdraw. Gizmo was broken in take 2. Gizmo making ancient was pretty good for tolerance. B tier. Yeah, she's a minus, which is cool. Yeah, it's a good thing that she minuses in this case. Breach. Breach was another insight for Rezo. And if you're playing, unironically, like I'm not even joking here, like actual prime artifact, Enhance 7, summon prime artifact, give it rush. Actually good in take 2. Actually generally good in take 2. Higher, this guy is higher compared to its brother in mechanical designs. Probably didn't use this in non-Rezo, but it was another generic 1-drop draw for Resonance. Ooh, brother. Hell yeah, let's drag you all the way up here. Dude, the sexy, angry Miriam. I think she is S tier. Yeah, she's S tier. Now, this Miriam is one of the pieces that made... this is one of the pieces that made Marcy really, really scary. It gave you another way to burn damage. Fanfare, if Vezzo is active for you, recover 2 play points. Actually, no, maybe not Marcy, no, right? Did we start Marcy during the server? I don't... We just played Velsar Throwback, and I forgot if we had Marcy. But we were just simply playing... Yeah, no, Marcy was rotated out. But, this was broken with Airstrike Artifact. Yeah, this was Airstrike era. So, if Vezzo's active for you, she recovered 2 play points. Then, whenever an allied artifact is destroyed, deal 2 to face. So it's extra burn alongside the Airstrike, Storm, and Last Words burn 2. Speaking of Last Words, Miriam Excite 1, destroy an allied follower, put P-Shift into hand. So it's another P-Shift, it's a win con, a P-Shift generator, and a way to pop your own guys to proc, you know. You can proc Airstrike Last Words, or to just like get names destroyed in general. Also was used in Unlimited for a while too. Before we got like super duper crazy stupid with custom Unlimited Artifact, we actually were playing Rainbow Artifact with Genesis and Unlimited. So having P-Shift, easy P-Shifts in Unlimited was really good at the time. Yeah, destroying your own guys was also important to avoid banishing. Carrier! Carrier was damn nice, dude. Carrier is really important for the curve. Is he A tier? Probably, right? Carrier was mostly used for Excel 3. Summon Mystic Artifact, add a P-Shift to hand. But you can use him as a finisher. As an 8-cost body, he's a ward that summons 2 Radiants. Put P-Shift into hand, so you could just, you know, summon 2 Storms and just win like that. Extremely good in Take 2, of course. Really useful in rotation. I think it was used also in Genesis Artifact Unlimited, I'm pretty sure. Helps fill out your early game curve. Yeah, pretty good guy. Quicksilver. Quicksilver was a negate. Little Tiny Moonier. Remove all effects on an enemy follower except changes to its stats. Subtract 1 for the cost of all P-Shifts in your hand. Quicksilver was a negate in a format that had a lot of Shadowcraft and would reduce all your P-Shifts, which reads really strong, but actually wasn't that broken. It was nice to have as an option, but it wasn't actually as impactful as you would think, because Portal kind of just destroyed Shadow anyway. It's kind of a win more card. Yeah, Portal so cracked its expansion. So Velsar Portal was so fucking powerful that they kind of didn't even need this that much. Yeah, you would use this to negate Hadazana, but like, you would use this as a tech as filler. Just simply for weird matchups. You can use this to stop Last Word Shadow from last wording, but so like it didn't actually like it was kind of extra in Velsar Artifact, and also Artifact kind of died right after, right? Am I misremembering? Artifact was insane in Velsar, but was it still around in Renaissance? Because as soon as Ramia got buffed, she rotated out. What else was rotating out during that time? Oh yeah, we were losing a bunch of the P-Shift generators, that's why. So, Quicksilver having less P-Shifts to reduce after all that shit rotated out kind of limited its usage. So it's not like it's a really strong card, just kind of came out a little bit too late for it to be super cracked. So it's like mid B tier. Oh man. Chat, let me have this. Let me do this. Spinaria is the best follower ever made. Like, actually, it's not just me being biased. She actually is the best follower. I would like to put her on the tippy top, but obviously Augmentation's best card pin ever. I put her above Biofab. Spinaria is not just me being biased. Spinaria supported everything, dude. So XL1 to summon Spinaria's artifact obviously was game-changing in Unlimited format. Spinaria's artifact is the best artifact ever printed that only became accessible when this Spinaria got printed. So Spinaria's artifact, you know, on your turn, last words, when it gets destroyed, you search for an artifact follower. So Spinaria became the searcher to help make your augmentation plays all the more degenerate. But not only that, but as a body, even her body was broken. Maybe not broken, but extremely versatile. On Fanfare, choose to summon 2 of the following cards. Yeah, so you summon the Peach of artifacts. You can choose to summon Airstrike, Keen Edge, and or Barrier Artifact. And if you do have at least 6 names mentioned, you can summon all 3. So she's the best mid-range card that we ever got. Where on 6 you can get Rush, you can get Storm, you can heal, you can get Fat Ass Ward, whatever. You can evolve Barrier Artifacts to have a high attack swing to reduce your tolerance even further. It's high cost followers for Calamity. Spinaria actually supported every archetype. Spinaria's artifact was a last words draw for resonance. Spinaria actually legit did everything. This is my favorite card. This is my favorite card of all time. Next to Chaos. Tolerance, yeah. Tolerance. I don't know if Tolerance is all-star tier 2. Because Tolerance isn't quite as abusable the way that he is in Unlimited. I think he's at the top of S. He's at the apex of S. Not quite as versatile enough to crack through. But Tolerance is one of the most scary motherfuckers they ever put in for Artifact. Not Artifact, for Portalcraft. Giant 30 cost follower that gets his cost reduced. At the start of opponent's turn, subtract X from the cost of this card. X equals the total amount of damage dealt from attacks or effects by allied followers from the previous turn. He's a fat ass Storm, Fanfare, destroy enemy follower. So he could just like wipe out wards. Unnerfed S, nerfed C. So the nerfed version, you had to evolve him to get Storm. And then he also didn't gain stats. Honestly though, like, I still used him sometimes, even after nerf. Now, he probably, like, I think that was like more so meme territory after he got nerfed, but I think I put him at B tier after nerf. They did eventually unnerf him, but Tolerance traumatized so many people. This is so many people's most hated card. Just double Tolerance, evolve one of the Tolerances is just 20 damage right there. When this guy first came out too, like, people first thought he was a meme because people didn't realize how easy it is to get his ass reduced. That's why a lot of otherwise mid cards like Flower become a lot more valuable because they are effect damage that can help turbo reduce Tolerance even faster. He was viable in so many Portalcraft archetypes. You could use him in Artifact, you can use him in Evo, you can use him in Resonance, you can use him alongside Resonance for Magna. He's down here. Magna Zero. I am the apex. The something, the absolute prime. Magna? Actually, maybe it's meme tier. So Magna was fanfare. 3 AoE, 3 times AoE, who cares? But if you Rezoed 10, he does 10 damage AoE, including face of course. And if you Rezoed 20, it does 20 to face, 20 to everything. Rezo 20 was a meme, but Rezo 20 was viable in Unlimited Artifact. Kind of win more though. Magna being a 7 cost, like, you know, he was kind of a bit too expensive, too late for the 20 damage to really matter that much. It was just kind of a flex, but Magna Zero is mostly used as a meme deck for Resonance Portal. You could use Magna in Artifact because Factory can give you a lot of Rezo procs. You get a lot of Rezo procs and cheap enough play points that you can get Magna 10 damage to help you win games. Again, that was kind of a flex. I think I do put this at meme tier. Because I think usually, like, he was viable for rotation in the same way that, like, I don't know, in the same way? I don't think Rezo Portal ever topped. I don't think Rezo Portal was ever actually like a viable, like, good rogue deck the way that Belfort World Weaver was. Doing Magna and Ramia on the same turn was a fun flex. There's a lot of fun stuff you can do with this guy, but usually he's either in a bad meme deck, mid meme deck the way that Rezo Portal is, or he's used as a flex finisher in an otherwise good deck. He's a win more finisher in a otherwise normal deck like Artifact. So I think pursuing Magna puts him at meme tier, but he's like the best meme card because he can be used normally. Then again though, I said the same thing about like Ragna OTK and Belfo. So maybe I do put him in the regular tiers. I think I'm putting him in the meme because he was used in more memes as a flex payoff. Even more so than any of these other guys, even more so than Belfo and not Icy and the Ragnar OTK. But obviously, Orb was the better meme. He just gives meme aura. Again, I feel like this might be giving the wrong impression though, where meme looks like these are all bad cards. Magna is the most playable out of all these cards, so I think I do put him in the regular tier. If I'm putting him in the regular tier, he's like next to Belfo here. Yeah, these are all the more like viable. These are the meme-ish but viable win cons here. Iron Hero. Good old Iron Hero. He is a Rezo enabler. And that's about it. He's a 1-1 rush. Last words, put Iron Hero back in deck. Enhanced 10. He gets really big for no reason. Wow, that's it. Brick. No, he was still used in a deck. Like, it's not a high qualifier, but he's more playable than the bricks or these guys down here. Not by a whole lot, but just barely. He's just barely playable. to hit bottom C tier. He's not quite useless. Or even in the current format, there are some Rezo decks in the current throwback that are playing Iron Hero with Chasm. I feel like he's D tier because you never liked using him. No, but that's what C tier is. A lot of C tier is like cards that you use but you didn't like using. D tier is actually borderline unplayable. D tier may have had one singular use exactly one time in Shadowverse history. Iron Hero is a step above that. Plucky Fucky. Plucky was a P-shift generator. Kind of a rough P-shift generator, but she was fine. Plucky was Excel 2 to put bifurcating. Tonko loves bifurcating. Excel 2 to put bifurcating and P-shift into hand. The fanfare is actually good in take 2. Fanfare, summon guard form and strike form, put P-shift into hand. We were using bifurcating at this time. We weren't happy to use bifurcating, but she's also actually good in take 2, so she's a high C tier. Higher-ish C tier. Oh. Tank? Tiniest tank. War Last Word summon an Automaton Knight. And again, Automaton Knight is the guy that Last Word's following. I think this was a okay take 2 card. Not amazing, but it's a guy that turns into another guy. So you do get some extra value out of this guy in take 2. And having extra puppets in take 2 is fine. Determination. Unnamed Determination. I'm mixed on this card. It's a good card, but it's a bricky card. Unnamed Determination recovers a EP. And if you've had 10 guys destroyed, you can draw 2. I think. Yeah. The regular effect is recover 1 EP. And if you've destroyed 10, draw 2. Unnamed is awkward because we are playing puppets. We are destroying a bunch of guys. But getting 10 destroyed on time can be inconvenient even with the amount of puppets we have in this rotation. And it gets really fucking annoying because unnamed, whenever I play it, it clogs pretty easily. I do often get stuck with multiple unnames in hand, and it's just sitting there. Threat Snipper, we did mention earlier how Muscle Man Excel can be useful to evolve the puppet that she negates. So Threat Snipper was a generates a puppet on fanfare, and once per turn, when you play a puppet, you negate its effects. So it won't be able to rush, but it will be a guy that stays on field. If you have guys that buff up puppets, then you can turn that puppet into tempo. Threat Snipper was one of those cards that we used, but like was annoying. There were plenty of cases where I would have Threat Snipper and I really want that rush, but Threat Snipper negates the rush though. She was around, but there were cute interactions you could do with Threat Snipper. So I think I do keep her at B tier, low B tier. Like again, the Muscle Man interaction with Threat Snipper for Tempo Puppet was cute. But mainly it was just there just because it filled out the early game. It was 2 bodies in the early game. I kind of am I'm struggling to remember exactly. What build did we even have in this era? Like did we have this Shana for this? Were we using this for Evo Portal? were we using this for Rally Portal? It's like theoretical support for a bunch of different archetypes, but it wasn't insane in any of those archetypes. Enforcer was insane for its archetype, and I do believe that this Belfo was not exactly fake. So this Enforcer was a 1-run rush that on last wood you get Repair Mode and Assembly Droid, and if you do have a Machina in hand, it becomes a 3-1 rush. So an early game high attack rush that has a good last words to get fusion material. It was pretty good. I think Belfo was a real deck, right? I'm pretty sure this Belfo was a real deck, at least on release. I'll get him out of the way now. This was the better fusion Belfo. This was a better fusion Belfo where you fuse using Machina cards. Whenever cards that fuse this card, if it's the second or first time this match, you summon the Armored Tentacle. If it's a third or fifth time, so you spend 3 to summon the Tentacle. If it's a third or fifth time, you spend 3 to summon the Assault Tentacle. So you use this Belfo to turn your shitty ass Machina bricks into usable cards, fuse them to become usable cards. And on Fanfare, you summon Tisiphone, the new Tisiphone. Then, if this follows fuse at least 1 card, you summon the new Electo. If at least 2 cards, you summon the last sister, Megira. This turn 9. Now, turn 9 was pretty damn late at this point, but like, you could ramp at least. Machina Portal was a control deck. You could ramp sometimes, I guess. It's a control deck. Survive until you get this Belfo. And when you get this Belfo, it's fucking explosive. Tisiphone was a double attack. The next time on strike, rush strike. The next time this follower takes damage, reduce that damage to 0. Double attack, cannot be destroyed by effects. Electo, this new Electo is actually good. 4/7 ward. At the end of your turn, +2/+2 to all your Machina followers and draw 3. Megira was 2/11 ambush. At the end of your turn, you heal 6, recover EP at the start of your turn. Deal 5 to enemy leader. It's a lot. Belfo was a huge explosive turn 9, and it was pretty difficult for people to, like, it was almost impossible. Almost. It was possible. He did get cleared. It was really, really difficult to clear Belfo boards, and it was really difficult to kill Belfo players after the heal in the giant ass ward. Yeah, this Belfo was actually banned in Take 2 as well too. This guy was banned because he's a broken finisher, and also even the tentacles. The tentacle fusion engine was also really good in Take 2 as well. Rally Puppet was a thing. Like, I wasn't sure if Rally Puppet was a thing with Thread Snipper yet, or if Rally Puppet became a thing after Thread Snipper. This Belfo was an actual good win con, but I'm pretty sure he's like a Lishana level, where he's a good win con, but like a tier 2 a lot of time, tier 2 win con. He was good in Renascent format, but Renascent format was really oppressive. Renascent format was really scary because we had the, Misto Bay and Lalika. Belfo was a slow control deck that was good enough to keep up, but wasn't strong enough to really actually be top tier. But it was nice. He was nice to have around. And this is the Belfo that I use in Unlimited format alongside Karula, like I stated several times, where you would do Karula Evolve, Float 5, Invoke into Heaven's Gates, and this Belfo was a way better payoff in Unlimited, compared to World Reaver because it doesn't have the RNG. Even in this version, Electo is still the worst Fury. No, Electo was the one that like helped you survive. I guess it is worse, but they're all broken now. Like, Electo is still like extremely strong, but you know, I guess if you had to compare the three. The Dual Sword, I feel mixed about this card because it feels bricky the same way that Unnamed does. But oh my god, Dual Sword wins so many games for me. I think up here, higher-ish B tier is fine. I might be giving Brink a little bit too much credit. I'll put it down here, I guess. Dual Sword, 1 drop. You get the 2 Maisha token spells. You put False Slash and True Strike into hand. Then, if at least 10 ally falls have been destroyed this match, subtract 1 from their cost. False Strike was the 1 cost, give Bane, so it becomes free if you have the full condition. You give Bane to an ally father. True Strike is deal 3 damage to an enemy. 2 drop, deal 3 to guy. Becomes 1 drop. It becomes 1 drop if you play it correctly and get the condition active. If at least 10 ally files have been destroyed this match, you deal 3 to face. You can deal 3 to face instead. I've had several games last stream where I was really struggling. I was losing pretty badly, but I just happened to have triple Dual Sword and just deal 9 just like that. It's one of those cards that feels bricky, it clogs, but like, when you do have it active, it does come in handy. It does work pretty well. Even a Bane. Putting a Bane onto a puppet for free can be really useful as well. Mega Enforcer is one of the better Machina cards printed. Probably the best generic Machina card. He is pretty damn good. I think this Machina was a real enough archetype that I can put it... I think I can squeeze him in A tier actually. Mega Enforcer. If any other Machina cards are in hand, draw a card. At the end of your turn, if at least 3 Machina cards are in hand, recover 1 EP. And on evolve, deal 4 damage to enemy follower. So this Mega Enforcer was a draw, EP recover, removal, and a lot of damage for tolerance. This thing does a lot of things within its deck. Now, Machina might not have been the best deck. I misspoke. What did I say? I meant to say deal 9. It deals 4 to a father, then you can crash to become 9 total. Alongside this Enforcer. Like, you can use Belfo, or you could just simply be good and get double tolerance in the early game, like before Belfo. Machina was a pretty decent control engine to survive until Belfo on 9, but like he could also just do a bunch of damage to reduce tolerance. Auto Machina, man. This card pisses me off, but it's not that bad. Auto Machina is an invoke. Tonko hates invokes. Its regular effect is it's a 4/5 ward, fanfare, and last words draw a card, and it invokes if you've resoled at least 10 times this match, invoke this card. So this, alongside Yuan on 10, you can deal burn damage with Yuan, and then help protect your board. This card's annoying. It's a Rezo card, so you're gonna... It's an invoke card, so you're gonna fucking draw into it. Before Castle was printed, drawing this was so annoying. Like, yeah, you could put it back in the deck with the Gabu Mage, yeah. But I believe... I don't exactly remember what pre-nerf Rezo Chasm looked like. I'm pretty sure you did use this in pre-nerf Rezo Chasm when you had Flaming Glass Chasm. And you actually could tech this in to unlimited artifact resonance. High B tier. Annoying card because you do draw into this all the fucking time, even at 1. But it's a nice, convenient, good value invoke for just playing the way that your deck is intended to play. Invasion. Invasion was 3-drop AoE 2 damage, and in hand 7, you summon the Assault and Armor Tentacle and Search for Machina. This was a nice mid-game card, mid to late game card to help you survive just a little bit longer. Just to survive a little bit longer to get to Belfo. The 3-drop AoE 2 before Enhance. I feel like AoE 2 was still kind of a bit too small. I don't know, was the AoE 2 good enough against Rally's sword? Like, it can help you clear early boards. I want to say that some of the early boards were a bit too tall, too fat for 2 AoE to be enough, but also getting 2 tentacles, getting the Storm Tentacle, you had the option to trade and last words. Similar case with the Belfo fusion is that you could trade the Assault Tentacle with Storm, have its last words deal 2 to another guy for a lot of reduction with tolerance. So you could crash Assault Tentacle and also evolve the Armored Tentacle, and that becomes 10 damage reduction for tolerance. I want to say Nefarious was just awkward enough in the early game to not quite be A tier, but high B tier. Yuan! Well, he was not buffed into a 1-drop until way later, of course, but Yuan helped get Rezo. Yuan helped put Resonance on the map. Yuan Fanfare, you choose a card in hand, put it into deck, and then draw a card. So it was a Rezo proc. At the start of opponent's turn, if you've Rezoed 5 times this match, deal 4 damage to random enemy follower. Then, if 10 Rezos mentioned, deal 4 damage. There's a way easier Rezo payoff compared to Magna Zero. And this became, obviously, a cornerstone of cast and Rezo for more burn damage. After the buff, this became a humongous deal for unlimited artifact. Is Yuan S tier? Also on Evolve, he summons an analyzing artifact. So he supports a lot of different archetypes. Is really good in unlimited format. Granted, I don't remember if he had to. I don't remember if he was used before buff in unlimited. And I also don't know if Yuan was necessarily crucial in artifacts for the Evolve to get analyzing. But he supports so many archetypes so well, and has had a really strong, lasting value in unlimited that I'm pretty sure he is S tier. Yeah. 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 Who the fuck is this whore? I actually got this card confused with the other 3-drop useless bitch over here. Insightful Homunculus, Fanfare, put a copy of the leftmost card in your hand into your hand. It's a very conditional Hamlin. Meme? I don't remember what meme it enables. it can make a copy of any card. You can make a copy of Tolerance. you'd have to it gets copied as a 30 cost, so you'd still have to reduce the new Tolerance, but you'd have to have Tolerance as your leftmost card. There wasn't really an effective way to organize your hand enough for Insightful to copy something useful. I'm racking my brain here. I think I did have a meme idea with this at some point, but obviously it was really bad. And also not even good in Take-Two, because who the fuck knows if you're even gonna have a playable card. Like, in Take-Two, the leftmost card is the card that you can't fucking play. It's a card that you're gonna be bricked on the entire game. So copying is not gonna be useful. Brick. Oh boy, Threadmaster. Threadmaster, A tier. With the Bratty Mesugaki alt art, A tier, S tier. Okay, it's A tier. Only thing, it's one of the better puppet generators. It's 2 bodies for Destruction Portal. Only thing holding it back is that the next one drop puppet that they made is even better. It's like that neutral copy, that neutral goddess that copies leftmost card. I get a cheaper version of Star Deity, but even Star Deity didn't do anything. Star Deity had a meme, but eh. Oh jeez. Megastone, Guardian, Fanfare, destroy 3 random followers, 3 other random followers. Pretty sure this is good enough for Take-Two. He's pretty damn heavy for Take-Two though. But I'm pretty sure he still is good for Take-Two. Oh yeah, Star Deity was the Zooey meme, that's right, yeah. Yeah, you played unlimited Zooey works. Revise Experiment. This is probably one of the safest zero-cost spells that Portalcraft got. You just make an enhanced puppet. This is effectively a free puppet generator, which, you know, became, like, theoretically on paper, you can generate a puppet put into hand for free as fusion material for Orcus, which came out later on. But still didn't see that much play though. Like, I played this card, but it didn't really do a whole lot. Like, it reads really strong on paper, but didn't actually do that much. An okay Take-Two card just as a cheap brush, but it has its uses. It has uses, but its usage was limited, so I think it is lower C tier. False Puppeteer. Did I use this? False Puppeteer, Fanfare put an enhanced puppet into hand. Evolve put a regular puppet and enhanced puppet into hand. Ah. I don't remember how, like, I did use this in rotation. I don't remember if I liked this that much in rotation. Because getting stuck with enhanced puppets, multiple enhanced puppets was pretty awkward. And by the time we did get Fusion Orcus, we had better options for puppet generators anyway. But enhanced puppets, that many enhanced puppets is pretty cracked in Take-Two, so it is most certainly a Take-Two Andy. Ooh. Iron Ring Explorer. Fanfare put analyzing artifact into hand. I think this is also a Take-Two Andy. Just getting analyzing for a generic draw is fine in Take-Two. You can save that puppet for later on. For... not puppet, I mean artifacts for later on for other things, but like... I don't think it's a brick because he was okay as a generic 2-drop, I guess. Now, this guy, multi-arm artifact, was a I guess this is the second main deck artifact ever printed. It's a vanilla most of the time, but fanfare, at least 5, if at least 6 names have been destroyed this match, gain +4/+4 and deal 4 damage to enemy follower. This guy with rush was 10 damage to tolerance. Thing is though, I think he mostly just used this guy for the name. I think it was mostly used as a main deck artifact name. You would kind of just like pitch him. You would kind of just pitch him to get the name out, and if you happen to have him, his fanfare for big damage, usually at that point you have plenty of other ways of damage to reduce tolerance, but he did come up. He is nice when he comes up for the enhanced fanfare, but usually I think I mostly remember him as just a simple 2/2 fighter with the trait on him. Licht. I'm kind of mixed on this guy actually, because this Licht at 3 cost was kind of heavy. Fanfare, put puppet and enhanced puppet into hand. Then, if at least 20 followers have been destroyed this match, give +1 and storm to all puppets in hand. So this was like a retrained Noah mechanic. Like it's like a more modern Noah. But you never use that effect though, right? Like there was never really a good puppet deck that actually used Licht Storms. Like it could help you close games, but it's worlds beyond Noah, exactly, yeah. And like the heal effect, you have to evolve to get the heal effect whenever an allied puppet comes up that you heal one. So you couldn't even use it for control to survive that easily anyway. Are you actually ranking the whole Portalcraft cards? Yeah, duh. Who do you think I am? I am Senior Mr. Portalcraft after all. You rather Cosmos than use this card? I'd rather use Cosmos above anything else in general. Like you used him in builds, but you never used him as a payoff though. And even then as a 3 cost to get 2 puppets was still heavy for most builds. I think he's take 2. Because even in rotation puppet builds, I didn't like using him. Even in normal rotation puppet decks, he was still too heavy for me. So I never really used him in any real decks, I'm pretty sure. But like again, having easy access to puppets is still okay in Take 2, so... Oh. Kololu? Fanfare choose to put a Queen Hemorrhoid the white or Queen Magnus Carlsen the black into hand. Then, if 10 destroyed, subtract 2 from its cost. Evolve, subtract 2 from the cost of a Hemorrhoid or Magnus. So this was a Take 2 card. Queen Hemorrhoid was efficient, just as a easy rush, and strike get a Knight. Weird. Why the fuck does Kololu... Who is this? Who does she think he is? Like, we poached several Swordcraft cards, you know, but why does she make the queens? Creating the Magnus can be convenient to help protect board too, to give them they can't be damaged for the turn, but No, he never actually uses in any proper real decks, I'm pretty sure. If anything, it's coming back to me. If anything, oh god, yeah, it's coming back to me. Some of these mid cards, like Licht and Kororu, you would use an enhanced portal just because you had nothing else to play. Enhanced portal was a, you know, soft hot end deck, so you kind of just had to play a bunch of filler. These two were okay as filler cards, but I'd say they would be more useful in Take 2 overall. Second effect, I remember being okay in Puppet Artifact, but Jetpack usually better for winning. Jetpack was the best finisher for several decks for a while. Where is Jetpack? Oh, he's in the next expansion. Oh, fuck, dude. Here we have some heavy hitters, holy shit. Artifact Impulse. Normally it's a 2-drop that would summon an ancient artifact, but if you've got 6 names, destroy this match. It deals 6 to Guy. If the opponent has no guys, it does 6 to face. A lot of fucking burn power alongside Genesis. This package was like really good for a while until they nerfed Genesis. It was even good in Unlimited. Crazy amount of burn. Made artifacts really good until they murdered it. Genesis artifacts. Evolve it to get the guard artifact and defense artifact. Which one's which? Both of them were ward. Guard artifact was a 1/3 that can't be destroyed by effects. Defense artifact was the ward that reduces damage from effects to 0. And on Fanfare, if you have 6 names, you get 2 copies of Cannon Artifact. Cannon Artifact was 1-drop, Storm, Fanfare, do X to Guy. If there are no guys that the opponent has on the field, deals X to face. X equals the number of allied artifact cards in play. Genesis is a huge fucking deal. Genesis became the backbone of artifacts in this era. But they fucking murdered him. They wiped his ass out because in, what was it, Celestial? They nerfed him to only generate 1 cannon. So you couldn't really get lethal as much with cannons, and like typically you use cannons to hit face and then also impulses to hit face, so OTK, but it became less usable after they got killed. And I think he's still nerfed. Because Rainbow Artifact was really good in Unlimited before Chasm became really abusable, before Dog got printed. Also worth knowing too that because the, what was it, defense artifact, guard artifact, because guard artifact is non-destruction, it works with like Miriam Excel, destroy guy to get thing. Defense artifact can't get destroyed, so that was really useful in Unlimited and in Take 2 All-Stars. I don't quite think Genesis is All-Star tier because he's not generically broken the way that all these other artifact cards were. He created and sustained a whole Rainbow Artifact playstyle that was used in Unlimited, but died. It got gutted and has not come back since then. Oh, dude. Do we put this bitch in meme tier? Monolith Creator! This card was like annoying because it's kind of like, it's really awkward and inconvenient. Monolith Creator is a 5 cost 3/3 rush. Fanfare, if at least 3 of your EPs have been used this match, summon another month creator and give it Storm. Strike -2/-2 AoE to all enemy followers and then remove this effect. This was designed to be support for Calamity to, like, you know, get more 5 costs onto field. But you have to spend EP. You can't just evolve 3 times. You have to spend EP. This thing is good in Take 2. Like, AoE Rush Body is okay in Take 2. But, like, she was never even good Calamity support the way that she was intended to be. Calamity on that. Calamity is a meme, but Calamity was actually a damn good meme. Calamity was a goofy win con that was still used in regular decks. I think Calamity is A tier actually. I think Calamity actually is A tier. Because even if you're not using the instant win con, the Dreadnought, and the sometimes you can search for other high costs still came in handy. So what Calamity did was puts 2 Dreadnoughts into deck. At the end of your turn, you put a random follow that costs at least 5 play points from deck into hand. So you can add the Dreadnought. You can add the Dreadnoughts that just spawned, or you can maybe add Belfo. You can maybe add Tolerance. You can maybe add Spinaria. Even outside of regular ass Calamity, you still just use this as a nice card in general. Like, and even if your regular combos don't really work, you can kinda sorta sometimes use the Calamity package as a backup win con. Not really, but it can help you stall. Dreadnought was when it came into play, summon a World Eliminator, and when Dreadnought leaves play, puts 2 Edens into deck. Dreadnought had Invoke at the start of your turn if these 5 allied guys that cost at least 5 have been destroyed this match. Invoke this card. Eliminator was another 5 cost, 3 rush. That last words increase max defense related by 2, heal 2. And Eden was a big ugly motherfucker that on fanfare. Oh no, on place. When it comes into play, you summon 3 Eliminators and give them Bane. Either 5/5 Bane board. This is a lot. Kanawa's whole package did a lot. You invoke Eden if you've had 10 ally followers that cost at least 5 to destroy this match. The idea of Calamity is that you have a whole bunch of fat cost followers, get their asses destroyed to get the invokes, and if you stall hard enough, if you're a really good player against a really bad deck and you stall hard enough, once you get 20 motherfuckers destroyed, when Eden dies, he generates Calamity and puts it in the deck. If you've got 20 motherfuckers destroyed, you can invoke Calamity N, get it into your hand, and recover 2 EV points. If you spent at least 3... No. If you spent at least 4 evolve points, instant win. Playing Recluse or Guardian solo on Nightmare, I think, should be approved as a form of torture or humiliation ritual. Me trying to explain the entirety of Calamity seems like a form of torture, because that was a lot. It's a meme win con. TLDR, it's a meme instant win con that actually kind of works sometimes, because the Calamity engine gave you so much stall power that it kind of actually did work sometimes. Not really, but you just threw in Calamity into a normal deck. You kind of just threw Calamity into Resonance or Belfo, because Belfo is a stall deck. Calamity is a Rezo proc, because you put guy into deck and add guy to hand so it procs Rezo. Hello, Boki's pick. How are we doing? I'm fucking dying because I'm 6 hours in and I still have a long way to go. Who is this? We are now on Omen of Storms. Oh my god. We have now reached actual modern Shadows era. The end is near, surely, right? Hermit, take 2. Hermit was 5 cards, destroy random guy. Destroy a random allied follower and random enemy follower. This himself, he can't be destroyed by effects, so he's actually a hard random removal if you just play him by himself. And has 8, destroy 2 instead. It's take 2 removal. I did in fact fall asleep, and holy moly, you're still going. I'm still going until the very fucking end. I do not want to split this into a second stream. What the fuck is this thing? Doll lady. Last words, put enhanced puppet into hand. Trash, but take 2 trash. Not unplayable compared to these other guys, because it helps fill out your take 2 curve. Metaton. Mechanical Analyzer. Fanfare. If Resonance is active for you, gain Rush. Last words, draw 2. Take 2. An easy rush and draw 2 for take 2. Trash, but take 2 trash. Now, Discovery. Discovery I have mixed feelings about. Summon Analyzing, and if you played any other in the Discoveries this match, give it Rush. So it was an easy way to get Analyzing, but spending 2 to get Anal just felt bad. And like, if you're desperate, you can play it again to give Rush and draw like that, but like, you played this? But I didn't like playing it. It's like a C tier artifact card. It's a C tier artifact card that is bumped up a little bit higher because it has the Uma Horse Borbin alt art. Ugh. Dwarf Engineer? Fanfare, choose to add Doll Operation hand or Puppet Room. So we talked about how Doll Operation had some meme interaction, some meme potential. Like, you can't... Dwarf Engineer is new enough that you could use Doll Operation with Lyoth, right? Yeah, I think they were in rotation. But like, did you actually do that though? I'm pretty sure Engineers take 2 because of Puppet Room. Because Dollop, like, Engineer to curve into Puppet Room and take 2 is fine, but Laser Cock. Hawk Tua dealt 2 damage. Fanfare, deal 2 damage to random guy and then enemy leader. Do this 1 time. If 10 ally falls have been destroyed this match, do this 2 times instead. That doesn't sound very good, but I use this. What did I use this in? I think this was just a 1-of for a little bit of extra burn in a deck. I can't for the life of me remember. Was it Lishana? Was it a 1-of an enhanced portal? I know I used this, but like... it clearly wasn't anything super important because I can't remember exactly, but like... My heart is telling me that it was like a low C tier card because it was useful in a build somewhere. I think it was just a generic aggro portal deck. Where you just kind of like... I think it was just like you played Kasim or some shit. Just pushes out damage and then like... do burn damage to kill them. Worst case in take 2, you'd pick as many as you'd get. For this guy, were you able to destroy enough to consistently get take 2? And in take 2, were you able to destroy enough to consistently get this guy active? I think I did use this as an aggro build with Lyoth. I think. I'll just leave it at that. I'm pretty sure it was used in an aggro deck. Not really a great... Oh, dude. Adherent? Dude, Adherent is so hot. Ah! She's so fucking hot, but she's so mid. She's so bad. Destroy another allied Portalcraft follower and put a copy of it into hand. Fanfare, destroy an allied... Wait, what? Did you do this? Oh, yeah. Just Fanfare, make a copy of a follower, or Fanfare, make a copy of an amulet. Now, you could use her to copy the Shana eggs. Like, you can use her to copy the Shana eggs. But it wasn't useful enough. Like, I don't think I had a deck that used this in anything. And I don't even think this was a Take 2 card. I don't even think this was a good Take 2 card. But she's so fucking hot. So, she did have uses. And I don't have the heart to put her in Brickshire account tier. So, she is gonna be D tier. She's so fucking hot. And she can... She's like a cheaper modern day Apostle. Both of them are super schizo super fans. The difference is that Adherent is like one of the hottest characters in all of Shadowverse that doesn't do anything, but copying eggs is valid. And you can use it to destroy artifact names and get copies. I for sure did not play this shit in Artifact, but it is there as an interaction. Now this brat was pretty damn good. Inauspicious is really damn good. A tier good? I think she's A tier good. She's also one of the best puppet cards printed, I'm pretty sure. Inauspicious, get a puppet into hand. Whenever an allied follower is destroyed, give a random any follower -1/-1. It can reduce stats for ambushes, and on evolve you summon an enhanced puppet. So you can trade the enhanced puppet to get another crash for another further minus stats. Inauspicious is really abusable, and it kind of forced people to play weird. If you had Inauspicious and other guys, they had to prioritize killing Inauspicious first, so that the minus stats doesn't like fuck up their plays in their own turn. Yeah, Icy is A tier. I'm gonna be honest though, I kind of don't remember what else Icy was good in besides Rally Portal. Oh yeah, Icy was good in Orb of Desecration, of course. Jetpack, oh man, fat bastard. Oh man, daddy? Dude, this guy was shockingly good. He's a storm that, like, was it on Evo or on Strike? Yeah, on Evo. On Evo, he has Strike, Summon an Ancient Artifact, and with Enhance, he gets extra. I think he is S tier. He was broken for half an expansion. No, dude. No, man. If maybe like high A tier probably, but dude, no. This guy was so good because it's not just for like he's being used right now in the current throwback as a way to finish games because you know, on Enhance 6 he has double attack, so that's 8 storm, summon 2 ancients, and on Enhance 8 he's triple attack. You can get jump scared. It's like Maisha. You just get jump scared. If your opponent has EP, you can get jump scared at 8 and just get annihilated for 12. And as you're aware, as I'm sure you're aware, Enhanced Portal with this guy was broken. This guy is what is the reason why Enhanced Portal is good. Not just Judith, but like Enhanced Portal instantly died the moment Jetpack Gunner rotated out. And obviously he's an extremely broken Take 2 card as well too. He's just like the most surprisingly good card. He's a finisher that doesn't take too much commitment. You don't need destruction. You don't need artifact names. You just need big PP and EP. Return. Melody's Return is a very versatile card. Barrite, put a copy of that follower into hand. Then, if 10 destroyed, put a copy of a random allied 3 playpoint follower and 4 playpoint follower destroyed this match. Melody was most useful not even in Lishana, but most useful in Artifact. Because you could barrite artifact names. You can barrite artifact names and like recycle Genesis artifact. Thing is, I don't think it's quite as abusable outside of Artifact. I don't remember using this on anything crazy outside of Artifact. I see Vice, Virtue, Avarice on S. I expect him to be All-Stars. The reason why Vice, Virtue isn't All-Stars is because these are the cards that were broken in every single era. And like, just completely breaks Unlimited format. Tolerance isn't abusable in Unlimited format. Like, these are useful. These are for the Unlimited crimes. And for the combos, the insane combos and loops that they enable. Tolerance is at the tippy top of S tier. But like his ass got nerfed. And then when he got unnerfed, he was no longer abusable in Unlimited format. So... why is Biofab an All-Star? I don't remember what decks I was played in at all. All of the early Artifact decks and all of the Unlimited decks. You're right! Yeah, we use Melody for Calamity. Now, Pure Calamity was kind of a meme. Pure Calamity was a meme, so you didn't like... pursue Calamity as the win con, and it wasn't winning games that much that way, but still, it was a nice... it was a nice bonus application for a Melody. I don't think it's quite abusable and versatile enough to push it to A tier for me. Maybe I do push it to A tier because it's a Lishana spell, and Lishana is hot, but... Woo! The Zoomer Ramia. Zoomer Ramia wasn't as explosive as OG Ramia in terms of damage, storm damage, but this one was way more versatile. This is an S tier Ramia. Rush, Fanfare, if at least 6 names destroy this match, deal 4 AoE to the enemy board, and Evolve gains Storm. The Storm wasn't that crazy, it was a 4 attack Storm, but like, you could use it to play pretty aggressively, especially if your opponent was at low tempo, and you have like, you know, you have a wide board, just Evo face on turn 4, whatever, but like, the AoE was really important to reduce tolerance. 2-drop 4 damage AoE cleared so many boards and reduced so much stats with tolerance. And also still used as a name, as a option in Unlimited. Maybe not anymore in the Rezo build, but yeah. Okay, so like I said, this is my favorite card. My favorite card next to Spinaria. Wielder of Cosmos, the Gacha Simulator. During a turn, this card is added to hand from deck, changes cost to X, and reveal it. X equals a random number between 2 and 10. Fanfare changes follows attacks and defense to Y. Y equals the cost of this card. So you have like a billion different possible effects. Gain Ward, gain Storm, gain Bane, can evolve a 0 EP, heal 4 to leader, recover 2 PP, deal 3 damage to all other followers, deal 2 damage to enemy face, destroy a random enemy follower, and draw 2 cards. And or draw 2 cards. Then evolve, banish 10 random cards from deck, put 10 Cosmoses into deck. Cosmos is the fattest meme card that they printed. It's one of the fattest meme cards they've ever printed, but it's also like the best meme card ever printed. Dude, this might be too high praise. Maybe I'm gassing this guy up too much because I love him so much. But he's an actual S tier meme. Actual unironic S tier. In spite of him being a meme, because despite his RNG, most of the effects on him are actually good. Like you might not get the effect that you're looking for, but a lot of the effects are useful and versatile. That if you do roll into them, you might not. It might be good enough that you don't get too mad, but like, it's also really important to out Bahamut. Bahamut was rampant. Even if Bahamut wasn't exactly top tier, ladder was rampant with Bahamut players. Bahamut being an invoke, mill the opponent's deck all the way down to 4 to force your opponent's deck out, but then you just reset your deck with just Cosmoses. I would love to put an All-Star, but he's not quite at that level. Cosmos was a shockingly good RNG card that like had a huge impact. Despite the RNG, you still slot this guy into so many Portalcraft decks. Like, he could be the win con. You can just smoke screen into Cosmos and just keep playing Cosmos back to back to back and just win off of that. Even in my most recent stream, like, even in my past couple of streams because of throwback rotation, it just works. I have games where it just works. I had a game yesterday or the last week, I forget exactly, but like I played an 8 cost Cosmos, got 10 damage, and then a 2 cost Cosmos rolled both Storm and damage for 14 exact lethal or some shit like that. Good old Cosmos. If no one's got my back, Cosmos got my back. This Lishana. Now, okay, alright. So, OG Lishana wasn't actually that crazy. OG Lishana carried Portalcraft, but only because during that time Portalcraft had nothing else to work with. Lishana was just like a backup win con alongside Maisha. But this Lishana, she is so hot. She's so fucking hot, and she is really, really good. Like, this one is S tier. Because eggs. This Lishana was way easier to use compared to OG Lishana, because the tokens that she made were not as difficult to get going. They weren't as impactful. They were lower cost but more consistent. So you're trying to fanfare, you choose one of the following cards to add to hand. If 10 guys destroy this match, you put all 3 in hand. You can get the new prayer, the spell, or the black and white egg. Ishana herself can't be destroyed because duh, she's Ishana. And you can evolve her to reanimate 0, 1, and 2. So you reanimate puppets, you can reanimate the 1 cost artifacts, so on and so forth. Egg. White egg. Both of the eggs are 8 costs. Whenever thing gets destroyed, subtract 1 from the cost. Egg was heal 4. At the start of your turn, you heal 2. And if you have the other respective egg, it heals 4 instead. Similarly, Black egg was deal for the face. Start a turn, deal 2, but if you have that egg, deal for the face. Like, Tanko still on stream jump scare. I'm still here, and we still have a lot of cards, guys. I have work in the morning, guys. The fact that this Lishana reanimated into a bunch of guys made the eggs so much easier to get going compared to the OG Lishana. It's pretty easy to get 10 destroyed and then play Lishana to get all of the tokens. Oh yeah, also the last token spell. Melodious Monody was a 0-cost token spell. Destroy an allied Portalcraft follower or Portalcraft amulet without countdown. Deal 3 damage to a random enemy follower and deal 1 to enemy leader. So Monody was really good to, one, obviously be a destruction, destroy your own guy to help out your egg count, but also it was really good to help make space on field. Destroy a guy clogging up your board to play another thing. And like, I distinctly remember there was a rage. I distinctly remember one of the only times I watched a Japanese tournament, I actually got fucking, like, it was one of the craziest plays I'd ever seen in my life, where one of the pro players he was playing Artifacts, Lishana, right? And he was on Factory with only like 2 or 3 cards left in deck. He couldn't afford to play more Artifacts because Factory would force him to draw and deck out, right? Like he had like 1, 2, 3 cards. He was about to deck out, right? Motherfucker played Lishana, got Monody, and used Monody to kill his Factory. Monody can get Factory off the field to give you board space and help you not let you deck out. It was the most big brain play I'd seen because I completely missed out on an interaction that like is possible. So yeah, Lishana is goated. This Lishana is really, really, really good. Not quite broken. She wasn't like back-breakingly broken the way the A tolerance or Genesis were. But she was like the best. You threw in pretty much every deck. You threw in pretty much every Portalcraft deck. As most Portalcraft decks would just naturally destroy a bunch of cards anyway. This thing. Well. Wait, what's Supersonic? Supersonic has an alt art, so she's all the way down here somewhere. Supersonic, 0-cost spell. Give an artifact, free evo. Give an artifact rush and free evo. Honestly, like, not that crazy. Surely Scan is all-star. Scan is not all-star because it's nerfed. If Scan stayed at 0 cost, it'd be all-star. Supersonic is just nice. It's just aight. Supersonic was mostly just... It was mostly just nice to give Genesis Artifact free evo. Or to give Rush to another guy. Like Rush to an Analyzing or some shit. Just to help you clear some early boards. It gave free evo to Genesis or K-pop. That's about it. It was good, but not insanely amazing. Now we're at Edge of Paradise. Are any edgers in chat? Karakuri Servant is just a fanfare put puppet into hand. No extra effects, but you used it as a festive, I guess. No, I mean, festive port is kind of a meme, but like, it was a okay puppet generator. Nothing special, nothing fancy. It was just kind of around. This one, while I'm talking about festive, Tinkering saw a bit more play. Tinkering is 1 cost, last words put enhanced puppet into hand, But also, if you have 10 destroyed, you heal 2 fanfare. So, tinkering was nice as an option. Not too crazy, but tinker was nice as another puppet generator. And a heal in Nishana or in whatever deck. Because mobile researcher? Randomly put a guard form or strike form into hand. Take 2. It's just a whatever 2-drop that helped fill out your take 2 curve, I guess. Am I gonna bother organizing this? Like, I've been organizing the higher tiers in terms of power level, in my opinion, but like, organizing take 2 in terms of power level is like, what's less shitty? Dog shit or horse shit, right? Like, balancing out the take 2 wall might be a bit too inconvenient. Oh, meme. Finally a new member of the meme tier. Clown doll! Transform all other followers into clown dolls. So this was a cheeky way of removal. But you had a particular meme interaction where you could play a bunch of your own followers like puppets, transform them all into clown dolls, have a full circus, and that full circus counts as all high cost followers for Calamity. Clown Doll Calamity was a clown build that people did try with Calamity. It did not work, but it's such a funny form of it's such a funny form of disruption that had a meme interaction that I guess I'll put into meme tier. Ooh, Craftsman's Pride. Yep. This is the best. This is I said this about a couple of puppet cards, but this is the best puppet card ever made. You choose to add 2 of the following. Regular puppet, enhanced puppet, or Forged Weaponry, my favorite Portalcraft card. This gets you 2 puppets for the cost of 1, and also Forged Weaponry was the post buff Forged Weaponry. That was a 3 cost. Give a guy +2/+2. If you have value 10, give +4/+4. Forged Weaponry steals games. Having access to 2 puppets is really important, but Forged Weaponry gave you like a bit of a aggro option against certain matchups. Like if you have a wide board and the opponent has low tempo, you can just Forged Weaponry hit face. And yeah, I was using plenty of decks outside of puppets too. Like even outside of puppets, like you still played Craftsman's Pride, Young Threadmaster with the Shana, even in non-puppet decks, if I recall correctly. Yeah, and like we did play Forged Weaponry alongside Jetpack Gunner with Enhanced Portal. Enhanced Portal would recover you a bunch of play points, so you'd have enough to also play Forged Weaponry, buff up Gunner, +4, so it'd be like a... It becomes like a billion damage, 24 damage. Gunslinger Automaton. This card was around sometimes, but it was always really mid. Fanfare if Vezo is active for you. It's a Mounier, removes all effects on all enemy followers except changes the stats. And evolve draw 2. This card saw play, but it was always just okay. Because in this era of the game, Mounier to negate the whole board wasn't actually as useful. And the reso restriction made her a lot less convenient. Like, having a Moonier to negate wards, for example, can be really strong. But locking it behind reso was just too inconvenient. And the Evolve the Draw 2 is useful, but like, you had better options in most decks. Good for take 2. Evolve the Draw 2 is fine in take 2. Otherwise, I would put in C tier, but... No, maybe I do put in C tier. Because this was used in normal decks too. It wasn't that effective in normal decks, but it was around in normal decks too. Merciless Voiding. I always get this one confused with the newer 3-drop silver that came out in, like, you know, near the end, but... Merciless Voiding, summon Ancient and Analyzing. Then, if you have more EP points than your opponent, summon Mystic Artifact. This was a lot of names. A lot of artifacts. A lot of names. 3 bodies. I don't think Rally was relevant anymore at this point. Did I miss Tonko? Panicking about time? It is 1 AM. I should be panicking, but at this point I'm too far in to really stop. And I'm too lazy to quicken the pace, so... Voiding was really solid, right? 3 bodies going second. Analyzing, Ancient, Mystic. Was K-pop after this too? There's a bunch of remove for K-pop. I'm struggling to remember how much play this card saw after... No, it was still around in Celestial, right? Chat, is he done? Do I look done to you? Yeah, Voiding is just solid enough. I can't remember exactly how much play it saw after, like, I think even a non-artifact build, you still played Voiding. Just because there's a 2 bodies at worst with a draw 1, so... Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is... A tier, though? Yeah, it's like lower A tier. Trigger Happy Puppeteer. You can fanfare, kill the puppet to draw 2, and evolve to get 3 puppets. I did use this card. I remember at the time I was complaining about puppet's hand power. And Trigger was draw power for puppets, but I feel like she was always just alright. Like, I did try her in Nishana and I did drop her. But having that amount of puppets, it's kind of like a... It's like a lot of bodies and damage, similar to how the Muscle Man was. Just kind of a little bit less convenient. Good in take 2? I think it was at least good in take 2. Was she? Because she might be a bit awkward to play in take 2. Because of the puppet condition. She might be bottom C tier. She had a use. She did have a use. Doesn't put puppet to fuse for Orcus. That is true. Yeah, at this point we want to have puppets in hand for Orcus. Summoning puppets was good for Lishana. But it's kinda... Lishana was fine. At that point, Lishana didn't actually need that much of a push to get to 10. Yeah, she wasn't that good in puppets. Like, she's not even a bad card. It was kind of just the wrong format for her. If she came out sooner, she'd be broken, I think. I'm gonna have her stay in take 2 tier, I guess. Celestial artifact. Oh man. This guy. This giant motherfucker. He's a high cost guy, but he's Excel 1 to search to add to hand an artifact. Was he S tier? The only accelerate artifact? He might be S. Cause he enabled a lot of stuff actually. He had a lot of cheeky interactions. So accelerate 1 to search for an artifact. Then the fanfare is if X is at least 6, but 2 different. Oh wait, no, that's the Excel part. Yeah, I forgot about that part actually. I completely forgot. Yeah, if you have Rainbow active, you have 6 names destroyed. You Excel 1 to add 2 different random artifacts into hand instead. So Rainbow artifact in Unlimited was really, really strong, especially because you could like scan into Celestial to play the actual body. Actual body is fanfare, deal X to enemy follower, and then the leader. So it's big burn damage. The burn damage wasn't super crazy in rotation. If your opponent happened to be low HP, then yeah, you can play Celestial as a finisher, but what you did was you would bury out Celestial as a name to hope you get to 6. Which was really good for rotation Genesis. It's a searcher and a Barrowite to get a name for Genesis, and also in Unlimited, you used to be able to scan into a 0 cost Celestial artifact to just burn from there. This guy had a lot of cool interactions. It just kind of feels like he didn't have as much of a long shelf life compared to these other S tier cards. It feels like, right? Because I feel like Genesis Artifact got nerfed too soon. And you don't really bother playing this in Resonance Unlimited, I'm pretty sure. But like, he has so much stuff going for him though. He has so much stuff going for him on paper. It's just like the stuff that he had going for him just kind of expired too soon. So maybe he is A tier. I think I'm putting him in high A tier in that case. He had so much stuff that made him crazy, but they just didn't let Artifact survive long enough. Artifact was only really that crazy for like 1 expansion or 2. Give me a second, I gotta hydrate. I gotta hydrate on my shitty ass Mountain Dew. Is this meme tier? Okay, so Magna Saber. Magna Saber is maneuver. Originally, it was only festive, but they got buffed later on to include festive or Machina followers that cost 4 play points or less. When it maneuvers, deal 6 damage to all followers, deal 6 to all enemy followers, and deal 3 to face. And then, when Magna Saber fucking dies, when the follower, like, you know how maneuver, when the guy dies, a maneuver follower comes out. When the maneuver guy leaves field, the material that was used to maneuver gets summoned out. And when that guy, when the pilot comes back to field, that pilot gets transformed into another Magna Saber. You can't attack or do shit without maneuver, but he was a sticky maneuver. He was really annoying. You would, like, the opponent would go out of their way to kill Magna Saber just for them to, just for you to summon another Saber. And if they can't kill the second Saber, you could easily just maneuver the following turn and then hit face. Clear Magna twice or it gets stolen, basically. Yeah, exactly. That was always weird that there was only Festive card low key. No, yeah, they tried to make Festive as a separate standalone archetype, but like, it's Magna, bro. Magna's always Machina. He became a lot more usable when he got the Machina buff, but it was never like a serious deck though. He's more of a Take-Two Andy, because he's really broken in Take-Two All-Stars. I don't think Saber was that effective in rotation, but he's so strong in Take-Two. He's not quite meme tier. I think he is a Take-Two, alongside Magna Transformation. Transformation had interesting interactions with both of these, actually. Both of these were pretty good as high cost fodder for Calamity. You could use these guys to help fuel Calamity. Transformation is put a random Portalcraft follower that originally costs 5 play points from deck into play. Then, if any ally festive followers are in play, recover 3 play points. Wait, what? It's if any festive is in play? I thought it was just like if the guy you summon is festive. So if you had a Tinkering or Servant, if you had a Karakuri just on the field, they just happen to be on the field, you can just like get a 3 play point recover. If you did like Calamity, I mean, I guess this never really came up, but if you did Calamity, summon out the the 5 cost, when it hits play, you summon out the 3/3 rush. Because you could use Magna Transformation to summon out any 5 cost, which would include the Calamity. I mean, like, you could use this in Calamity, but that was more like meme territory. I think these are... Okay, so Magna is Take-Two All-Stars. But Magna Transformation is really, really bad in Take-Two All-Stars. Do I put Saber into Take-Two and then Transformation into meme? That's kind of confusing. I think I put Transformation to C tier because, like, these are cards that were usable but had limited usage. And then Saber. I don't know. Do I count Saber as a decent actual card, like a B tier? I'm pretty sure Saber wasn't... Oh, was Magna good with Goulias? Magna was a funny summon target for Goulias Reanimate. But that was... I think that was before... Wait, when did Goulias come out? We're kind of getting ahead of ourselves here, but... Was Goulias before or the same time as Gratino? Yeah, I think you used Goulias with Magna. Yeah, it was the next expansion. You did use Goulias with Magna before we had the Gratina Machina. But that was still like goofy meme tier though. At this point, I think I do put Magna in meme tier. He did have practical uses, but his practical uses were kind of like locked behind meme builds, like early Machina and Calamity. It really wasn't that bad though. I might be nostalgia blinded here. I might be misled Because we haven't had a throwback of that format yet, so I can't remember accurately. I feel like Magna really wasn't that bad after the buff. I might be hyping up a little bit too much. But Magna wasn't bad. Not that great, but I think Magna is competent enough to hit the B tier, maybe. Lower third B tier, maybe. K-pop was pretty good. Full Blast, Fanfare, you put Analyzing into hand, and Evolve. He's a main deck artifact too. Evolve to get leader effect. Whenever an artifact hits field, you do 2 damage to a enemy follower. K-pop was really good to help clear boards to wipe out the field, to have an empty board for Genesis Cannon artifact and Impulse to hit face. Full Blast is also really, really good for take 2 all-stars as well too. Flower Doll was a pretty decent, pretty damn good, pretty nice puppet card. You choose a puppet on your field, give it last words, summon a Blossoming Flower Doll. And Blossoming itself also has last words, put a puppet in the hand. It helps you maintain... it helps you maintain tempo in the early game. You can crash a puppet and that puppet turns into an actual guy. It helps you get a bunch of puppets to get to hand for the Orcus. For Orcus fusion materials. I don't know if she's that high, because I don't remember if she still saw play after Godworm. Because Orcus is really good in the current format throwback in Godworm. But Orcus kinda fell off. It shouldn't have stayed good. It shouldn't have stayed good, but the fusion Orcus kinda did fall off over time. Who the fuck is this? Hydro Gunner, Rush, Fanfare, and last words put Analyzing Artifact into hand. Is that even take 2 tier? I put in a bunch of generic rushes into take 2. I put in a bunch of rushes into into take 2, but at that point in take 2 though, I don't think you needed shit like Hydro at that point. He could be Resoprocs, but Resoprocs weren't that useful in take 2 either. La Critura. This fucker, this asshole. This guy ruined everything. This guy got so many Portalcraft cards banned. I think Robopop has been even more impactful than Spinari Artifact. This fucker, this fucking asshole, dude. This guy is what, this was a point of no return for Unlimited Artifact. 1-drop main deck artifact, Fanfare. If any other ally fathers are in play, destroy one and draw a card. If you select an artifact follower, evolve this follower. This guy turned augmentation into the most disgusting thing ever seen in the entire history of Shadowverse Classic. Spinari Artifact, have the Robopop eat Spinari's friend to search for another Robopop. This interaction was even good in even in rotation. These two were crazy combo as an Evo engine for later on. This engine created Rezo Unlimited and also turned Rezo Unlimited into Evo Rezo Unlimited, especially after Alice got buffed. This is when we got the turn to OTK combo with Kasim. Ayo, Tonka, all Portalcraft cards for Beyond out. Hope my favorite class is good to start. We barely know any cards for Worlds Beyond. There's been barely any reviews for the brand new game that's coming out in like just over a fucking week. We still barely know what's in the game. And the cards that we do know, we saw a couple of demo decks in like, you know, pre-release events. Puppet is one of the demo starter decks, and Puppet was the worst of the 3 demo decks, so it's not a great start. Oh god. Cultivate Life. It's just a generic draw 1, but this one is actually kinda sorta usable. Because it's Enhance 8, Summon 2 Unidentified Subjects. Put Cultivating back into deck so it would activate the subject buffs and also give the subjects rush. This card was I'm pretty sure it was exclusively Enhanced Portal and obviously of course Take 2, but you didn't really have a use for Insight draw 1s at this point in Rezo Portal. You can slot this in the Kasim, yeah, but you didn't really go your way to use this. But this card does see actual play as one of the decent one-ofs in Enhanced Portal later on. Yeah, there's gonna be a Worlds Beyond stream, a news stream in like 3 days. They're probably gonna reveal more cards. I think they're just not revealing that much because they want it to be a surprise so that, you know, the meta can form and people can experiment more on release when the game first comes out. I don't fucking know. Or maybe the devs are just silly and just forgot that they haven't revealed shit. Rosa Abanayo. Alright, well, first and foremost, Kasim obviously is S tier. Is Kasim All-Stars though? Kasim was part of the funny turn to OTK combo. But, I think he's just at the top of S next to Tolerance. Because El Diablo was extremely fucking broken, but he wasn't as like... El Diablo is only really powerful in Unlimited because this entire package exists. Because you can play regular raw Rezo Portal and it's just okay. Without the Dogmentation package, Kasim is not as much a war criminal in Unlimited. But he's always been good for as long as he existed. He got limited Unlimited for a time. Rezo Portal got restricted pretty fast. They nerfed before. Before you would use like Kasim as a burn engine and close game with you would filter really well and actually get the fusion materials for Flame and Glass and close game like that. You would use the actual effect of Flame and Glass, but Rosa Abanayo is only really like that good just because Kasim mentioned. When Rosa evolves, if you don't have Kasim on field, she summons Kasim. When Kasim evolves and you don't have Rosa, you summon Rosa. Kasim on Rezo deals 1 AoE to all enemy followers. All enemies including face. Rosa heals all your guys. So Rosa is defensive. It also heals your followers after they trade, so you can Rosa evolve, trade into a guy, heal it back with Resoprox. Just simply not as abusable as Chasm, but pretty good. Kinda just like solid. I keep her at the lower end of the lower half of A tier because she's solid, just not like insanely crazy the way that Chasm would be. She's just another way to summon Chasm. You could also like evolve Rosa and then summon Chasm to have 2 Chasm in the field like that. New additional alt with Grand Prix Hot Snap is 3,500 USD. Only 3,500. That's not so bad. That's like a third of my taxes. Eccentric. Fanfare. Summon Creeping Slime. Evolve. When you evolve this thing, you also evolve Creeping Slime. Double Evo was okay for Take 2. Not good for constructed Evo Portal. I don't even think Evo Portal was even a thing at this point. As in like Super Skybound. Super Skybound was like dead at this point. This tile, I don't think this tile did anything. Fanfare, if Rezo is active for you, you draw a card. Evolve, put a random Portal follower that originally costs 2 play points or less from deck into play. At the end of your turn, if Rezo is active for you, put a random Portalcraft follower that originally costs 1 play point or less from deck into play. Yeah, I don't even know if I can say this is a Take 2, Andy. Because she was too awkward, even for Take 2. The idea is that, like, you would want to summon out your artifacts from deck, but that's, like, way too awkward to set up in Take 2. And also, in Take 2, you have, like, regular followers that have Fanfare. Tayo wouldn't proc the Fanfares. I don't think she was ever used for anything. At best, she was used for like Fanfare draw if Rezo mentioned, but like, nah. She's cute and all, but like, I legit can't think of a use where she was actually any good. Non-VPN. Hey look, it's another Igdy card. Norn was a engine enabler. I think I'm only putting him in like C tier because his engine did not last long. Fanfare, destroy an enemy follower and you get the effect. Whenever Rezo becomes active for you, recover 1 play point. And you can hard evolve him to draw a card if you need to. So, Norn was the leader engine, the play point engine for Rezo Portal. But like I said, pure Rezo Portal died pretty fast. Pure Rezo Portal got nerfed, and after that point, like, you could still use Norn Rezo, but like, Norn as a 5 cost, like he's a hard destroy, but Norn 5 cost to set up leader effect is kinda awkward in this era of Shadowverse. We're talking modern Shadowverse, so shit is pretty damn fast at this point. Post nerf, like there wasn't really a point in using Norn package. I tried doing Norn like artifact, I think, and it was very mid, so. Pretty good Take 2 card though. He would be pretty damn good for Take 2. Cyclical Fate. Ah, dude. I can't put Cyclical Fate too high because this is another card that was really good but became good too late. Cyclical Fate was a reprint for Biofab and Deus Ex Machina. You put Deus Ex Machina into hand, and if you have more EP, than opponent, you change Deus Ex Machina's cost to 3. You turn its cost to 3, so you can use her on turn 4 on Evo turn. You also put an analyzing artifact and Biofab into deck. Biofab was a bit less convenient to use in this version of artifact because like you'd have to draw into it. Yeah, exactly. So many victims of Genesis nerf. Yeah, like when Cyclical got printed, artifact had so much fucking gas, but it was too strong that it got nerfed too fast. And Cyclical didn't come back until like fucking Calby made artifact good, right before it rotated out. Cyclical is such a strong card, but it just got sabotaged. They killed Genesis and didn't give artifact anything to work with until right before Cyclical rotated out. This Orcus is probably the best Orcus printed. This is a fusion Orcus. You fuse a puppet to summon a puppet onto field, you give it +1. And if she's had 3 puppets, at least 3 puppets fuse into her, then you evolve herself and Lloyd on Fanfare. On Fanfare, she summons a new Lloyd, just in general. If you got it on Fanfare, if you have at least 1 evolve, if you have at least 1 material fuse into her, you get the new Lloyd. And if you fuse 3, you evolve both herself and Lloyd. Orcus herself gives all puppets that enter field Storm, so she's kind of like a Noah in that sense. And Lloyd is a 4/6 ward that has Storm now. And during end phase, you randomly get 2 enemy followers and lock them, they can't attack. This Orcus does so much when she hits field. So it was the best deck at some points, so I think she deserves S. But like, when she was good, again, it's like a limited window when she was good though. Like she's good in this format, but she's kind of only good in Godworm format in the sense that like, you know, Rezo got killed. So she's like the replacement. She's a lot of burst damage. She has huge burst damage, but like, now that I've been playing her again in Godworm, she's kind of awkward. Getting enough puppets for the 3 fusion material is really awkward. Because you want to be opening Orcus early on and generate enough puppets before you play her on curve. Top decking Orcus feels so bad. The reason why I don't think Orcus is S tier is because top decking Orcus late in the game is the worst thing ever. You don't generate enough puppets to effectively fully fill a second Orcus consistently enough. So you're really good in pre-mini CDB? No? Yeah, but like that's, like I said, that's a small window. That's like an expansion and a half of her being really good, which that's nice and all. But she's not as, she didn't leave as huge an impact compared to these other S tier cards in my opinion. She's like at the top of A, I think. Her true strength is griefing shadows, soul con targets. Like the leg lock, Orcus's leg lock, you know, forcing followers to not attack, clogging up board is really, really useful. But like, she just is clunky. She's clunky enough to not be able to hit S tier for me. Like I have had so many frustrations trying to play this Orcus. It's my favorite Orcus. I love this Orcus so much. But oh god. Tonko, I cracked 32k subs, yippee. Evolve point carry. Evolve point mentioned. Evolve points keeping the Ignitus channel alive. And it's into Worlds Beyond, of course. Worlds Beyond, it was like both the regular content and Evolve points. I Actually, like I'm joking, but like Ignis, like your other content, you've been doing a lot more like heavily edited content as well too, and that's been pretty strong too. This Goulias, this is the good Goulias. This is the one that has Excel 0. You choose either Howl or Aura to add to hand. Once again, Howl was the 0. Hit a guy to hit an opponent's guy. And Aura was Aura. Big Aura, big buff to board. Now, on release, I don't think you use Golden Aura that much with like the goofy ass Magnet Saber build. So, oh yeah, and also the actual body. Use Storm. Use Storm, Fanfare, randomly summon copies of different allied marketer cards, destroy this match until your area is full. So, you were able to reuse Magna Sabers with Goulias on release. It wasn't too crazy. You could use the 0 cost as a generic removal tool. But Goulias became a huge deal when we got Glutina. Goulias was pretty decent on release, but like, Goulias was really, really versatile with Glutina. Storm Fanfare is also effective in Take 2 All-Stars as well too. He's just a nice guy in general, yeah. I think he is A tier. I think he is in fact A tier. Machina, the Glutina Machina, I'll talk about it more later on, but Glutina Machina wasn't like insanely strong. Post buff, it wasn't insanely strong, but it was still like good enough to be a decent Portalcraft deck across several expansions. I got sick of playing it. Glutina Machina was so decent, like it stayed good, that I got sick of playing it so often. Treasure! Treasure was good enough to get nerfed. Divine Treasure. When you play it as a 3, you have the choice of generating one of 3 different treasures. What are the names? Spirit Judgment, Shield of Transgression, and Eternal Dogma. So the most used one was Dogma. That's the one that got nerfed. Dogma was end phase, you draw a card, heal 2, countdown 2. All these guys were countdown 2. Shield of Transgression was Nopotent, but protects 4. You take up to 4 damage instead of 3 damage, what Nopotent was. And Spear was end phase, randomly deal 3 to an enemy follower, and 1 to face. Then, in hand 7, or rather in hand 5. In hand 5, you summon Divine Treasure Herald. Herald was Rush, Ward, Fastwood, you put Divine Treasure into hand without enhance. And in hand 7, Divine Treasure Guardian. Rush, Ward, Strike, deal 3 damage to the enemy leader. Is this S tier? The Dogma was really, really good for consistency. For a low, like, for low tempo early game, draw here was nice. And the followers were both high cost followers for Calamity as well too. Treasure was so freaking good card alone. The choice you could make saved my ass several times in some situations. This card is like really good. The heal wasn't even that big of a deal, but still got nerfed. Yeah, it didn't really feel like this got nerfed the same time as Genesis, I'm pretty sure. Like the heal is most important in pure Calamity, you know, to help Calamity survive long enough for Calamity to do its thing, but like, Calamity was always just a meme deck. It was Genesis that was committing war crimes, not Calamity. It was also the only card able to stop Spell Boost OTK. Much like Nopotent, having access to a damage like mitigator is really important against certain matchups. Spear was sometimes used for aggro push. Like the main things that in that 7 to get the 2 big fat booties to as big wards, 2 rushes, burn damage is really, really good. It kind of is S tier, isn't it? This card saw a lot of play. Even when it was less impactful, like you still play this in like most decks, except Artifact pretty much. You play this in most decks, like you even played it as like, you know, one of your one-ofs, and it has Portal, of course. Did I miss anything in this expansion? Okay, so now we're at Celestial Dragonblade. Oh god, the end is near. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 more expansions to go, chat. It is almost 2 AM. I gotta go pee again. BRB. Oh god. Chat, my body is getting sore. my body is getting sore just existing here. Okay, so we are almost there, kind of. Just 1 or 2 more hours to go. Mech Wing Attendant. Fanfare put a mystic artifact into hand. Take 2. It fills out your early curve. Mystic artifact is a draw 1, you know, in take 2, which is a big deal. I think I did try this out in regular artifact to, again, fill out my early game curve. How long can this go on? I have that, like... I'm in like a inconvenient state where I think I need to take a dump, but the dump is not gonna come out. So I just have an awkward grumbly in my belly right now. Dandy marionettes. Fanfare summon an enhanced puppet and puppet. Whenever an allied puppet comes into play, deal X damage to enemy leader. X equals that follow attack. Is this meme tier? I don't think this was used well in Take 2. I don't think it was good enough for Take 2. You can play buff puppets. There is a theoretical interaction where you can use buffed up puppets that have been strengthened with doll operation and shit. Have each puppet burn 5. Him being 7 cost himself is like, you know. Him being 7 cost himself means that it's harder to use more cards alongside him. But you can use Dandy Marionettes with Lyoth Puppet Storm to do more damage like that. So he did have cheeky... I think he is meme tier, because he did have cheeky... like... maybe not OTK, but he had cheeky burn options that were not really designed to be good, but were funny to play with. Rusted Giant. Alright, well, Rusted Giant, you did play, but you barrier righted him. Putting him at the bottom of C tier because you only had him just to have him die. Because the idea is that he is a Machina. He is a Machina ward. If this follower was summoned with an effect, evolve it. And he gets Storm and Evolve. So he's there as one of your storms to use with the Gulia's combo. Now, granted, Gulia's became way better of a card. Where is he? Where'd he go? Eh? Did I put him in B tier? I would have got my own tier list. Gulia's became an actual unironic card with Gratina. But you were able to do Gulia's to reanimate the basic ass 6/6 Ward Storm alongside Magna Saber. It was not good. It was not good, but it was viable. It's playable enough that I guess I can accept it at lower C. Puppet Assemble! Puppet Assemble is simply better. It is better wind up. 2-drop. 2-drop, put 2 puppies in the hand. Rally 10, give them last words, put another puppet back in the hand. It's so many bodies. For rallies, destructions. A tier? Yeah, because it was really good to help keep puppets in hand as fodder for Orcus. And the Shannon was still pretty good during this time too. So I think this was an A tier, and like, most importantly, you use this as an easy puppet generator spell in Unlimited Orb of Desecration. Sweeper Doll was fine. Sweeper Doll was used as an evolve engine. Sweeper Doll was during your turn, whenever an allied fodder evolves, put a puppet into hand, and once on each turn when a puppet comes into play, you give it Bane. So by herself, she wasn't that useful, but she became pretty good as a fusion engine. As a fusion fodder engine for Evo Portal when you had that stupid ass fucking Machina Fusion guy. I didn't like that build that much, but this was still like a decent card for that shit. Altar Plane. Altar Plane was only really notable when we got the Abomination in the mini expansion. As a main deck card, as an actual normal card, Abomination is only really good by itself as a take 2, Andy. It's a rush, follower strike, banish the enemy follower. When we got this guy, jumping ahead, when we got this guy, overriding Abomination. This guy was pretty damn solid. Broken ass take 2 card. You summon 2 copies of that guy. The Altar Plane. You summon 2 Altar Planes, so that would be 2 strike banishes. And if you have these, if you have at least 5 allied 5-cost guys that have been destroyed this match, you evolve the 2 Altar Plane life forms. And if you got 10 5-cost guys destroyed, 5 costs or more, you give himself Storm. So he was a like easier payoff for the Calamity playstyle. Granted though, he didn't like survive as a standalone like deck, because Calamity rotated out not too long after this, I'm pretty sure. But overriding Abomination gave you a chance to actually win games a little bit faster outside of just stalling with Calamity. Just a big annoying storm, just a fat ass storm with 2 guys that just banish away wards or any notable threats. Not bad, actually. Surprisingly competent card. One of your best possible picks in Take 2. Here we have a new discovery. You choose to summon an Airstrike artifact or Berry artifact. In hand 6 to summon both instead. This is a Take 2 card, I guess, that you can kind of use in Enhanced Portal. It is an Enhanced mention, so you can use it in hand 6 in Enhanced Portal. I feel like he had better options though. I did try this Enhanced Portal and was underwhelmed, so it's mostly just a convenient 2 bodies in Take 2. Ooh, Zerk. Zerk? Zerk is kind of tricky because he has a lot of stuff going for him, but he's kind of like, he kind of feels underwhelming compared to other options that Artifact has had. He's like a Miriam Excel at home and a Duplicator at home. Accelerate 1, destroy an allied artifact card. You heal 2, draw 1. And Fanfare, summon copies of 3 different random allied artifact followers that have been of different costs destroyed this match. The Fanfare barely ever came up, if at all. Excel 1 to pop a guy is still much like Miriam back in the day. Good old Miriam Excel. Popping your own follower is very useful. Popping your own guy, draw 1. And this is a higher, if that matters, this is another high cost follower for Calamity. But it's kind of just okay. Like, I guess it's not really that useful for Calamity because you only use this to destroy allied artifact cards. So it's not quite as versatile compared to just popping anything with Miriam. Healing too, the heal did matter to help you survive a little bit longer. Psycho was okay, but it was the most mid card in the deck, I'm pretty sure. But good enough to see a decent amount of play. Puppeteer! Animal Puppeteer. Fanfare summon a Bearminator. Give it -5, -5. Bearminator, if it floats, it does effect damage. Float 1, deal 5 to random guy, and float 3, AoE. Float 3 did not matter very much. You play this in rotation to set up a Bearminator for the Gulias. Fanfare Reanimate. But I think this saw the most play in Take 2 though. Especially Take 2 All-Stars. Constructed Machina to summon out Bearminator, Rusted Giant, and Magna Saber was just too memey. This didn't really see play in any other decks except for the Mimi Machina deck, but it's a really good pick for Take 2 All-Stars. Arc? Where are we dropping, boys? How good is the Arc? Arc is All-Star? Not quite. I love this guy, but he's not like... He is the best card ever. The best card ever next to Weirdo Cosmos, but Arc is end phase. At the end of turn, randomly activate on the following effects. You can +1/+1 buff a random allied follower, increase your leader's max defense by 1, heal 1, and or put a random Portalcraft follower from deck into hand. If you have more EP than opponent, you activate all 3. Arc is S. I love Arc. But let's be real. That RNG is really fucking annoying. You know, you've had this happen almost every game. You play Arc on turn 2. You're expecting the search or the heal effect. You have nothing on field, and it rolls the buff. It rolls a follower buff when you have nothing. He is realistically like a high B. No, I am considering putting an A on Ironically. Because Arc actually was a solid card in a lot of builds. Maybe not a lot, but like it was a solid option for Enhanced Portal and Control Portal. Because in a bit we're gonna start seeing more Control Portal cards when we get the Tanga, the Space Tanga. Control Portal becomes an actual decent deck. Not meta, but like a viable deck. Just don't use EP, exactly. If you go second, or if you just save EP the whole match, then yeah, you can get the full effects. Arc was a way. Oh, Portalcraft Search, you can get Tolerance! RNG is so ass if he goes second and he just triggers everything. Yeah, like if you go first and play this, like you can still go first and play Arc. You will suffer to the RNG, but if you've got not much else to play in the early game, you might as well play Arc. Arc is just a nice, solid card that actually was like, it's like a Cosmos in the sense that it is RNG, but the RNG doesn't hurt to have. It's a low investment that can give you a lot of payoff across the game. The problem is that because of the permanent Amulet, you do get board cocked. You do struggle with board space with Arc sitting on the field. Which is why when you play the second Arc, oh man, then it gets crazy, dude. Talon's got me my first GM. I'll never forget him. And also he just looks pretty cool. I mean, he's just a sword card, but actually cool. He's literally just a knight, he's just a more godly knight to be above Swordcraft. Vermadea. This is the card that pushed Artifact over the edge. These two cards. So Portal Portal's been pretty good for the past like format or so. But these two cards are what pushed Portalcraft over the edge. I consider Dragonblade to be one of the better Portalcraft expansions just because of these two cards. Vermidea, much like Monody in the previous expansion in Omens, I mean, it's a better right, so it helps you get artifact name. She's a main deck artifact herself. I'm not putting her in S because she kind of like stopped being good. Like she stopped mattering immediately after Genesis got nerfed and Calamity rotated out. But like, she was a huge deal in that brief period of time. They kind of did have to bend over backwards to kill Portalcraft because of Vermidea existing. Fanfare Bearlight, you summon Keen Edge Artifact. So that's two names right there. Vermidea herself and Keen Edge. Bearlight can get you a third name. Vermidea was like 3 names at turn 3. And Keen Edge is also a high cost follower for Calamity. So you could Bearlight a high cost, use Keen Edge as 2 high cost followers. It was even useful in like the meme builds like Machina. Because you could Vermidea Bearlight the stupid shitty ass rusted giant to become a reanimate target later on. And at the end of turn, if you have 6 names mentioned, +1/+1 and ward buff to all allied artifact followers. That part actually was it's a really good effect, but it wasn't as impactful compared to just her fanfare existing. Genesis was pretty solid. Genesis with Genesis burn damage alongside Impulse was pretty damn good. But this is a breaking point that turned it into a tier 1, high tier 1, or I don't know if it was tier 0, but it was really, really good. And they killed Genesis a couple weeks later. That's when Genesis became a fanfare, only add 1 cannon, and Rainbow Artifact has been dead ever since. Can they remove all banned cards in Shadowverse World release? I mean, nobody's playing Unlimited anyway, so just fucking Unlimited Augmentation. Who gives a fuck anymore? Now, Absolute Chastity. Now, this is the reason why Chastity was so good, but then she got nerfed, and that's the reason why I don't think Orcus is a S tier card. Because Absolute Chastity was the answer to keep puppets relevant, but when her ass got nerfed, it was just too inconvenient at that point for puppets to stay good. So Chastity was whenever it's a spell boost follower. Whenever an allied father is destroyed, subtract 1 for her cost. She's a ward, fanfare, banish an enemy follower, and evolve. Draw cards until there are 7 cards in play. My problem with puppets at this time was the hand power, was the draws. There were like no good draws for Orcus for puppets, right? Chastity. Chastity was a card that changed all that. Chastity was a card that saved puppets, and then they killed Chastity because Portalcraft was just too damn good. Chastity got... Wait. Chastity was nerfed, right? Because I'm looking on SVGDB, and they don't have the nerf documented. Because it got nerfed into what, like a 12 cost? It went from 10 to 12? Something like that? Made her slower. And it made not opening Chastity. Oh, it was 14? Yeah, that was real bad. It made not opening Chastity way more dire. It made it way more painful. I don't even know when they unnerfed Chastity. Did they only unnerf her after rotation? Chastity was too good, but she didn't survive long enough to leave enough of an impression to get herself to S tier, in my opinion. She was too damn good, gone too soon. Chastity still saw play, but it was really awkward, right? Was Holland Demon still here? Just having guys like this that you have to open early in the early game for it to really matter. Top decking Chastity in the late game felt really bad, just like how top decking Orcus in the late game felt really bad. Yeah, it was after rotation. When? Yeah, so Tolerance was already gone by now, but yeah. Not as easy to reduce compared to top decking Tolerance in the late game. Oh man, I reached that point. I still have Mountain Dew, and it's warm enough now that it's reached that dishwater flavor. Yum. Black Crust. We are now on Oswald. So before going further, I probably should do Cuddy first, because Cuddy is the reason why these cards do anything at all. Cuddy is what created Enhanced Portal as a archetype, as a win con, as an engine. He's a Bane, 1-drop Bane, evolve. If there are no duplicate cards in deck, excluding condemned trait cards, either effect, whenever you play a card using its enhanced effect, recover play points. X equals the enhanced cost minus 2. So you basically treat all enhanced effects as a 2 cost, right? So you play this as a soft hide on the deck. You can play like whatever copies of condemned trait cards as you want, but like you play a whole bunch of generic cards and generic enhancers. So many unplayable cards that just suddenly become viable, useful under the Cutthroats engine. Enhanced Portal is really good. It was memey when it first came out, but it became extremely good when Judith came out. It became actually good when Judith came out. Oh yeah, and also he himself is like a finisher. In that 7, gain +5/+5, deal 5 damage to an enemy follower and then to enemy leader. In that 9, +10/+10, deal 10 damage instead. Combine that with other enhancers for it to be lethal damage. This was yet another, much like... Man. Looking at all the cards all together like this, there were a lot of cases, huh? Where a Portalcraft deck becomes really good and gets nerfed very shortly after, even when it wasn't even that relevant at that point. Because like Rally Portal, Ilgano got nerfed pretty fast, and Rally Portal was strong, but not that strong. Divine Treasure got nerfed, but Calamity wasn't that strong. Cuddy and his deck got nerfed with Judith after Jetpack rotated out. So like you lost the best card. Cuddy was only really good for like one expansion. Yeah, it really was literally just one expansion. Because Jetpack got rotated out immediately. Resonance. Now, I'm not like trying to play victim here. There's a lot of cases where Portalcraft deserve to get their ass nerfed, obviously. In a lot of cases, they deserve to get nerfed. In this case, killing Enhance became unnecessary because, you know, jetpack go tail. But anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself here. Enhanced Portal didn't last long enough to like stay good. It was viable. Enhanced Portal is still kind of viable for casual data, but it was only really powerful for just half an not even for expansion, for half an expansion. Which is why it kind of can't break into S tier. It kind of has to stay in like mid A tier in that case. But really good Take 2 card. Soft Highlander is viable in Take 2. And just having an enhance for big damage is a decent enough finisher. That being said, Black Crust within Enhanced Portal, I always thought Black Crust was mid as hell. A lot of Enhanced players like Black Crust. I fucking hated using her. I only used her as like a one of. Like I treated her like a actual Highlander card when you had the option to play multiples. Black Rust was Storm. Enhance 5, summon another copy. Enhance 7, summon another one. So here's a way to push damage to help you squeeze in lethal. You could Enhance 7, Black Crust, and then Enhance 5, Puppet Workout buff, but like... I only like using her at 1, because she got really cloggy at multiple copies, especially when you're using like Condemned Searchers. Searching into Black Crust was really fucking annoying. She wrecked more than helped most of the games. Yeah, exactly. There were a lot of people that still liked playing her at 3, and I just could not. I was not on board with that. I liked her when she came up and got me wins, but like, yeah, she was too inconvenient to bother bumping her up beyond just the 1 in my opinion. Puppet Workout was fucking crazy though. Even outside of Enhanced Portal, this card was fine. Like, this is like a high B. I think it's still too restricted to push into A tier. Yeah, like this was a Puppet Workout was a 1-drop summon a puppet, Enhance 5 summon 2 instead, and give all ally followers +2/+2. So this became a board buff, especially in Enhanced Portal. This became a board buff to help buff up your multiple Storm bodies. Puppet Workout was also good in Gratina Machina. Because you always would go wide, you'd have board stick, so you could just like buff up a bunch of shitty ass asteroids. Give them +2/+2 and hit face like that. Only problem is that, like, you know, it's not searchable. It's not searchable, at least during this time in rotation. So having it, drawing into it when you need it was kind of inconvenient. And drawing it too early was also inconvenient. It's too bricky drawing it early. Who? Rogue Puppeteer, Fanfare, put an Enhanced Puppet into hand. Once on each of your turns, when an allied puppet comes into play, give it Drain. Is this even a Take 2 card? I've been giving credit to cards that get Enhanced Puppets in Take 2, but like... Evolve giving a guy Drain is still kinda mid. Brick tier? Yeah. This guy... Ruins? Wasn't this guy surprisingly okay in at least Take 2? Ward, Fanfare, select another allied follower and gain +X attack, X equals the selected father's attack. At the end of your turn, deal Y damage to all enemy followers. Y equals this father's attack. I'm pretty sure this was a decent Take 2 card. An AoE in Take 2. Even if you just have a small guy, like a 2 attack guy, a 2 AoE in Take 2 is good enough. Smelt. Smelt worker, smelly work bodyguard. This is one of the key enhanced portal cards. One of the best enhanced portal cards. It was a accelerate 1, heal 2, draw 2. You can only accelerate if you played an enhanced during that turn. Where'd he go? Where did I put him? All of these cards are becoming a blur to me. Oh my god, it's like playing Where's Waldo. I was reading the effect on my other monitors. I didn't see where I put them. Oh no. While I'm looking, so he was accelerate 1 to heal 2, draw 2, or you can use a body. He was a 4/4 ward, enhance 6, heal 4, and draw 2. So enhanced portal was a very slow deck that typically would end games on turn 8 or turn 9. And because this was modern Shadowverse, that's pretty damn slow by modern standards. I'm never gonna find him. Holy shit, he's just gone forever. Smeltwork gave you so many heals that it helped keep you in the game to survive long enough to reach turn 8/9. Here he is. He's like high B tier. He was really, really important for that archetype, but that archetype didn't last long enough for it to become like really, really crazy, to become a really lasting card. This guy was the OTK enabler. Dune Surfer 4/3 rush, enhance 6, give storm to another follower. So you would use this on Cuddy. You would use this on Cutthroat. To give storm, you would do enhance 9, 10 damage Cutthroat. Dune Surfer, enhance 6, give storm. That's like 20 damage. Problem is that he's much like Workout, similar to Workout, not searchable. You have to hard draw into him, and not useful in the early game. He also doesn't have any other applications in other decks the way that Workout had, so he is a bit lower into B tier, but he also did enable the funny OTK me with Malogio, the eyeball. Rezo a billion times, give a bunch of stats for eyeball, give him storm to become a 20 damage OTK. Wow. Modcraft engineer. Fanfare summon wild golem, evolve to evolve the wild golem. Wild golem was some shitty ass Runecraft gold back in the day. Earthright who asked. At the end of your turn, deal 1 damage to a random enemy follower. Do this X times up to 10. X equals this follower's attack. You can't use Earthright to increase its stats, but like it also only gains +1/+1 on Evo. Take 2 Andy. He was okay in Take 2. I have never seen this card before in my life. I've seen him in Take 2. He's okay in Take 2. Iron Forge was the second most important card in Enhanced Portal. It was the Cutthroat Searcher. If there are no duplicate cards in deck on Fanfare, no duplicate cards excluding condemned cards. Put a random 1 cost play point follower from deck into hand. Enhance 4, 2 damage AoE. Enhance 7, recover EP. It gave you an Evo engine in the late game. Enhance 4 to clear early boards like Swordcraft in the early game. And it gets you your main engine win con with Fanfare Search. I guess I would put her in low A tier because she, of course, was only good for Enhanced Portal. But she was like the best card to have in Enhanced Portal to get Enhanced Portal going, so. This guy wasn't amazingly useful as a main deck guy. Warden was mostly broken when you got him summoned with a kill shot. It does follow summon with Infect, destroy a random enemy follower. At the end of your turn, restore 1 defense to leader and draw a card. You could use him in the early game just to fill out your early curve. But as a guy just by himself, he has to be put into C tier just because he wasn't that useful by himself, you know? He gets broken when you have his bonus effect alongside kill shot. Oh, you can even reanimate him with Gratina, or not Gratina, with Gulias too. But as a main deck follower, he's just fine. Oh, ooh. Another decent enhance. Mechanical Amalgamation. Summon an Analyzing Artifact. Enhance 5, you summon Keen Edge. Enhance 7, summon Radiant. Another actually really good enhance card that was held back by the fact that you only had the 1 copy. Amazing in Take 2. A really good Take 2 card. Not quite as good as another enhanced artifact card we'll see later on. Yeah, kill shots on the bottom with the other Altards, so we'll go back to them later on. Low B tier. Next to Cultivate Life because it's an enhanced card, only good in Enhanced Portal, which was only good in for like a month. Judith Uo. Sab emoji, angler emoji. Judith is what Enhanced Portal really needed to keep Enhanced Portal alive long enough for Enhanced Portal to enhance. Judith was all traits. It's the only card in the game that has every trait. So you could search it as a condemned. Wait, do you even have condemned searches besides Cuddy? Besides a 1-drop search? You can search it as an artifact. You used Celestial Excel 1 in Enhanced Portal to search for Judith. It was Fanfare, Enhance 3, destroy a random enemy follower. Enhance 4, draw a card. Enhance 5, heal 2. Enhance 6, give your leader damage shield. The next time your leader takes damage, reduce that damage to 0. Enhance 7, storm and evolve. The heal and damage shield is what kept you alive to survive until Enhance 9. And just being a extra draw, extra storm removal was really, really good. And then she got killed like a month later. Enhanced Portal was really, really strong for the 1 month when Judith first came out, then Jetpack got rotated out, then Judith got nerfed. All the enhances got pushed up one more cost. So it became Enhance 4 to get the destroy, the first effect destroy random guy. And then the full effect became Enhance 8. And that was just enough to slow down Enhance Portal to just completely fall off of relevancy. I don't even think Enhance Portal would still be that good. If Judith never got nerfed, Jetpack leaving the format was enough to kill Enhance Portal already, I think, in my opinion. The only reason why they killed Judith, it wasn't at all because of tournament results. They killed Judith at the start of Age of Academy. Oh my god, we're about to reach Age of Academy. Oh no, oh fuck. Academy of Ages was like the worst expansion ever. They only killed Judith just to kill every single one of the older high tier decks to make the bad decks, the bad new decks in Academy viable. They killed Judith just so that Miku Fairy Force would become playable. And I'm not even joking. Like, man, Enhance Portal was so much fun. Judith was so much fun. Judith is really cute and funny. But once again, like I've been saying, died too soon. Killshot. Killshot is a condemn that didn't need to be mentioned in Enhanced Portal. In fact, I did take him out of Enhanced Portal, but Killshot is like one of the best standalone cards ever printed for Portalcraft. Maybe do I put him in S tier? He kinda is that good. Killshot was 755 Storm. You summon 2 copies of that, you know, that one 3-drop Machina that was mentioned earlier. You summon 2 Wardens. Both of the Wardens proc because they were summoned, they were special summoned, so Killshot is essentially a Storm with sorry, I'm getting really tired at this stage. Killshot was essentially a Storm, summon 2 guys, buff up all other Machinas, give ward to all other Machinas, and the other 2 guys destroy 2 random enemy followers, end phase, heal 2, draw 2. He kinda just did it all. He was face, board, removal, ward, draw. He just did everything. Now Killshot, no, yeah, he was using the actual meta deck still. Because Killshot was just kind of thrown into a bunch of decks just as a late game filler card. That's like, you know, if you can close game as Killshot Storm, cool. Otherwise, it's like a card to help keep you in the game. Control the opponent's board, help you draw into your win con, so on and so forth. The best card ever in Take 2. He kind of is S tier. Yeah. I do think he is S tier. He's the best, like, generic card. The best generic late game card that was ever printed. Pretty pushed by all the effects and tokens. Yeah, exactly. Like, he wasn't that... Ironically, he's a condemned card that wasn't really that good in Condemned Portal, but... He was really good in Machina. He was really good in Control Portal. He just wasn't thrown into... Was he thrown into any artifact decks? I don't think he ever used him in artifact because obviously you prefer to play actual artifacts, but yeah. I'm keeping him on low S tier because he wasn't as ubiquitous or deck defining as a bunch of these other guys. By that logic, Moonye should probably be lower, but some of these cards should be lower. Ah, no, I'll put it over here. Yeah, after Moonye. Yeah, sure. Well, before Moonye. And now we enter Academy of Ages, where they printed Academy Portal. And Academy Portal was not really Machina Portal until they turned it into Machina Portal. Were these all, am I misremembering? Were these all only Machinas or only Academy cards? They basically added the entire archetype, right? Like, Gratina only got the invoke if you had like 10 Academy Fall destroyed, right? Am I misremembering? This archetype was completely unplayable until they changed the whole thing to make it make sense. Holy crap, you're still here? Yeah. They were only Academy, but buffed the one card to work with Machina. They're also Machina, but their quest was yeah, so they always were Machina. But the quest that Gratina WinCon was specifically 10 academics. All of them are dual trait Machina Academy, but like the quest being academic only didn't make sense when you had so many cards that would spam out assembly droids. They changed it to both academic and Machina. Let's just get Gratina out of the way first before we give context on the rest of the archetype. So, this era of Machina was all about getting a whole bunch of Machina files destroyed this match. Invoke if you destroyed at least 15 guys. If you destroyed at least 15 allied Machina followers, she invokes. She's a storm, strike, deal 3 to all enemies. She's kind of like the Machina Forest, but in a cool deck. Portalcraft being the thing that makes it cool. Gratina was a pretty big deal. Gratina Machina was really good for quite a while. I think I would put her above Orcus and Balfo. I think Gratina Machina had a longer shelf life compared to the other compared to the other tier 2 decks. I'm pretty sure Machina was never really tier 1, but it was always pretty solid. After the buff, it was always a really solid deck. They changed it to 10 academic or Machina. Yeah, so Gratina required Machina, like 15 guys. But the other guys, like Sumo, get additional effects if you have academic and or Machinas. Oh, I don't know if SVGDB just has like incorrect card text here. I'm just going off of what they have here. I see it only mention Machina, but whatever. The only academic card you use, the only academic only card you use was just Lyoth, and that's it. So, Sumo Mechanic, Ward, Fanfare. If at least 10 allied Machinas have been destroyed this match, she gives herself +2/+2, heal 2. Last words, put a ass droid into hand. One of your better turn 2 plays helps keep you alive in the late game. Not as crazy impressive as some of your other Machina options, but she is really good. Really solid. Sumo would rarely proc her stat buff and heal. I disagree. I had her proc often enough, and she was fine. And even if she's not proccing her bonus effect, just her being an early game ward that gets you Assembly Droid becoming another easy Machina to shove onto field to get deaded to help you with your count did help out. I'd rather play Sumo in the early game than play a Hover Biker, I'd rather save Hover Biker, and if I can, save Joffrey for later. Hover Biker was Storm. Fanfare put a summoning droid into hand. If these 10 guys have been destroyed this match, put a Draconatron into hand. Changes cost to 1. Draconatron was the Machina Dragon Silver. That's 4/3 Fanfare. Deal 2 damage to enemy leader. Deal 2 damage to enemy leader, and give +2 to another Machina follower. Hover Biker helped push out so much damage in this deck. I think I'll put the good. I think I'll put this in lower A tier, because she was one of the best cards in Machina. Machina was a pretty damn solid deck, but only good in Machina, not as versatile as some of these other A tiers. Best partner with Grattina. Grattina's the only partner, but you can use Draconatron to buff up Hover Biker herself for 3 attack Storm, 2 damage on Fanfare, so Hover Biker was like 5 face damage. Alongside Grattina Invoke, that becomes like, 11 damage right there before anything else. Joffrey was your draw engine. If at least 5, so here's just a basic last word summon and semi droid, but if at least 5 allied Machinas have been destroyed this match, you summon Mechanized Lifeform. Mechanized Lifeform was the Rune Machina, that whenever you play another Machina card, draw a card. You would draw so much that you could risk overdrawing really easily. If you wanted to, you can use Gurias's 0 cost to just draw for free. You can just excel 0 twice even sometimes, just to draw for free. It becomes actually too much advantage in the mid game. All of this though, all of this shit doesn't matter. All this shit is hyper ass if you cannot draw the reporter. Robotics Reporter was the guy that enabled the engine. Machina felt so fucking bad if you can't get this Evo off. Fanfare, you get the lead effect. During a turn, whenever an allied Machina comes into play, you give it rush. And on evolve, you summon 3 assembly droids, and they're all gonna get rush. Reporter gave you so many bodies to get your quest going. This is one of those cases where if you don't draw the evolve card on time, you fucking lose. It became really hard to play. It became really hard to play Machina Portal if you don't get this on curve. It became a little bit easier when we got the 3-cost spell to get 3 guys out. But she is the glue that puts Machina together. I'll put them somewhere over here, sure. And how even if you do draw into more copies of her, you can just evolve her again to get 4 more guys again. If you're a good player, you would understand that before you do trades, trade as many shitty ass 1 stat assembly droids as possible before trading with Porter herself. You gotta make sure to kill as much of your own guys as possible so that the opponent can't just blue ball you. Grattina's inconvenience is that the opponent can still play around you. They can blue ball you from destroying your last guy you need to reach 15. They can just avoid killing the last guy you need to help stall the Grattina, buy themselves a bit more time. So you have to be mindful about how you can trade. You can overtrade to help you get to that 15. The last Machina card here is this thing. Rescuer. Fusion. Just fuses the Portalcraft files in general. Whenever cards are fused to this card, put an assembly joint into hand and give it the following fact. Fanfare, evolve this follower. At the end of the turn, you would destroy that follower. Rescuer became more prevalent as an Evo package, as an Evo engine, alongside shit like, this thing. This thing gave you fusion fodder to help you get more guys. I'm getting a bit ahead of myself here, but these two became a package for Evo Portal later on. In the context of Machina Portal, just having guys high A tier at least. I don't even like this guy that much. He was useful, but he kind of pissed me off. It's one of those cards that got pretty cloggy whenever I played him. Like, I'll give him some extra points slightly for being used for Evolve Portal in a deck that I didn't like either. But he did have multiple uses across multiple archetypes. The assembly droids being guys that get themselves destroyed is useful to help you ensure that the guys get deaded to count towards the Katina count. If you are really desperate, you can play this as a fanfare. It's a 4/3 ward, rush, last words, heal 2. If you got really scared, you could use this to buy yourself a little bit of time. It's 2 bodies for a calamity. Wow. Now for this other shit. Gun Collector was... Discard a card from hand, put a copy of that card into deck, draw a card. If a Machina card was discarded, deal 1 damage to random enemy follower. Do not be fooled. Gun Collector was pretty mid in Machina. Now, Gun Collector was a cycle. The way that cast him is, sure. But like, when you played Machina Portal, you want to play as few non-Machinas as possible. You could use Gun Collector to shove Katina back in deck, but you already have Lyoth to shove Invokes back in the deck. She was usable, but not by a whole lot. Rezo proc? I don't even think I use this in Resonance, to be honest. Yeah, Gun Collector was like Ringu, with sometimes a board ping. Nah, even then, like, I never used it to, like... I never used her in Machina. And... like, there were builds that did use her. I just think that was a bad idea. There were people that played Gun Collector. I thought that was dog shit. I thought that was fake, but people still did it. And those decks still performed well enough anyway. This guy is a pretty damn good take 2, Andy. Ancient Relic, summon 2 Assembly Droids. Evolve both of them. 3 bodies, 2 of them being evolves. Pretty damn good for take 2. Focused Beam. Summon 2 analyzing artifacts. Deal X damage to an enemy follower. X equals the number of allied artifact cards in play. Dog shit in artifact, but good enough as a standalone removal tool in take 2. Waltz. Waltz was an in-hand card. summon an enhanced puppet and regular puppet. Enhance 4, give the first follower last word summon puppet. Give the second follower last word summon enhanced puppet. A lot of bodies. It's made a lot of bodies for that for the Shanna. I don't think he really used her that much in the Shanna. But like, it was a good way to save a bunch of guys in the early game, especially going first enhance 4. You threw this into enhance portal mostly just as a filler card. Like, this card is just okay. It's nice. It was never really a key card. It's not really a must-have, but it's a nice thing to have in the decks that did run it. I'm pretty sure the only deck that ran it was just Enhance Portal. Because you weren't really playing dedicated puppets to use with the Shanna at this stage, I'm pretty sure, right? You threw the Shanna into whatever deck, but at this point you weren't really doing dedicated puppets anymore. This guy now, this is a real enhanced card. This card is crazy, dude. Dimension Crack is cracked. Especially in Take 2. Normal effect, it's like a mechanization. Put 2 copies of each of the 2 of the following into deck. Airstrike, Keen Edge, Analyzing, Ancient. Or you could use a real effect, Enhance 7, and summon them instead. So you would use this to bring out Keen Edges and Airstrikes in Enhanced Portal. And just recover more. Dimension Crack alongside Puppet Workout was fucking crazy. 4 bodies on 7, wow. But then you recover 2 with Enhanced. You recover all the play points in Enhanced Portal, so it's like a 2 play point, 4 guys, wow. Really strong in Take 2. Always pick this in Take 2 All-Stars. Now, the regular effect. The mechanization effect was fake as hell, but you could use this as a cope generator with the last form, the final form of artifact that's going to show up later on. It was only good in rotation exactly 1 build though, so it's still like a C tier card. S tier Take 2 card. C tier because it was only used in 1 deck and it was a bad tech in another deck. Let me hydrate. Layout is a pretty big deal. Layout is fanfare. Pass your card in hand. Put the card in the deck. You get Last Marionette and Unseen Strength into hand. Evolve to summon an enhanced puppet. Lyle's Marionette was the puppet that was 0 cost, 2/3 Storm Ward. At the end of the opponent's turn, destroy this follower. And Unseen Strength was a give Bane to an unevolved puppet. If there's 10 guys destroyed, you give that guy +2/+2. If there's 20 guys destroyed, evolve that guy. You didn't even need to get 20 for the full effect. Laos was just like good in pretty much every deck, I think. It's a puppet. It's a storm. It gets multiple bodies for the Shanna. The puppet is a 0 cost storm you can just hold on to. You could either save it for a big burst combo later on, or you could use it early as an early storm ward, as an early cheap ward to protect your board, to maintain your tempo. Unseen Strength buffs up that storm. Lyoth Marionette, as I mentioned before, had some cheeky interactions in Unlimited. Because it counts as a puppet, you can doll operation buff up Marionette. you can have Marionette alongside the Dandy. Dandy accepts it as a puppet, so you would burn 2 with Dandy. Wow. Back from solo executor run, almost won, sad. Oh god, we're still on 9 crest. Yeah. And also, Evolve Lyoth was really good to help you clear some early boards and gets you a lot of bodies for Lishana. Lishana can reanimate. 0 cost. Reanimate Lyoth's puppets. When did... Wait. Oh, fuck. Was Lishana rotated out at this point? Oh no, she was. Oh man. Yeah, never mind. I've been gassing up some of these cards, so it's like, oh yeah, it's pretty good with Lishana too, but like, no, yeah, Lishana's dead already at this point. Damn. I mean, unlimited, yeah, sure. Reanimate 0 cost, wow, crazy, but Laos is really good in Puppet too. About Puppet. Laos is really good in Artifact too. Just to push extra face damage alongside your... We'll talk more about this version of Artifact later on. But also, because it's academic, it still counts as a count for Gratina Machina. So, you kind of just did it all. Yeah, it was Take-Two All-Stars. I played too much Take-Two All-Stars. Pandora. Pandora is not like a real card in rotation, but you could still play Pandora in Grief Portal. It did become a unlimited format OTK alongside Tolerance with the Despair spell. I don't know if Despair Portal was still like useful after Despair got nerfed. Is this memed here? Because she's really broken in Take-Two, of course, obviously. She's basically a win con. And you could like meme into her with Despair. And of course, Orb of Desecration. I'm pretty sure we used Pandora as the finisher for Grief Portal though, didn't we? Sorry, I'm gonna have myself here. What she does, she is Fanfare, give -8, -8, -8 to all enemy followers. Can't be targeted by any effects or can't be attacked, so she has Aura and Intimidate. Evolve, change the enemy leader's max defense to 8. And banish all cards in your own deck until you have 1 card left. So she's kind of like similar to Ragna, where you can lower enemy HP down so that you can finish them off. Where did Ragna go? And similar to Izalue, like she's a board wipe, but if you evolve, you kill all the cards in deck, so you have to make sure you win. Ooh. I've been watching since you started the stream, so joke's on me. Joke's on you. Joke's on me, because I'm still streaming and I have work in like... It's almost 3 AM. I'm supposed to wake up for work in 4 hours. Ooh. Wait, I haven't finished my thoughts on Pandora. I have to remind myself, did we have another win con for Grief? I don't think Grief Portal was like broken. It wasn't like a real deck, but it was still like a viable deck. I think I'll put Pandora B tier. She's a pretty good generic card. She wasn't like defining in any meaningful deck, but she's still like a solid card. She was a possible win con if the opponent didn't have an answer to her and she could just like evolve and hit face. We are at Heroes of Rivenband. The end is near. Fairy marionettes. Sob emoji. Anger emoji. She was enhanced after enhanced portal was already dead. Otherwise, marionette was fanfare. 1 cost fanfare, put a puppet in the hand. In that 6, you put 3 puppets in the hand instead and summon a Draco marionette. In hands 8, you summon 2 Draco marionettes. And she had evolve, put another puppet in the hand. Doesn't gain evil stats. She's like a stronger. Actually, I think she gained only +1 on evo, but like she's a stronger version of the Brats. The other Brat 1 cost. She's a stronger version of this one. Because we haven't played any throwbacks to the new expansions, my memory is still foggy about the more modern expansions, but I don't remember if like having puppets mattered anymore outside of being a fusion fodder for this guy for Evo Portal. In and 8, Marionette was a finisher sometimes, but like puppets were never really a deck that came back at this point in the game's lifespan. But just simply being a 1-drop into an easy puppet was pretty good, and I don't fucking know. Maybe she's actually not that good. Because she kinda came out too late, maybe. I don't know. If I change my mind about her, then yeah, I'll come back to her, but I like her because she's cute. No, maybe it's just a Take 2 card, actually. She's a finisher in Take 2. I'm struggling to remember her actually being used in rotation. Like having 1 cost get a puppet was fine, but we kinda the payoff for destruction was just Lyoth. But you just played Machina or Artifact for Lyoth instead. I think she was just Take 2 in that case. I don't think she was used enough in rotation to rank her normally. She was like insane. She's like one of the best Take 2 cards. Who? Gizmo Lion. Now this was a part where we got the final variation of Artifact, where we went back to classics. We went back to the classic style of putting artifacts in deck, but now all the artifact generators changed the cost into 1. This guy was ass though. You put 4 Mystic artifacts into deck, change the cost to 1. It was a 1/3 ward. He was a big artifact generator, but like, if you have to play one of these guys to generate 4 at once, you've kind of already lost. And he kind of like thickened the deck too much for Take 2. I don't think this guy was all that good even in Take 2. Pudgy? Jet powered Pudgy? Storm? Fanfare put 4 analyzings into deck. If these 6 different named artifact cards have been destroyed this match, you put airstrikes into deck instead and change their cost to 1. Pudgy was a mixed bag. Because you would think that airstrike generator would be insane, obviously. Putting 4 airstrike, that's crazy. But airstrike was one of the weaker artifact generators in this era. The reason being, you didn't actually get 6 names that often anymore. You kind of just focus on the easy artifact names, and if you got the 6, cool. We didn't focus on getting to 6 anymore. Pudgy was the least shitty of the guys that made 4 artifacts all at once. So it helped you reach the 6th condition early on if you happen to have him early on as a quick blader, I guess, as an easy 1-cost storm. Yeah, like we stopped getting 6 artifact names destroyed, and artifacts quest condition became just generating 6 guys, putting 6 guys in the deck after Pudgy got printed. So Pudgy kinda was behind the times in that case, but he still wasn't bad. He still saw play in a couple decks. Robotic Rampage was a nice card to keep Machina playable. You just summon 3 guys, summon 3 assembly droids, give them all rush. It was your best turn 3. It helped you generate enough guys. It helped generate enough guys if you're a bad player and don't get Reporter on time. A whole bunch of Valley. A whole bunch of assembly droids to get sacrificed for Gratino WinCon. Oh man, I forgot to mention the payoff for Rally. Big Rally helped you get Michael Invoke sooner. Alina was fine. It's another guy that puts 4 key, like this puts 4 Keen Edges into deck, changes the cost to 1. Keen Edge was a guy that you didn't mind clogging up your deck, because Keen Edge drains were really useful to keep you alive. And Onival put an Altered Plane Onslaught into hand, changes cost to 1. Altered Plane being a banish and search artifact. If in Rezo, search 1. If out of Rezo, search 2. Alina was one of the, similar to Pudgy, it was kind of a iffy pick for artifact, but Alina was slightly better because you played her in Grief Portal. The Keen Edges that banish helps you control to stay alive a little bit more for control. Grief Portal. Grief Portal was not a real deck, but it was viable. Ivamia was pretty solid. Ivamia was fanfare, put Mystics into deck, put 2 Mystics into deck, change cost to 1. Ooh. If 6 names have been destroyed this match, evolve herself. So again, the 6 name condition wasn't convenient, but it was doable. It was doable, but less convenient at this point in Artifact's history. But the evolve had last words, damage shield. Evolve was a ward, last words, give you the following effect, damage shield. Bubble shield, good. Bubble shields was still useful, just in general. So, she was a good control tool. She gave Artifact a bit of sustain. Wasn't insanely abusable, so I'll still put her on like... Is she A tier? I guess she is low A tier. She was a free Evo for Evo Portal, wow. The damage shield really pissed me off at that era. Yeah, fighting through a war that also had last words damage bubble was really helpful. I'm just kind of struggling to remember. I straight up don't remember. Like, no, really. I'm so tired I don't remember what the fuck else was in the format during this time. Yeah, and she's a main deck artifact, so she was searchable as well too. Chaos Confligate was a meme card. A pretty decent meme card, to be fair. If X is 4 or less, deal X damage to a random enemy follower, then put 3 more Chaos Conflagrations into deck, and at the end of this turn, draw a card. If X is at least 5, you then summon the big ass Shin. X equals the number of other Chaos Conflags played this match. So you would play Conflag, generate more Conflags, play more Conflags to eventually summon big RNG Shin. That's the one that had end phase, get random effect, destroy a random enemy follower, deal 4 to face, heal 2, or subtract 1 for the cost of all your cards. This was a meme card, but it was like a good meme card. It was technically a way to proc Rezo. You can kind of get away with playing this in Artifact because you chew through the deck so fast with Deus Ex Machina. Yep. Conflag feels curve meme overall. Like it's a useful meme card. It was usable, but like you didn't actually go for the real effect. You didn't actually go for the full effect that much. It fills out curve, but if you happen to get full effect, then cool. But you shouldn't be going out of your way to go for full effect. And that's if you're pursuing it as a meme. Cornelia. New Cornelia. Fanfare, at least 6 guys destroyed. She can evolve for 0 EP. On evolve, put 2 different random 1 play point artifact cards from deck into hand. She's also a main deck artifact herself. Cornelia was really good, but like a 2 of good. She gets you a 1 cost artifacts. She helps get you artifacts set up for the Deus Ex Machina plays. But she was a little bit bricky sometimes. Her being a main deck artifact means that you're frequently searching into her when you want like other guys. Bro, I fucking woke up and you're still going. That means you can be here for the finish. Why did bro do this on a Sunday? Because I got the idea of doing this on the Saturday. Cornelia got cloggy. She was useful to set up plays, but she got cloggy. She was inconvenient, so she's not as good in my opinion compared to Evamia. Like, searching into Evamia was a little bit less inconvenient compared to searching into the Cornelia. Since I only want to evolve them maybe 1 time and that's it. Oh boy. If Spinaria body is at All-Stars, I can still count Spinaria's spell as All-Stars. Another Spinaria friend generator. Spinaria friend is the most important artifact. Get your ass all the way up here. I'm not biased. Spinaria mentioned. Spinaria artifact just being, you know, part of the god combo of cheating out all the play points with cheap ass artifacts. So you had the choice of generating either Spinaria's artifact or Spinaria and Lucille. That being... Wait. Lucille. Wait, I had Bradley Threadmaster here too. OG Lucille is such a nothing card that I forgot about her. OG Lucille? Oh god. I like OG Lucille, but she was pretty bad. I don't even know if she was an All-Stars, like a Take-Two card. So this was all the way back in Fortune's Hand, wasn't it? Oh boy. So this is Spinaria's hot sister. Fanfare puts a Spinal and Lucille, the token artifact, into deck. When an allied artifact comes into play, she gets to evolve for free. On evolve, she summons Radiant Artifact. Radiant Artifact getting put into rotation again was useful for Modesty, kind of. Zero season for one expansion exactly. Yeah, but here's the thing though. I did replay that expansion for Throwback. We had Throwback Fortune's Hand. And the Lucille was pretty fucking bad still. Hell, I'll put her next to her sister. Radiant became another name for Modesty, but even then it was extremely mid. Setting up free evil with her, like, it's okay. It's not that hard, but like, wasn't that impactful. Spinal Lucille was a nice card to have as an option though. That did become way more viable as an option with, you know, the good Spinal spell. Spinal Lucille Keepers was the 3-cost 3/3 artifact that when she hits the field, if we have 6 names mentioned, 6 names destroyed, she free evos. She cannot be evolved using EP, she has to be evolved with effect. She's a 6/6 on evo that strike deals 6 to all enemy followers. Spinal Lucille was pretty good as an option to help clear boards, and that option became a lot more useful with this card. Lucille was always kind of bad. Also, I gotta fix my tier list here and put the Bratty Master instead of the regular Master. This is very important. This is extremely important. I have to take out the bad arts from this tier list later on. OG the Seal, really stinky. She was usable, just barely. But did not see it play after that. MSMO deleters. These are alt arts that were not, like, arts that were not intended to be here. The Zuli is, we are about to get to the Zuli. Shion. When was Shion? I don't think we got to Shion yet, did we? We'll get to Shion later on. I don't think Shion was mentioned yet. I also don't know when she was mentioned. I'll get to Shion after Shion, I guess. By the way, Zuli was S tier. Zuli was one of the best main deck artifacts that have been printed. She searches for 1-drop. Within rotations, she searched for the Deus Ex Machina spell. But in Unlimited, she became the Augmentation Searcher. And also she can search for Scan and Biofab. Not Biofab, I mean Synth. If you're a good player, you get Augmentation. And she also puts Radiance into the deck. Becomes a EP recover if you have 6 names destroyed in the late game. Also, this became useful not even in just regular artifact, but like we had a cheeky aggro portal deck just with this being the only artifact. We had this thing as the only artifact to search into, to then put in Radiance as the only main deck artifacts to just have easy access to 1-drop storms. Shin. Now, Shin is good, but I don't like Shin that much. Shin became the Evo WinCon, but like Shin just didn't work out that well for me. Shin was meta. Shin was viable. He was high tier. But it was like one of those, this version of Evo Portal just didn't feel good. It just didn't feel that good because a lot of stuff can go wrong. So this Shin was if allied fathers have evolved at least 5 times this match, he evolved himself for free. He can't be evolved using EP. On evolve, he's a ward, or he's just a ward in general. On evolve, he's a 6/6. At the end of turn, if allied followers have evolved at least 10 times this match, destroy 3 random enemy followers, deal 6 damage to enemy leader, heal 6 to yourself, and subtract 3 from the cost of all cards in hand. I have to acknowledge Shin as a really good card because he did create an archetype, but like, he pisses me off, man. I feel like the Evo packages you use with Shin just felt bricky to me. I personally can't in good conscience put him into S tier. He was Portalcraft's best deck for a couple expansions until Artifact got its shit together, but like, I did not enjoy playing Shin. You use Shin with the dog package, but like, it always felt high-low to me because he didn't have a good, easy way to search for a dog and Spinaria to get those dog free evos going. His deck felt like a fever dream. Like, Shin was good enough because of the dog package, but the moment that dog rotated out, like, it was still playable with the Rescuer fusion engine, but the draw, the hand power with that variation felt really bad. It was still viable, but it felt bad. Halo 3 ODST BGM, when are we cooping that? JSHJ. Oh my god, I do have Master Chief Collection. I always have. I guess I did miss Shion. When did she come out? Was she Dragonblade? Was she Godworm? Does anybody actually know when this bitch came out? So this Shion was a really, really good control tool. I don't remember if this Shion was really that crazy good in rotation, but Shion was a really good option to keep your ass alive in Unlimited especially. Shion Immortal Aegis? Holy shit, this was Edge of Paradise? Hot damn. So Shion had Accelerate, put 1 Mercurial Might into hand. Mercurial Might being the 1-drop. The 1-drop spell. Give your leader immunity to burn damage for a turn. Until the enemy opponent's turn, reduce damage from effects to 0. It was just really good as a counter to a lot of opponent win cons. Like, committing an Excel 1 and then using the spell day long was not too difficult. And you do use Shion as an option to survive in Unlimited format, much like how Nilpotent is used as an option to help you survive in Unlimited format. Funny how Yuan ignores Shion's shield spell. Yeah, because Yuan activates at the opponent's start of their turn, so Shion nearly expired by then. Shion has saved my ass quite a bit. And also on Fanfare, put Mercurial Might into hand, reduce its cost into subtract 1 from its cost, so it becomes a 0 cost. As a body, she's a 4/8 ward that cannot take effect damage and cannot be destroyed or banished by effects. She can be transformed, but there weren't that many transforms, I think. As a body, she was low tempo, but like, you know, was really annoying for the opponent to clear. It was okay in Grief Portal, whatever the fuck that means. I don't think Shion was crazy useful in rotation. Cause like, I don't think the Shion XL was convenient or consistent enough to save your ass enough times to commit deck space to her. That Shion gets really annoying if discounted. Yeah, I think you did throw it into Shin just because it's a generic control tool. I think, did you? I don't know, there's not a whole lot of ways to discount her in rotation. But she's of course was really, really good in All-Stars. Sometimes just throwing down a shield and take 2 All-Stars can just win you the game because the opponent just will not have an answer. Mom! This was the new Acceleratium at home. Hold on, I don't remember exact card text. Retrospective, Divine Mommy. Crystallize 1, countdown 10. During your turn, whenever an allied artifact comes into play, give it rush and subtract 1 from this Amber's countdown. On last would you summon Divine Mother as an actual body? On Fanfare, she's like a Vertex colony. Deal X to all enemies. X equals number of different artifact cards destroyed this match. And as a body, she still has the accelerating effect. But also as a body, during a turn whenever an allied artifact comes into play, give it rush and ward. Still going on. Retrospective was what helped keep artifact together at the very end. Acceleratium at home didn't let you cheap save points, but the rushes were still enough to keep artifact good. Is she S tier? Say Deus Ex Machina. This was the last expansion that had Deus Ex Machina spell in it, I'm pretty sure, yeah. Try to put it a bit higher because it was really cracked when it was good. This was the last one that had Deus Ex Machina, and Artifact was a slept on deck during this format until the Calibi suddenly topped with Artifact, reminded people that Artifact actually is a good deck. Artifact was a good deck for exactly 2 weeks right before rotated out. This version of Artifact was really good and underrated, and Retrospective was a key card that became even better with the Transmute Artifact. Retrospective was kind of tricky. You have to be careful playing Retrospective because I count down 10 to summon out Retrospective as a body. The problem wasn't that the summon was too slow. The problem was that sometimes if you weren't careful, the summon was too fast. If you weren't timing correctly, if you summon Retrospective too early, the opponent could just like hard remove Retrospective and then use access to your Acceleratium rush package, your rush engine. So sometimes you would have to be careful about not spamming artifacts too much to keep the Acceleratium on field as long as possible until you have no further need for it. And if you do get this out and the opponent doesn't have removal, cool, yeah, sure. 7/7 stats is still, it's just modern Shadowverse, so it's like easy to kill, but if they can't kill enough, then yeah, sure, that's pretty cool. And she was a way to help close games on Fanfare on 9. She probably is an S. Again, because we haven't had throwback reruns of the newest expansions, my memories on endgame Shadowverse is kind of hazy because we haven't played endgame Shadowverse in a while now. The turns even go that long. You had enough tools to survive to turn 9 if you really had to. You should have won. Someone should be dead by turn 9 obviously, but if you happen to stall to turn 9, then yeah, you can hold on to a Retrophia against some more grindy matchups. Modern Shadows has so many problems. Modern Shadows is pretty fucking bad, but this era of Artifact, the final era of Artifact, was so interesting. This was, I think this is actually my second favorite Artifact variation. The fact that they went back to caveman playstyle of putting artifacts into deck, and they made it good. It wasn't really like, it was kind of difficult to play, but they made it viable again. And they turned it into a tier 1 deck by the end of, once we got to the end of the line, they did eventually make this into a top tier deck, and it was really fun to fight it. Oh. The Space Tanga. Interstellar Battle Cruiser. Fanfare, banish all other followers. In hand 8, you also give the enemy leader a discard, a random discard. At the start of next turn, they randomly discard 2 cards from hand. Hand sniping was very uncommon in Shadowverse. Hand snipe can be extremely powerful in Shadowverse because you can make them discard their main win cons, or they can just discard nothing. It's one of those cards that is meme tier, but like was actually good. It was an actual good card. I've been talking about Grief Portal, and well, Grief Portal was a meme deck. It was not a real deck, but like you could slot this into Enhanced Portal, which was also not a good deck at that point, but still it was Enhanced mentioned for Enhanced Portal. Remember when Shadowverse said screw it and put crazy stuff like Chaotic Chimera? Game is dying anyway, so go out with a bang type shit. It certainly did go out with a bang. Heroes of Shadowverse was fucking broken, but it was like kind of an appropriate kind of broken where a lot of decks were had a final hurrah. And it was kind of a format where everything was so broken that like a lot of stuff was actually viable. If everybody's broken, nobody's broken. This thing was an enhance. Another enhance for Enhanced Portal, but you just use it. Oh god. Before moving on to the next expansion, I suddenly realized that, oh god, Rampage was Enhanced Portal. Rampage was Enhanced 9. Summon aerial crafts, give them Storm. Whatever. It was another way to get Storm if you happen to reach turn 9 anyway. This thing was also Enhanced 8 for something. Give me a second. These guys are Storm Banes, Enhanced 8, Summon 2. And you evolve all unevolved allied aimless gunners. Enhanced Portal was technically still around, but never did anything ever after Judith got nerfed. However, really good take 2 card. Really good take 2 card. Even in take 2 All-Stars is pretty solid. Dreamer Puppet, Fanfare, and Last Words put Puppet into hand. Puppet was long dead. Puppet never came back. After Orcus and the Shunnen rotate out, Puppet never became good again. But like this guy would read as a pretty good card if it was printed any sooner. But at this point, there wasn't really a real puppet deck. It just puppets were good with like I said, making puppets were just fodder for Evo Portal with Rescuer. You just use puppets to generate as fodder for Evo tokens, and that's it. You didn't put Alto at Misha. This is Alto at Misha over here. Oh my god, I forgot to talk about Renaissance Misha. Mid as hell. Now, this Misha was fine as an optional finisher, but like you kind of only just use her as a fanfare, as a big follower damage with tolerance, and that's it. Like when she came up as a finisher, it was okay, but like, 2-drop, 1/1, fanfare, deal X damage to enemy follower. X equals the number of allied followers destroyed this match. And on evolve, Storm. Evolve, if you have at least 8 play points remaining, she gains the stats. The destroyer stats. She does not spend play points, so you can still use extra cards to help you clear boards with the remaining play points, but like, you didn't get to use her as a finisher ever. You just use her as a tall removal for tolerance, that's about it. Okay, low B is kinda harsh. I'll put her next to Slouse. What the fuck is this thing? Who? Hold on, I'm trying to find this thing again. Plucky Toy Master? Fanfare puts 2 enhanced puppets into hand. Evolve, recover 2. It is a take 2 card. Like, I guess with her evolving, you could use the enhanced puppets in the same turn, so she's an okay take 2 as card. Doll Tea Time was fine. Doll Tea Time, put a puppet in the hand and give it +3/+3. If 10 falls destroyed, you give it drain. Again, puppets were not really a thing anymore, but like, you kinda use this for drain sometimes. And by you, I mean me. I use this for drain sometimes. It is a drain puppets that can help you stall in Grief Portal for Space Tanga. And also using one of an enhanced puppet, I guess. Shadow Rooter. Fanfare. If Vezo active, free evolve. On evolve, strike, deal 4 AoE to followers. Take 2 Andy. Free Evo AoE, take 2 Andy. Mystic, Mithril Messenger. Fanfare, if 5 artifact followers or less have been added to your deck this match, you put 2 bifurcatings into deck, change the cost to 1. Otherwise, if you have 6 guys or more, you put air shrugs into the deck instead, change the cost to 1, and you cover 1 play point. Again, much like Pugilist, generating airstrikes is actually kind of like, it was kind of like inconvenient for this version of Artifact. It's kind of unnecessary for this version of Artifact a lot of time. Bifurcating, I love bifurcating, but you didn't really need bifurcating in this version as much. Some people still did play this because bifurcating was fine for early tempo. I did see a couple lists that did play Mithril. It obviously was replaced, but it was used just enough to stay out of D tier. Homunculus Advent became better after Agio got buffed. Homunculus Advent is put 2 Annos into deck. Then if you've generated 6 artifacts, you can instead put a random artifact follower from deck into hand. Wait, no, I read that wrong. It's been a while. If you've made 5 or less artifacts this match, you draw a card. Otherwise, it becomes an artifact search after you've done 6. So, it is a generator and a artifact search. This card got dropped from this until... where did it go? This card got dropped from artifact lists until Agio got buffed. Then this card saw a lot more play after that. Middle-ish B tier. The problem being that artifact search, at that point you had so many artifacts inside the deck still that your search targets became it got kind of inconvenient searching for the cards you really need, like Agio, but getting more artifact in general to play alongside Agio on the... I should just rank Agio already. Before nerf, it was like a B tier engine. I mean, before buff, it was like a B tier engine. After buff, Agio got way more playable and was just good enough of an engine to keep artifact high tier until game died. I don't think it's quite S tier. It's the card that enabled the engine. Agio is so awkward. I kind of like the way he's awkward. I kind of like the way that Agio sucks. Hesitantly putting him in low S tier for now. So, Agio, just by itself as a regular ass card, it's a 2-drop main deck artifact. Add a random artifact into hand except for Agio. Then, if you fuse your Portalcraft card, whenever you fuse into it, if you have 5 artifacts or less generated, you put 2 analyzings into deck. Otherwise, after you hit 6 or more, you transmute it into the super duper femboy twink Agio, which was Evolve, gave you the engine effect. This becomes a similar like augmentation accelerating at home thing where every other card you play, every other artifact you play was one of these 2 guys. If it's a first, 5th, if it's a first, 3rd, or 5th artifact you played this turn, you draw a card. If it's a 2nd, 4th, or 6th, you recover 1. You had a hard cap of procs. So you have to be really careful about how you play the Geo. It's not infinite power the way that these 2 were. Once you reach 6 procs, your gas runs low, and you stop cheating out draws or play points from there. But I actually really liked the way this deck was designed, especially after buff, because adding a hard cap to augmentation and shit was like, it was annoying, but like, it gave you just enough engine. It gave you just enough engine gas to work with that you would typically, if you're a good artifact player, just be good. If you're a good artifact player, yeah, just enough to do what you needed. And like, understand the limitations of it. You learn the limitations of what you can do in that turn, and just go off again next turn.
For Cat Tuner and Scavenge. I'd love to know. Bongo saw you.
Scavenge is dog shit. Scavenge doesn't even recycle anything super useful. because spending 2 play points to recycle shit is just too inconvenient. Recycling the shit that you can get with scavenge is just not worth it, even for memes in my opinion. And Catunia was only really good sometimes maybe to recycle puppets by floating 0. There were never any real decks that actually play Catunia. There you go. Agile Engine was limited, but was just enough to get you going. And when originally Agile Transmute was real fucking bad, because it became a 3-drop that you had to evolve to get the engine active. But once it got buffed into 1 cost, it felt fucking... It opened up the gates, because you were able to play artifacts on that same turn to get you going. Which is why Homunculus became a better card. Where the fuck I put Homunculus? Homunculus did become a better card after the Agile buff, because it helped you get the 1-drop artifacts to start playing on the Agile Evo turn. This thing, wait, is this S tier? I like Agile a lot. A lot of people don't like Agile's version of Artifact. I fucking love this version. I felt like this was a skill check. This is more of a skill check Artifact build compared to some of the other builds in my opinion. Top of A. Inconvenient enough to not quite hit S tier. Although even the fanfare of the basic Agile was still used in other shit. I don't think Rainbow Artifact was around at this point, but you can use them as a name in Unlimited Rainbow Artifact to search for Genesis maybe. I used it as a artifact searcher into the Zuli to generate radiant artifacts in aggro portal alongside this guy later on, but that's getting ahead of myself. Nah, yeah, I'm keeping Agile at low S. He did just exactly what he had to do after he got after he got buffed. He did just exactly what he had to do. Does that make sense? Does that sense that make sense? This thing was pretty good in unlimited format too. Discriminator. Oh, I'm sorry. Disseminator. Dissemin, Excel 1, destroy an allied artifact card. Deal 4 to a random enemy follower and then hits to the face. As a body, he was fake as hell. Ward, fanfare, draw 2 cards. Subtract 1 for the cost of all artifact cards in hand. This was not viable as a backup. Like, I had games where I just didn't get a Agile and I tried to use this to try to use some artifacts in hand. It just didn't work. But Disseminator Excel was just good enough. Destroy your own guys to get names. Well, you didn't care as much about names at this point, but like in unlimited format, it's a more aggressive way to pop your own guys, pop your own Spinarias, and deal some damage. I feel like the Disseminator, like a lot of decks like playing at 3. I felt like it was kind of cloggy. I feel like the Disseminator is like a high B tier for me personally. This guy is a enhanced support for a deck that stopped being good ages ago and never got good again. Yeah, true. Disseminator to unboardlock yourself, especially on like to make space for rhinos and shit, was still good. Unboardlocking yourself was still pretty important. I don't think I used it that often, but I still had it around as a 2 of. I got bricked off of it, but like it was nice as a 2 of. The testable monolith was enhanced support when it was too late to save enhance. Actually, was Oswald still around? Yeah, Oswald was the last expansion to rotate out at Heroes of Shadowverse. So 3-drop. The stats are really fucking high, but don't get too excited. Fanfare, draw a card. Can't attack. Can't be evolved using EP. When you play another card using its enhance effect, evolve this follower and change its attack and defense to X equals the enhance cost. But you can use its enhance 6 to recover 3 PP and evolve it with its own effect. With ward and can attack after evo. This card was actually used to like cheat play points. This card actually did enable you to play Cuddy OTK 1 turn earlier. Because the enhance 6, you know, you spend 2 with enhance, then recover 3. It's play point positive. Igni revealed this thing. Is this an Igni card? This card was used as a thing to enable a slightly faster Cuddy, but damn, it was printed too late. I like this guy, but it was just printed way too late. Ooh, Barrage. I'm a fan of Barrage. Remove all effects from an enemy follower except change to stats and then deal 1 damage to it. So this was good against annoying guys, last words guys. But you also could fusion summon. You could fusion using just any Portalcraft cards as material. When the card is fused to this card, it can transmute. Well, it transmutes if Rezo is active into Blazing Barrage. And Blazing Barrage was a 1-drop spell, 2 damage to enemy face, and damage shield. Next time your leader takes damage is reduced into 0, so having an easy access damage shield is really good. It's either a monster negates or a damage shield. So it's just a really versatile card. Not quite S tier though. Like you played it, but like I played it in a bunch of decks, but it wasn't like insanely crazy to save my ass too frequently. But sometimes that negate is just enough to inconvenience the opponent. Sometimes that damage shield is just enough to survive a little bit longer. And sometimes that burn damage was just enough to kill the opponent. Just a nice, decent card overall. Probably on lower A tier. Eden. Shockingly, Eden actually was the best card in Portalcraft for a while. I didn't expect this guy to be so cracked. But it's kind of similar to Cutthroat. But he just was a really good value guy. I think I put him at the same level as Cutthroat. He's a ward. Fanfare, select 2 other followers, destroy them and gain power equal to the total attack of the selected followers. At the end of turn, if this follower's attack is an odd number, deal 7 to enemy leader, heal 7 to yourself. If it's an even number, draw 4 and subtract 4. Oh yeah, this is another card that can reduce cost. Kind of like how chat mentioned that reduce cost shield, and it was pretty funny. Turn 7 like this. Turn 7 did still exist. Like Eden, surprisingly, was still just enough to help you survive past turn 7. Big burn good. Sometimes, not often, but sometimes you could just draw 4 to refill your hand. Insane take 2 card. Insane grief card was used as a finisher alongside Gratina. You also could still target your own followers, so even if your opponent didn't have guys for you to get the right stats on, you could still target your own guys if you needed to. And also, the Evo was an odd number. Evo stat is 3 attack, so you can use the evolve to adjust the attack to get the effect that you need if you had to. It's called solid but also memeable. He was actually like an unironic meme card. Much like Wither Cosmos, he reads like a meme card, but he actually functions like a actually good, viable, decent, generic card in general. Good in both Take 2 and Constructed. Anthanita. Anthanita is kind of a complicated case. Fanfare, select a neutral card in hand, put a copy of it into your hand and deck. And on Evolve, you can select a Portalcraft card, put a copy of it into hand and deck. This enabled some meme interactions. Was this also good in like real decks though? I'm trying to remember. Cause you could use this to copy good neutral cards like Elena. You could copy good Portalcraft cards like Tenga. I know I use this as an engine for like Grief Portal to make more copies of Tenga and Eden. What other crazy neutrals were there? There's also, this was Rezo support, so when Yuan came back with Elena, then you use Anthanita to copy Elena and also evolve to copy Yuan as well too. I think that, oh, you're right. That's why we had Grief Portal. Is because you would have used Cosmos. Yeah, not Cosmos, Chronos. You would Grief with Chronos. Like, Chronos for play point removal alongside Tenga for board wipe. All the things you use with Anti kind of feels like meme shit. Because Rezo wasn't like a real deck in mutation. It became like fine in Unlimited. I think because Anti's like all the interactions were primarily meme interactions, I think I put it in meme tier. Because it was there to enable all the meme grief combos. This guy was a we're at Resurgent Legends. My throat is getting so sore, but was so close. Puppets play. This was part of the grief package, I guess. It was Bane. In and 6. Summon 2 more puppets plays. Give rush to all puppet plays. Last words, put a puppet in hand. Why is Mole in meme? Because Ambush Portal. What the fuck is Ambush Portalcraft? Exactly. I did use this in Grief, but I guess it's more applicable as a Take 2 card. And then in hand 6, remove 2 guys, remove 3 guys without, you know, committing to EP. Did I use this outside of Grief Portal though? I don't think so. Wait. I feel like I used this in like my aggro deck. Just as a 1-drop in general. Resurgent Mia was Evo and Puppet support. Puppets not being a real deck anymore, but that's beside the point. Fanfare put a Puppet and it has Puppet into hand. If at least 10 ally followers have been destroyed this match, evolve this follower. When this follower evolves, you heal equal to the amount of puppets in hand. This was used in Evo Portal. I don't actually remember it being that good though. I feel like Creeping Slime should be in Take 2 tier. Creeping Slime is in meme tier because Ambush Portal. Intimidate was just ambush at home. I did play this in a constructed deck and it was kind of just fine. I'm pretty sure it was just fine. I think I used it as a heal in Grief Portal. And that's about it. Why is Dimdom a meme tier? Because Marduk. Marduk OTK. All the shit that Dimdom enabled was all meme shit. It wasn't that useful for its intended playstyle of like supporting Float Portal. It was there to enable funny OTKs. The most practical thing was like it would set up a Wagner OTK for in some cases, but that's about it. Ooh, this guy. This guy. Glow got pretty good. Reboot button was pretty fucking crazy. Reboot button was high A, arguably S tier maybe. What did it actually do again before I get too excited? The base effect is if you have at least, well, the basic effect is by itself. Countdown 1. Fanfare, put 2 ancients into deck. Last words, draw 1. Then if you've generated 6 or more artifacts, you can choose to play it as either Steel Arm Congregation or Radiant Machinery. Congregation was a 1-drop countdown 3. That was the one that was the artifact searcher. During your turn, whenever this amulet's countdown decreases, you put a random artifact from deck into hand. Whenever you play an artifact, you reduce the cost of this card. So you can, like, you know, wait until your next turn search, or you can just reduce the cost yourself by just playing artifacts. And Radiant Machinery was a heal. Countdown 3 during your turn, whenever this guy's countdown gets decreased, you heal 2. You can decrease its countdown by playing artifacts. All of them were artifact cards, which is notable because they did count as procs for a heal. I DM'd you peak. Made thing. Made as a Nitra. Oh, it's so much effort for me to just open up Twitter to show EDD Yume's thing here, but give me a moment here. Every movement I make feels so difficult right now. Yume made Igni's wife, Sunitra mentioned. Thank you, Yume, for your contribution. It's 4 AM. I work soon. Thankfully, work should be really easy today, at least, but oh man. Oh dude. Oh god. What was I? Glow? Glow base effect was cope if you bricked, but both of the different versions were really strong. Congregation search for more guys to get more combo artifacts going, and Radiant was really good heal to keep your ass alive. Honestly, it was kind of S tier. It was kind of one of the most important cards in the whole deck, to be honest. I don't know. Maybe putting in the last couple artifact cards in S tier might be a bit of a stretch, because they were only good in the one format. The one format didn't last very long. I think I'll put the good artifact cards in A tier in that case. What the fuck is this? Hall of Monoliths? Put 2 different random portal followers that cost 2 play points or less from deck into play. Give all allied followers rush. I don't even think that was that good of a take 2 card. I don't like this card enough to I'll just shove it straight into brick. Fuck it. Daddy Medicine was a surprisingly okay card. It wasn't in like real decks, but like this was what I was talking about when I said that you could play like a one of the Zuli. Search for the Zuli to get Radiant Artifact. Radiant Artifact being the only artifact left in deck made them a lot more searchable. So you would Agil, like your early curve was like Agil, get the Zuli into the one up, like Agil, get the one of the Zuli.
Why did you do that?
Make Radiance and then search Radiance.
How is literally Gizmo Enthusiast, just as a Shaman King collab card.
Yeah, that's why I'm not using How. I didn't mean to put How in this tier list. I didn't want to put collab arts in this tier list. This guy made a funny aggro turn 4 where you could either play the Zuli on curve or have Daddy search for the Zuli on evolve. So Fanfare adds artifact follower. On evolve, recover 2, then you play the Zuli, and then you have easy access to Radiance after that. It was a meme build that was kind of okay, actually. It was kind of fine, kind of, sort of. Maybe. Sort of. I don't think I put it into meme deck, because it was like funny that it worked. But it wasn't like memeable funny. It was just like a slightly competent aggro deck. Ooh, this one's pretty good. OD Biker, Rush. Fanfare. You can choose to generate either 2 Annals or 2 Ancients. Last first draw. This card was fine. This was like a B tier card because it did get cloggy in the late game. Cat. Holy Biker here got annoying in the mid to late game when you didn't want to see this anymore. When you only really want to play artifacts at that point. It got kind of annoying having this clog your hand, but you still wanted to play it, still want to see it in the early game. Oh god. Death Gunner. Again. Enhance support when it was too late for enhance. Fanfare, deal 3 damage to random guy, draw a card. Enhance 6, deal damage to 2 randos instead, evolve itself for free. When it evolves, give either effect. At start of turn, deal 3 damage to random enemy guy, draw a card. Its effect is not stackable when it's removed after activating 2 times. Like, this was removal and damage for a stall deck that didn't do anything anymore. I was gonna put this in like low C, but this kind of does read as an amazing Take 2 card, so I'll put it in Take 2 tier. I swear to god, I'm pretty sure I played this in like a non-enhanced portal deck. I think I did use this as filler to help me get to 10 destroyed or some shit for like aggro portal or some shit, but like It's a more useful as a take 2 card though. Both these are more useful as take 2 cards compared to their respective archetypes in constructed. Riftweather was okay to generate a easy draw 2. This was just like a 2-drop that made the. Wait, I'm pretty sure that these tokens were like resurgent tokens too, right? Because SVGDB is not showing me the newer versions. I'm pretty sure these were resurgent tokens, weren't they? Drink some water, man. I only have Mountain Dew. Lukewarm Mountain Dew. I swear that these were resurgent cards. It made a 1-drop that draw 2. And then the other 1-drop was like, I don't know if it was a 1-drop or 2-drop, but like it was a hand snipe. I put this into meme tier next to Tanga because I turned this into a shitty ass hand snipe Portalcraft deck. From the hand snipe with both Riftweather and Tanga. What flavor? OG Mountain Dew, because my mom didn't know what a Baja Blast was. Like, these three made a cheeky grief package all together that made it into a playable meme. Spark. Laser Tyranny was burn damage. Laser Tyranny was an early generator that became burn damage. You can choose to put 2 copies of either of these, 2 copies of Anno or Ancient or more Laser Tyrannies, deals 2 damage to a random enemy, and at the end phase, if at least 6 artifacts have been generated, deal 2 damage to face. If you were pretty fast with your generators, you can like turn 3, because it checks at the end phase, you can turn 3, generate the last 2 guys you need, and in end phase burn in the early game. This card was just enough to get you some extra damage, extra burn damage to help you close games a bit faster. And you can put in more copies of Tyranny and draw into more of them with your Agil draw engine later on. Ooh, I love Eon. Eon was also a little guy I used in Grief Portal. I don't think he was used in any... I don't think they were using any like real constructed decks though, were they? Bane, Ward, Fanfare, destroy all other allied followers, gain X, recover X. Play points. X equals the number of followers destroyed. At the end of turn, if this follow's attack is at least 5, draw 3, destroy 2 rando followers, and recover 1 EP. So, you would only actually need to destroy 2, because you could evolve him. And then he recovers play point anyway. Like, this was also used in the Grief Portal. I don't think he was used in any other build. Pretty good take 2 card as well too. I'm going to throw him into this package here. I feel like there should be more. If I'm doing it this way, I think with the mindset of like cards that combine into a meme deck, there might be more cards that should be put into a memorable meme tier with that logic, but I'm dying. I'm not gonna think too hard about that any further. Eon was really good removal for a really bad deck. A really okay deck. Ooh. It's my guy. the good Rhino. Using Final Fantasy terms, like OG Rhino was Excalibur. OG Rhino was Excalibur. It was the illusion of a potentially powerful effect that was fake news. It was a fake weapon, completely useless except as a joke. But then this Rhino was real Excalibur, the ultimate weapon. This Rhino was so fucking stacked, bro. He didn't have enough time to breathe. Again, he was only good in the last version of Artifact, but if he stayed, he would have stayed S tier, I think. I think I'm willing to put this Resurgence. I'm hesitant to put Resurgence into S tier because they didn't have enough time to... They didn't cook for very long, and you can't play them in Unlimited. But God almighty, I wish I had more time to play Rhino. During a turn when its cost is added to hand from deck, it gets its cost reduced. If X is at least 1, subtract X from its cost and reveal it. X equals the number of allied artifact cards destroyed this match. Whenever an allied gets destroyed, it subtracts 1. So it's a spell boost follower for artifact. Rush. Fanfare puts 3 mecha, magical, Rhinos and new artifact Rhinos into deck. The new artifact Rhinos were 1-drop, 3/2, rush, deal fanfare, deal 3 damage to enemy leader. Last words, put 3 more Rhinos into deck. This era of artifact, like, kind of recreated the old style of artifact while making it like a... It was a mix between like rotation artifact and unlimited artifact. It comboed and played a bidden artifact similar to unlimited, just, you know, with a hard cap. Spamming out Rhinos after Rhino was so much fun. This was my second favorite version of artifact. I wish I had more time playing this shit, dude. It was so funny. He's the strongest out of all the Resurgence, yeah. Also, Dine wasn't so bad either. This Dine was not just a meme card. This Dine helped you get your own cards destroyed. It was burn. He was an actual finisher of burn damage. Accelerate 1, destroy all allied artifact followers. If at least 2 were destroyed, destroy 2 random enemy followers. So it was pretty important to be mindful about your board space in this era of artifact. So having Dine to wipe out your own guys, even if the opponent didn't have a board, making space on board was really important so you could have space to play more Rhinos. As a body, is not too shabby. 6-drop, 5/5 ward. Deal 5 damage to all enemies, including phase. If at least 20 artifact followers have been added to deck this match, deal 10 damage. This time that's not a meme win con. That was actually really easy. Maybe not easy, but it was natural to get to 20. You play enough Rhinos, you get to 20 pretty consistently. So you would use Dine as an extra tall burn if the Rhinos aren't quite enough. Question, why out of all things it's a Rhino? Why is it a Rhino and not Natura? Who knows? New bifurcating. New... Did this guy do anything? Did I play this shit? Outmoded warrior. Last expansion, guys. These avatars are not supposed to be here. I guess using my logic with like the Threadmaster, I guess I put avatar dog instead of regular ass dog. I tried to have like no cooldown altars, but like leader altars or battle pass altars in here. Get rid of the regular ass dog. I've seen this regular ass dog in too much unsavory fan works. I'm sick of seeing this guy. I've seen this guy in a particular Lamia book that I wish I had unread. Outmoded Warrior, 3 cost. Fan for bifurcating the hand and change the cost of 1 item, bifurcating. Evolve, deal 3 to enemy follower. Chat. Oh god. Heroes of Shadowverse was a full year ago. I don't remember. I don't think I played this. I don't think I played this guy. Cause like, it's not even like a bad effect, but it's a take 2 effect. It's a take 2 effect. It's a bifurcating for tempo for bodies and like Evo to clear something, but you didn't need to generate bifurcating exactly for the Agio playstyle. Now bifurcating to get double Agio proc is useful, but going every way to make space for a bifurcating generator is not that super important. What the fuck is... I completely forgot they researched Mammoth. Out of all the cards to research in the final Shadowverse expansion, why'd they pick Mammoth? What do they mean by this? Board, Fanfare, summon 2 Metal Mammoths. If Vezzo's active, evolve all unevolved Adam. Like, it's good. It's really good for take 2. I'm just confused. He's a really strong take 2 card. I'm just confused that he was even picked at all. Heroes Mammoth is the best take 2 card ever made. No, he wasn't banned. He wasn't banned with the way that like Belfo was, but like for take 2 only, I guess. Exclusively take 2. Main deck. Overgrown Wretch. Storm. During your turn, whenever this follower attacks enemy leader, deal 3 to itself after damage is dealt. Did I use this as a main deck card in Aggro Portal? Was I still even playing Aggro Portal at that point? It is usable as an aggro card. Not quite value for take 2. Kinda usable for... I haven't put cards in D tier in a while. Honestly, I'm starting to question the validity of D tier. Because a bunch of the cards are like, should be unplayable. You just can't like... you just can't follow them to unbrick your account for them, but... Will the current Shadows account be linked to Worlds Beyond? I can't be fucked to explain this shit when it's 4 AM and I am actually literally dying. Sorry, go watch Ignitius's videos covering Worlds Beyond to answer your FAQs. This Misha sucked. Well, like, this Misha was Recovery EP if allied followers have evolved at least 5 times this match, recover 2 play points. It was designed for Shin. It wasn't even good in Shin. It's not even that good in Take 2. EP value is important in Take 2, but at that point, I'd rather fucking die. I really hate this Misha spell. It's such a shadow of its former self. This coyote, 5 cost. Rush, recover 4. Last words, summon a dutiful steed. Oh my god. it is a 5 cost to maneuver with IC, not even take 2 level. Not even worth take 2. Actually kind of worth take 2. Actually acceptable in take 2, to be honest. Get it to rush. Oh, my mouse just fell. Oh no. Oh, let me drink. Let me drink some more Mountain Dew. I still remember the last day before Throwback, you played Take 2 All-Stars and saw the Maisha hit for big numbers with that card. I kind of read your comment late, so I don't even know which card you were talking about, but this Maisha kind of mid, but like was still okay. Coyote as a rush to recover play points in Take 2 is fine. With Mammoth, I played that shit with Maisha and Mammoth. How many bottles have you drank? Well, I have a large cup from Taco Bell that my mother got for me for dinner. I have not had the chance to eat my Taco Bell dinner. Opponent played that? Damn, dude, you have a damn good memory. I don't remember that shit at all. That's not just me being tired. I genuinely legit have no memory of that. Mass-produced Enforcer. When this card is fused into another card, if you have a card in hand that originally cost at least 8 play points, deal 3 damage to random enemy follower. Rush, last words, put recovery into hand. This Machina package sucked ass. The final Resurgent Belfo did not do shit. Was it Take 2 though? Was it an okay Take 2 engine? I'm pretty sure this Belfo was still like fine in Take 2. And Enforcer is like an easy low commitment rush still, which is fine for Take 2. This Maisha, okay, this Maisha I'm gonna put in meme tier, because I had ideas with this Maisha. This Maisha was you choose a follower, destroy it, recover X play points equal to the cost of that follower destroyed. It's a top removal for Take 2 and shit, sure, whatever, but like you can target your own guy. You can target your own dude to cheat out play points, which had some meme potential. You could like I tagged this into Rhino or some shit. You can kill your own Rhino to clear up a space on board, recover 7 play points. There you recover extra play points. Wow, that's crazy. I use it as a meme Tekken artifact, and for like control decks, Grief. Was I still griefing? Did I still play Grief Portal at this point? But anyway, it had some cute possible interactions. I did try to cook with it. Ooh, I did try to cook with it. Didn't do much, but the cooking was still there as a thing that was possible. Eye Instinct came back? What? Eye Instinct got mentioned? Before doing Eye Instinct, Ines. Suspiciously bell-shaped body, Ines. This Ines made a Gil artifact so much more consistent. S tier, baby. It's not it can't go any higher because it was you know, didn't have enough time to do much in the... This was in Resurgent Legends, was it? Oh, it was. I just forgot to mention it. Fanfare, if Rezo is active, you put a fusion into hand. Otherwise, put a crystallize into hand. Evolve, if Rezo is active for you, gain Bane, otherwise gain Drain. The Evo was not that important, but it was the main consistency for Agil. You search for either Agil or Lachafia. And you could use Enes to search for other fusions. Another neutral tool we used in Grief Portal was the fusion ramp. The neutral fusion ramp. Enes could search for the neutral fusion ramp. What the fuck is Iron Sting doing here? Who invited this guy? Was he good? Oh, he was kind of good. He was okay. Fanfare, summon an ancient artifact. Put 2 ancient artifacts into deck and change their cost to 0. Evolve, summon a Keen Edge artifact. Put 2 Keen Edges into deck, change the cost to 0. Iron Sting was kind of heavy. You didn't you didn't want to see him often, but you still, I think I still play them sometimes. I think I still did play him sometimes because having access to more Keen Edges did help out later on. To help me survive. Did I play this in rotation? Was I playing this guy actually? I mean, he's a really good take 2 card at worst. I don't think I kept him in my deck, but his usefulness is valid enough to consider. I don't know, maybe I had him for Grief for Keen Edge Drains, maybe, I'm not sure. I don't hate him. I don't get sickened thinking about this Iron Sting, so I'm gonna keep him there. I'm gonna keep him at like bottom C tier. He was the worst artifact card you could play, probably, but he wasn't even that bad. This Maisha. This Maisha. Fanfare, draw a card. Evolve, put Pergussi Gambit into hand. Pergussi Gambit was 2 cost. Spell. Select the father and play. If you selected Maisha, give it plus X and Storm. X equals the number of times ally files have been evolved this match. Otherwise, destroy the follower and draw a card. So you can use it to hard remove opponent follower, sure. This was evolve support, not destruction support. That sounds pretty sad, but I still played this in stuff anyway. Why did they make the Maisha stuff evolve? Because Shin was still in this format, and I guess they had to give Shin something. Did I use this as a tech in Artifact? I think I used this as just an easy storm. Like, at worst as a regular ass draw one. I think I used this as an optional storm. Because you got free evos. You did get enough free evos in Artifact. I went to Betty Bye and then Wakey High and you're still going. Hey, Calby, spoon feed me, Calby, because you're the Artifact expert, not me. Was I using this as a tech in Artifact? Yes, you did, I remember. Was it good? Because obviously Evo Portal was like dead already. Maisha was meh, but I think I used it as a one of. maybe it's like meme tier in that case, but like I did use her as like a she's probably like a mid card, but she was usable outside of just Evo. You made Maisha the lethal 7 damage many times. Was she 7 damage? Am I misreading this? Oh yeah, she just she didn't have an Evo like requirement. Not like she's not like a minimum Evo requirement. She just gains stat equal to the number of Evos in general, which can include some of your artifact free Evos. But I did use her just as an easy storm. If I had extra play points to spare and opponent is wide open after artifact stuff, you know, actually, Tonko might be onto something. Tonko thinks Masha is actually underrated, actually. She could have had more potential if the format had more time, if we had more stuff to play with. In a timeline where Shadowverse 1 kept going, Masha could have had potential after that, but otherwise it's a spicy tech, spicy mid tech that only Tonko likes. Duel with Destiny. You can choose to use play points equal to this card's cost to play as either Yuan's Fervor or Belfo's Authority. Yuan was Summon, Ancient Artifact, and Anno. If you have more EP than the opponent, you recover 2. This card was cracked with buffed Agil. Going second, you play Agil for 1 evolve to get the engine going. Going second card as mentioned, this was a pretty good going second card, all things considered. You get 2 artifacts out with Agil, so you would get Agil going instantly. Belfo's Authority was actually useless. 3 damage AoE. If you have a card in hand that originally cost at least 8 play points, deal 6. I don't think I've ever once used Belfo AoE. If I did, it was for take 2. Otherwise, it's just a nice artifact generator. A nice, convenient artifact generator to get your Agil combo going. I feel like I remember this card getting clogged in the late game though. So I'm not gonna rate it. I'll put it right next to Rebel, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, just keep both of them together, why not? Oh man. The apocalyptic girls, dude. The post-apocalyptic girls, dude. These bitches fucked. These guys were actually so much fun. During your turn, when this card is added to hand from deck, if X is at least 1, subtract X from its cost and reveal it. X equals the number of times Rezo has been mentioned this match. As a fanfare, it was a heal. As a fanfare, it's a heal 5. And gave you the following effect. Next, it gave a damage shield. Reduced next damage by 0. I wish they had more time, yeah. But these guys, the girls were actually still pretty good in Unlimited. So unlike the Surgeon cards, you actually can play this in Unlimited. And it's really good because it's also Rezo support. Exile 1, put 2 Annos into deck, and put another copy of Post-Apocalyptic Girls into deck. At the end of turn, draw a card. So it's both artifact support, and Rezo support. So it's insanely good in Unlimited format, and was also still insanely amazing. Honestly, up here. Is it recency bias if I put this even higher? Since this is still like really, really good in Unlimited to this day. Really, really easy to get this to cheap cost in both Unlimited and Here's a Shadowverse rotation artifact. 0 cost to heal 5 and damage shield would help you survive. Keep your life to combo even further. I should have saved that for last. I should have saved that for last as a high note. All 3 of these guys were disappointments, except maybe Icy was okay. Resurgent Baphomet. Man, what a bummer. Fusion with Machinas. Whenever cards are fused to this card, if it's the first time this match and you have 4 or 5 play points, use 4 play points to summon Tisiphone, the new Tisiphone, Resurgent Tisiphone. If it's second time and you have 6 or 7 play points, use 6 to summon Electo. Fanfare, if this card is fused with at least 2 cards, summon Tisiphone, Electo, and Megara. These Resurgent guys were... Tisiphone was a 4 cost, 2/4 rush, follower strike, deal 7 damage to the guy, can attack 2 times, and it changes effect on Evo? I guess on Evo it dealt 8 follower strike for some reason. This Electo, you know, you're a mega lolling, but I actually did cheat out some dubs with Electo just because it's really, really annoying to clear. Ward, Clash, restore 2 defense to yourself. Can't take more than 2 damage at a time. Can't be destroyed by effects. This guy was actually really fucking annoying because can't be destroyed, really difficult to trade into. I actually had cases where I kind of won. It kind of worked out where like I had Electo couldn't be cleared, and I played something really annoying like a second Tisiphone. Is that what happened? I do remember some games where I was able to just wall up with Electo, play something really annoying the following turn, and then like the opponent just can't out it. You didn't feel worth for the whole turn 8. On 8 from Megara. This follower can be targeted by any effects your opponent can only, so it's Spell Ward. When this follower comes into play, deal 6 damage to the enemy leader and draw 5 cards. And, well, it's certainly not as impactful compared to his Renascent Balfo. And the fusion is also extremely awkward. It's really, really easy to misfuse and just not get the thing, because you have to have exactly 4 or 5 to get to Symphony. If you try to fuse on 6, you brick. If you try to fuse on for Electo on 6, you have to have fuse at least 1 time before that, in general. Right? You can't top deck a new Belfo on turn 6, fuse 2 or whatever to try to get, you know, Electo or some shit. Like, the conditions for the fusion was so awkward. It felt really, really bad to play. It's the case where Electo was actually good, yeah, surprisingly, but we all know who winning in Shadowverse Worlds Beyond, either Dragoncraft or Abysscraft. Portalcraft might have a chance. Well, the Portalcraft demo deck sucks ass, so I'm not gonna get my hopes too high. I don't even think it's a meme. I think he was only really okay in Take 2 and that's it. And only really because Electro was so inconvenient that it's like almost impossible to clear Electro in with a Take 2 card pool. I'll talk about Ilgano first because Icy was actually like kind of sort of useful. Ilgano came out with all of her good support already rotated out. Fanfare, Rally 20. Put Hollow Governance into hand. Banish this follower. Last words, put an Ilgano into hand just like OG. Evolve, give -1/-1 to all enemy followers just like OG. And Convergence, Hollow Governance was 5 cost spell. Summon 3 Overgrown Wretches. So it's like Wretched Trist, but with the nerfed fucking cost. These guys were easier to use compared to OG Wretches because when they hit, they would die themselves. So they would open up space on the field, so you could still play more guys after that. But it just didn't have any... I don't think there was any build that like got to Rally 20. Except for Artifact. And at that point you had so many better cards to use in Artifact. Was this even a Take 2 card? Is Rally 20 too much for Take 2? I think I would qualify this with Take 2 All-Stars. Even though there was only really like one All-Stars format, I guess, that you could play these two in, but I tried using this, I just didn't go anywhere, I'm pretty sure. And last, IC Infirm Eternal. Ward, Last Words. Ward, Fanfare, and Last Words, you put Pay the Piper into hand. Pay the Piper was the Resurgent 1-drop spell. Give -10 attack to a random enemy follower. Add 1 to the cost of all cards in opponent's hand until the start of your next turn. It is a Slouse. It does not kill Amulet the way that OG did. And this IC stats aren't as big because, you know, he's lower cost. His Fanfare, his Invoke is like a Baja Blast. At the start of turn, if you've used at least 30 play points this match, invoke this card. Then, if there are no Funny Trains in play, summon Funny Train. Funny Train, maneuver using guys that cost at least 2 play points. Ward. When this follower becomes maneuvered, banish all enemy followers. This IC was playable? You could use this as a tech in Artifact. But like... I don't think there's another build that could really summon IC effectively outside of Artifact. And IC with maneuver is kind of counterintuitive. Because you want the opponent to... You want to have the opponent... You want the opponent to have guys... You want the opponent to have guys on their field for you to trade into. I guess it's okay because, you know, your artifacts are all 1 cost, they're all cheap ass bitches, so like you can still play artifacts before wiping the board. I did play this as a one-of in Artifact, but I didn't keep it. Yeah, I also tried playing Ilgano in Artifact too. Out of all the spicy techs, IC was okay an artifact. Why is New Cornelia not in SSSSS tier? It gets cloggy. It gets cloggy if you get too many copies of her. It interferes with artifact searches. It can, there's like other things I'd rather be searching into or going into in late game. It's only really good in the early game to help you prepare for the Deus Ex Machina plays, and that's about it. Good, but one of my least favorite artifacts in that build. Only bad players cut Cornelia? Yeah, that's why I only played that too. Okay. Now, I can rearrange a lot of this because I'm not confident in my order for a lot of these cards. I think at least the tiers that they are in is accurate enough for me to be satiated. D tier is kind of a fake tier, actually. These D tier cards like are cards that were like slightly playable, but just barely. That's not really a good qualifier though. Now save the list so we don't lose it. Does it not save automatically? I think it saves automatically in this browser. I'm gonna go back and finalize this tier list and post it on Twitter sometime. But at like just about almost 5 fucking AM. It's almost 5 AM. I have to get ready for work in 2 hours. This has been every Portalcraft card excluding tokens. Every Portalcraft card mentioned in Shadowverse 1. I can't wait to do this again for Shadowverse Worlds Beyond in 30 years. Was this worth it? I feel like this is the only meaningful piece of content I've done in the past year. So yeah, sure. It was worth it. I'm not 100% satisfied with this tier list quite yet, but it's close enough for me to leave it at that for now. Okay. For those who survived the entire 10 hours plus, cool. Hopefully your job doesn't require you to be locked in. It's gonna be an easy day today, so it's like acceptable. I only really went ahead and streamed this long because I figured I would have a simple day at work today, so I'm not like minusing too hard. Now to do the Blue Archive tier list. I thought this would go by. I considered if this tier list would go by fast enough that I could have squeezed in other meme tier lists, but no. Nah. I was a bit too thorough with my overview of every single fucking card. But I think I've done a good job of justifying every single fucking card, including all the fucking cards that nobody remembers or gives a shit about. Nobody else is gonna give you this level of Portalcraft content. I'm Portalcraft guy, and don't you forget it. I'll see you in Worlds Beyond. I'll be back to stream story mode this weekend for sure this time, unless bye. I'm gonna go take a nap for an hour. Bye.